attention, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional, I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional, I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional, I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional, I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional, keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky.
my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through, and I'm meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la
since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Hey, come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. We'll dance together. Stay up all night.
is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home, turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe, she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Ah, good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD. Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest. Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TXC. The Wu, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Ah, good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do.
Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me.
I remember the time you said good things we harder said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see
keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na.
天王山脚，风云再起。
开局10连败的对局，不说还以为是云顶之弈。
一剑一带一暴虐一对一筛一小进，
赢下这一场就是赢了整个赛季。
重振荣光，不被 WE， 赢下这场很有意义。
与其去世界赛上抽签，不如就在今天揭开谜底。
史上最早的剑指，
谁还记得 WE 也曾有过14次的季后赛晋级？
谁还没个过去？5年一更迭是属于 LGD 的江湖传奇。
天王山脚的对弈。
今天我的直播间不可能再改标题。
也许有一天 WE 会赢，但是真的，下次一定。
一切的悬念就在
今天，
不是今天，
就是今天，
不是今天，
就是今天，
不是，
就是。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LP. Oh my God, Dagda, you're huge today. You're,
I was going to say, there we go.
I'm like alongside giant Dagda. Welcome to
Apparently my
LPL.
camera's in the wrong position. Who would have known?
I'm just like dwarf.
I also feel like my lighting's off. What happened when the rehearsal was
I don't
fine?
know. Are you okay, mate?
I
Are you
don't
good?
know.
Like...
Apparently not. There we go. All right. We'll get a little bit more lighted. There we go. All right. You keep talking. I got to fiddle with some stuff.
She's starting again. Welcome to the LPL. How much less Dagda? I've got a circle on my forehead. You can check Twitter to find out the context. Let's talk about what happened yesterday, Dagda. We had some absolute bangers in the LPL yesterday. That is fair to say. Pure shenanigans. In fact, actually, before we talk about yesterday, oh no, we are talking about yesterday. I only just saw the message from the producer, but let's talk about yesterday's games here. 2-0 to EDG. Over LNG, 2-0 to JDG over V5, but let's be honest, Dagda, neither of those 2-0s represents what actually happened.
No, they were incredibly close games, and it's really good to see LNG kind of getting back on the horse, trying to now figure stuff out and contend with teams like EDG when we've been kind of been down and out on them for so long. And JDG as well, kind of silencing a lot of the doubts that were there for them as well. A lot of people kind of saying, hey, look, JDG is this team if they get ahead, it's good. If they're behind, they don't know what to do. But in an incredibly close 2 games against V5, being able to take the victory in both games is a big shout out to JDG about what this team is capable of.
And I feel like you say, shutting up a lot of people, just showing that when it matters, they can be consistent, they can get those 2-0 wins, and looking good doing it. To be said, but we've got 3 teams that are locked in for playoffs, and that's it. Nobody technically eliminated just yet, although I will say WE, it's not looking good, lads. But yeah, a lot still on the line for a lot of these teams. Let's look at the games coming up today, though, because we have a few of the teams that are fighting for that middle of the table that are going to be coming to our screens today. First off, we'll go into LGD versus WE. But then the second series should get pretty spicy. OMG versus AL, both fighting for the opportunity to make it to that top 10.
Yeah, a very important game for both teams. I mean, OMG could end up pushing themselves to 6 and 7, catching up with anyone's legend. And then you've also looking at anyone's legend trying to solidify themselves with an 8 win, which could potentially mean that they make playoffs. 8 usually means that you're guaranteed that playoff spot, but we'll have to see exactly how it goes.
We will have to see. First off, though, let's take a cheeky little look at some of the developments within the team. Now, I know you guys at home probably already realized yesterday was Orcs' birthday. Well, today is both Mazel and Asheen's birthday. We've got 3 LPL caster birthdays within 2 days. Happy birthday, guys. I hope you have a great day. I hope you have a lovely day off. And I hope you have a drink for me as well. Yeah. Let's talk about our series. Let's move on with our day and get into this one. We're starting off Dagda with one that, let's be honest, could be a little bit of a fiesta. LGD versus WE, 2 teams right down at the bottom of the standings. But I will say this is an important series for WE because when we look at how they have been doing this year versus last year, it's kind of tragic. We can take a look at how they finished in 2021 summer. Now, I think a lot of people have forgotten. They actually finished 3rd place in summer 2021 out of playoffs. They managed to get 3rd place in the LPL, which is absolutely crazy. And now, just a year later, they're on track to rival V5's records of worst splits of all time.
I mean, when they're nearly going to the World Championship in 2021, just barely losing out to LNG, finishing, as you say, 3rd place in playoffs. I mean, things were looking up for WE. Beishan, Shanks looking good. We had Breathe with Elk and Missing. Everything looked like it was kind of set to come together. But this same time next year, Shanks on a slump. Beishan not looking as strong as he did. Unable to kind of find his footing in the on the team and how he can kind of support them in the best manner. It feels like WE just can't get it together. And as you say, like, we want just one series for WE so that then they're not matching up to, you know, spring 2020 V5 were 0-16, summer 2021 V5s went 0-16. 2 of the worst loss streaks, actually the 2 worst loss streaks in LPL history. And look, as you can see from the game score, it's not exactly going to be the worst, because technically they did end up winning 5. WE this so far have won 5 games, but you don't really want your season to be defined by a technicality. And this is the last game that kind of looks winnable, honestly, for WE. I mean, they're up against LNG, EDG, BLG, FPX, Ultra Prime. Maybe they can try and manage something there, but I mean, LGD sitting just 1 place above them in the standings. This is the series where WE need to pick up that win.
Yeah, they've got to pull themselves together here. And one of the core things in my mind that can help them get that win is this bottom lane. Xing has actually been looking pretty good. And when we look at the statistics from Xing in the series against IG, a series that was extremely close, was almost a win for LGD, Xing really was the shining light. And playing these aggressive carries, playing things like the Kalista, his Zeri in the late game as well. I feel like we need to see more of this kind of thing out from WE, this proactivity and aggression.
Exactly, like against IG, WB were so close to take them down, and a huge amount of that was Beishan being able to play around this bottom side. I mean, 31% jungle proximity is insane, but it speaks volumes about what the game plan was for WE. Set Xing up, get him ahead on these things like the Kalista that he played for 2 games, the Zeri as well, lean into that early game and try and play for those early team fights. And I think that's the best bet to come in here again against LGD today, because LGD have been relying heavily on Asum, and we've seen a very similar game plan where Shadow's playing very much to get the AD carry ahead. And when Xing is looking so good, where Kadai and Xing were winning out in the 2v2 against On and Wink, I think this is another spot where you can lean into that, give Xing the identity and the help that he needs to try and step up and be that big carry, while also shutting down what has been LGD's big winning lane.
Yeah, definitely feels like they can potentially find big windows down in that bottom side. And like you say, if they could be aggressive, if they could find the Zeri for Xing, you can see before your eyes what he's able to do with that in the team fights. And even in situations like this where it looks like a bad start for WE, but then Kadaya with a great engage. You know, we know his Rakan, but the Amumu and the Alistair looking fantastic as well. Xing able to just free fire the entire time.
And that's the thing, it's about trying to set up for this guy. The team fights from WE have been a little bit lackluster, but certainly it feels like when you've got a very strong AD carry, it becomes a lot easier to try and orchestrate them, just play into these big wombo combos, as you say, with like Alistairs and Mumus. Yeah. Great follow-up coming through from the top side of the map as well. Like, it feels like that seems to be the game plan here.
Well, there's another game plan coming in for WE, and this is an interesting one. We've got a substitution happening. One of their academy players promoted to the main roster. Bew will be subbed out today, and Demon will be having his debut game here in the LPL. Now, I've had a couple of looks. I've had a look at a couple of statistics here for Demon, and I will say, this man, his 6th most played champion, Vladimir, 8 career games, 90% win rate, 87.5% with a 5 KDA. This guy is a Vladimir beast. There's a few champions in there that he has really good statistics with. So I'm curious to see how he's going to be able to do stepping into the LPL, especially since he's coming in against Chalitza or Fairness, or very likely to swap in amongst the series for LGD. So we'll have to see how he's going to be able to perform on his debut game. Exciting to see. On the other side, though, we talked about WE and strength of schedule and all of this. I think it's only fair that we do the same for LGD, because this game right here, this is the calm before the storm, Dagda, which is a terrifying thing to think about, because LGD are already on death's door. They are 1-8 right now. They cannot afford to lose another series. They've got WE today. Then look at some of these teams they're up against. Weibo are there. Top Esports there. RNG are there. But even teams like TT, this isn't the TT from last year that you expect to be at the bottom of the table. This is a middle of the table team. This is a serious contender now. And it feels like every single matchup is a tough one for LGD, and they need to win them all.
Yeah, I mean, the two saving graces in there are Rare Adam and IG, who are just above them in the standings, but realistically, they have some of our top contenders for playoffs still left to go, and as you say, 1-8, it's not looking good for LGD, and it just feels like LGD haven't quite been able to find their footing this split, where they're not really sure how they're supposed to try and amass themselves into these fights. Like, you're looking towards the early stages, and Shadow is playing heavily around Assam, but unfortunately for LGD, it just hasn't quite come together enough for them to be able to carry that across the finish line in a lot of these situations. We've seen them trying to swap between Hai Chao, we've seen them swap in Yeji as well, with Yeji trying to play that more facilitator role for Assam, but it just hasn't quite clicked for them yet in trying to get stability in their fights.
I just want to quickly say, I am still a proponent of us calling him Yeg, not Yeji, but that's a debate for another time. Let's talk about the mid lane picks, though, Dagda. As we're heading towards the draft here, there's a bit of an interesting situation going on with mid lane picks. Now, every split we see on Reddit, you know, for each of the leagues, there'll be this thing called a circle of suck, where each team beats another team. Well, it's kind of happening in the LPL with some of these picks as well.
Yeah, I love the graphic.
This is sick.
that our team is
Look
stood
at
up here.
Victor's little arm.
Yeah, so we've started to see like kind of a changes over from 12-12 into 12-13 on which champions have risen up in priority, right? On 12-12, Silas, we've seen a lot of first picks, the Silas mid blind, and we started to see Azir come out as an answer. But with the changes to Talia on 12-13, her getting much more wave clear, becoming much stronger in that mid lane as well, we've now seen Talia rise up as the creme de la creme, and she's able to have a really good time against the Azir that we had seen a little bit of in 12-12, and with the pushing lanes and make sure that she's in a great spot. We've now seen teams like TT, UCal bringing out Rise in response to the Talia, which is really strong in being able to push that wave in consistently, keep Talia in check in the lane, and even setting up really well for ganks, so you can play through a much stronger 2v2 in the mid lane as well, and even having just a massive amount of burst damage later on, which can make Talia's short range a little bit more difficult to manage. But this has now lent itself then to some of these late game control mages coming back, like the Victor, but Victor then losing out to the Ahri, who Ahri was previously starting to be pushed out of the meta because of things like the Swain coming in, things like the Silas coming in. So it's all become this kind of like big L circle of like, well, what the hell do we try and blind pick mid? Because it feels like there's so many different answers. We're still going to see super high priority on the Talia, don't get me wrong, every team has been happy with that, but I want to see more things like these counter picks coming through, with things like the Rise that UCal has been able to bring to the table start to become more prolific in the LPL.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting... honestly, I feel like this perfectly exemplifies what we were told at the start of the year, though. When we saw the big patch come in, not the start of the year, the start of this split, we saw that big patch come in, and all of the pro teams coming out of scrims were saying pretty much anything goes in the mid lane. I feel like we're pretty far into the split, and it's not far off true still. It feels still fairly accurate that you can play a lot of different things in the mid lane. I'm excited to see if the drafts vary up across the course of today, especially in this first series where you got two teams that realistically, they need to get any kind of win on the board. I feel like this is the kind of series where you should be experimenting. LGD, you can still make it. Maybe go for something wacky. try and find your own individual style here in the LPL.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is where you kind of have to start mixing things up. And look, we know that EIG, at least in the past, has kind of tended more towards these facilitators where you're looking at things like we saw Galio a little bit from him. He's played a lot of the Talias and these kind of things. So I'm excited to see if he can try and lean into that a little bit more, but try and get down towards this bottom side. Because again, it feels like that's the best bet for them here. Try and set up Xing for success. And we've seen when these AD carries do get leads that they're just able to take over games. A couple of teams have started to try and experiment with carry top laners, but it just hasn't quite worked out for them because you're just not really in a position to carry yourself from that top lane. Even on things like the Aurelias that we've seen that get these leads, it's just not enough.
Interesting to see Fearness back in that top side. It will still be Quake in the jungle, so Shadow not stepping into the mid lane once again. It was Chalitza, I believe, last time LGD played those, so deciding Fearness is back. And Demon going up against Fearness in his first LPL game. That'll be exciting, but curiously, View going to be playing the jungle as well. So a lot of interesting swap-ups coming in today. It feels like both teams coming in with somewhat experimental rosters.
Yeah, I think it's kind of makes sense when things haven't been working out for you, both on LGD side and WE side, trying to find things that can maybe just bring a bit of life into the team, maybe someone who can bring a bit of enthusiasm as well, because after several, if you're looking at WE, 0-10 series losses in a row, it can be hard to try and keep your head up, so having that fresh face come into the team, bring a bit more energy, can be the answer. Same when you look across at LGD, having the replacement, come in for today is going to be spectacular. I think it's going to try and revitalize this roster. The only thing as well is that because you've got Fearness coming in, we're going to be looking more towards those carry top laners, more so than the tank top laners that we see from Fearness. So I definitely think looking at this, if we're relying on, hey, Xing is trying to step up to be the carry for the squad, it feels like we're kind of moving away from that.
It's interesting because that's exactly how I think of Fearness as well. But the most recent series I cast of Fearness, which was a week or so ago, he just played Sejuani the entire series and looked pretty good on it because he's still insanely aggressive. But Sejuani is one of these champions where it is a tank, but if you disrespect it, it's going to kill you. Yeah. And so we had these games where Fearness was playing this facilitated tank role for his team, but also still being super aggressive during the laning phase. Went a little too aggressive during the mid game though, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that across the course of today. Let's take a look at our draft though. Sivir, the first ban, a Draven to answer, and then Tillia taking off the ball.
Yeah, so Sivir started to creep up a little bit in priority. She's so incredibly strong in the patch. Kalista going to be gone. Zeri, you imagine, would be the last ban here for WE. You don't want to give that one across, but it does mean things like the Poppy are still left open. And also, things like the Silas, if LGD want to try and secure that here for EIG.
Yeah, we'll see. A lot of AD carry bans already, though. 3 within the first 4 bans. I'm curious where LGD go. Will it just be the Poppy taken off the board? I think basically saying, look, if you leave Zeri open, we are going to first pick it, and we don't want to give you Poppy in return. So taking that one off the board instead. And now WE, as you said, likely the Zeri ban. So then what are we looking at for LGD? Oh no! They leave the Zeri open.
So at the Poppy ban was LGD saying, hey, you need to now probably ban Zeri, and then we get Wukong. But now WE are saying, hey, you can take Zeri, fine, but we'll get Wukong and we'll get Silas. We'll get this crazy strong mid jungle that we can look to play through and try and win through that instead. So this is a lot of the mind games we've seen start to creep up on red side, where you'll end up leaving open 2 of these big picks and making sure that you're going to be in a good spot then to try and follow through. Renata as well, I completely forgot, got through the draft phase. So LGD actually prioritized on Renata, but now you can go for the Zeri, the Silas, the Wukong. There's a ton of options here for WE.
I feel like there's the Zeri and the Wukong were like, these are the 2 picks. The Renata gets picked. We're like, oh, okay, yeah, no, Renata's pretty good. And then Silas as well. It's like, okay, these teams do not have the same priorities that we have. As Silas goes through, I will say, Shanks to Silas, exceptionally good, right? This is one of the champs that he's made his name for himself on. And then the Zeri's still open. We talked about Xing being really the big carry for the side of WE. Good to see him getting a strong pick.
Yeah, and I like the idea here from LGD. Renata's very good against teams that want to jump in on top of you. And having a Silas and a Zeri, which were the 2 big picks that we were kind of looking at, and even if you go for the Wukong as well, Renata very strong against that. So now for LGD, I imagine they are going to just take the Wukong here for Kui. But But Fearless, as we said, big carry player, so maybe they're not even going to look at that. I still think if for WE though, you're playing a very short range composition. I mean, a Wukong would be fantastic here, so I'm surprised LGD aren't kind of taking that one away from themselves. It gives great engage for something like an Aphelios, and it works super well for setup for the Renata as well, but actually just going to go straight towards the Fiora for Fearless.
Kind of surprised to see this just blind picked in this way, but I suppose it's one of these picks that has been banned a massive amount this split. We've barely seen it, but we've seen it banned a lot. Will be answered with the Jax up on the top side, not wanting Demon to get pinched in his first ever game. So
the reason we're seeing a lot more Fiora is with the durability patch, with health being upgraded, Fiora just inadvertently got a buff because her passive procs are all based on max health. So as people got more healthy, well, Fiora just became stronger because she was dealing more damage off of her max health procs. And as well, then the durability patch meant that she was just tankier and harder to deal with. And then as well, with her ultimate, also just adding a bunch more passive procs to it. Of her max health procs, and then having a bunch of healing for team fights, Fiora just became an absolute nuisance to deal with in the top side. So we saw a lot of teams pick it up. It did get nerfed on 12-12 though, so we kind of started to see it fall away, but Fearless still a very big proponent of it. LGD though, going to start banning away some of these supports. I thought we'd actually see jungle bans. I felt like, especially from WE, like when you get first rotation here, you can take your jungle, keep your counter pick support. I assumed that's what we'd go for, but instead they're just trying to get rid of things that can be a bit of a nuisance here for the Sylas.
Rise taken off the board as well with Tillian banned here. A few things still available to take into the Sylas. Obviously, any ranged mid laner will do reasonably well in the short term, right? In the early stages. Yeah, the one downside of the Azir is you do give Sylas an Azir ult, which can be terrifying in of itself. But I feel like we're in one of these metas where Sylas is just getting good ults. It doesn't really matter what you pick. Like, I mean, he's going to have at least a couple of good ults.
The reason I like Azir and the reason he was in our circle of suck is you get to poke him out of lane, keep the Sylas super pushed in, and then when you get in towards team fights, yes, the Sylas might have an Azir ult, but oftentimes you're able to get your own ultimate off faster. As the Azir, you're able to back the Sylas out of the fight, especially up against things like a Wukong is super good, Zeri the short range, even a Jax as well. Having the opportunity to reset these fights in Azir could be great. You have fantastic late game scaling here as well for LGD. The only issue that I'm seeing for LGD though is they really need some sort of engage here because Fearless has gone for the Fiora. Renata doesn't really cut it. So I don't know if Haichao wants to try and bring in something that can offer some sort of engage, but I don't even know what you can go for in the mid lane right now that could bring that to the table.
Scion mid back on the table. That's all I'm saying. I mean, Haichao has loved the Galio. It's a champion that sometimes we see in the LPL as an attempted engage tool. I don't really personally subscribe to that mentality, but it does feel like a few of our teams do. But Ari as well. You could just try and play for picks, right? Especially with the Viego, Ari can be an incredibly strong 2v2.
Yeah, I just think from LGD, the Fiora kind of draft them into a corner now where they wanted to go for strong team fight, but now they just don't really have an engage tool. And this is why I've kind of been a bit annoyed watching LGD's drafts. It feels like they kind of pick individually and don't really think holistically about their compositions. And yes, you've got, you know, Viego and Ari can be a good combo, but you're up against like a Wukong and a Sylas, like that skirmishing combo is so much more difficult to deal with. So I just don't really see an opportunity for LGD to win the mid jungle. Now they won't be able to win the bot lane either because you just won't have the mid jungle to try and play down towards that bottom side. You have a ton of really good engage now coming through with Shanks, View, even Demon on the Jax, and counter pick for top side. I just much prefer what WE brought to the table.
I have to say as well, I'm kind of curious about this new look for Kadaya, right? We've seen him branching out a little bit more this split, but Lulu is still... Seeing Kadaya's name next to a picture of Lulu just breaks my brain, you know? I think of Rakan, I think of Amumu, I think of Alistair, I think of Hard Engage. Obviously, the Rakan was banned away in this one, but curious to see how that one's going to go down in that bottom side. But look, we were talking about WE. We said, hey, Xing is the big carry. Xing is the guy that you got to set up. They've definitely set him up. WE have done a great job of making sure that Xing can do whatever he wants during these team fights.
And that's exactly what I'm looking at here. You've got phenomenal front line coming through. You've got the Lulu coming through for Kadaya that can end up working very well with Zeri by like speeding her up, providing shields, allowing her to play that like short range and be way more aggressive in team fights. The only thing I am worried about is, as you say, Kadai on Lulu. The last time we saw Kadai on Lulu was back in spring, and it went disastrously. Like, he did not know how to position in lane. He got caught out a whole bunch of times. So as long as Kadai is able to keep it easy and breezy, I'm looking forward to what WE can do. It feels like you've got strong mid jungle, ability to play around bot side, ability to set up for these early dragons, and just slowly but surely get yourself into a strong mid game.
I will say the one thing I am liking on the side of LGD is this Renata Aphelios on the bottom side, right? We always talk about Renata Kalista. I feel like that never makes it through the draft anymore. This Renata Aphelios is starting to replace that in my mind, where teams consistently underestimate what it can bring to the table. Loving that little LGD skybox we got there with the sort of cell-shaded towers. Very nice. As LGD try and make something cheeky happen at level 1 here. I expected them to back away there, but it looks like they're still moving forwards for now. But Shing will spot them out, and that'll be the end of the play here.
Yeah, so not going to be able to get too much here. But it will still be a case of, like, how does Koi try and manage this early stages for LGD? Because definitely I think Aphelios and Renata are incredibly strong on this bottom side. It has actually come out as a counter in an awful lot of situations where teams are trying to eye up the Kalista Renata, where one team will take the Kalista, it's then responded with the Aphelios Renata, and you can play hyper aggressive in this lane because you've got the bailout, especially if you've got red-white guns for Awesome. It becomes really, really difficult to deal with the movement speed upgrade coming through from the bailout as well as the attack speed buff. But I don't know how well they're going to be able to try and go for this, because definitely with Xing and Kadaya, you do have the ability to get a good amount of poke off as Kadaya here. The shields can come through as well, making trading a little bit more difficult. And also, if Xing just is popping you through the wave thanks to the E, it can be a little bit tough to try and get in on top of them. So we'll have to see exactly how all this ends up panning out as the game goes on. But I think just even with the control over the mid lane that View should be able to help Shanks get, that's where I think Asim's going to struggle.
A little bit of trading down at the bottom side here. Jin Zhao getting some good procs on down using his shield, but then tanking a few hits for his trouble there. I'm not sure that was quite as positive as he had wanted originally. His Fairness should be able to proc the Vitals, although his Q might be on cooldown there. We'll finally get it in the end. It's one of these matchups as well, I think, Jax and Fiora, where it is somewhat of a skill matchup, right? Even though it is somewhat of a counter, you could dodge a lot of the auto attacks and things. With the riposte there, it can make the matchup quite spicy if Demon misplays.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that it's definitely Jack's favorite, because Jax holds the agency on when he pops the counter-strike. With the riposte, you've got to try and make sure that you're actually timing that correctly, so that then you're hitting the counter-strike. But because how long the counter-strike can last, it becomes a little bit messy, and it becomes a lot of mind games on when that counter-strike is going to be popped versus the riposte. And it looks like actually Demon taking a poor trade in the top side, so View might be trying to correct things. Koi is on this top end as well, though, so this could be a spicy 2v2 in the top side.
It certainly could. Finish will grab himself that cannon, dodges away from the counter-strike from Demon here. It looks like View decides to back away. Obviously was on that ward, but Quay is also going to be on a ward. Luckily, there's a Scryer's Bloom there for him. Clears that one out. Should be able to grab himself this Scuttle Crab. And with priority in the mid lane Dag there, he might just waltz on down and grab the double Scuttle.
Yeah, he's got priority bot side as well. Wouldn't be surprised. Koi, though, going to try and get some information on where View is going to be at the moment. Is actually going to steal away these Raptors as well. This is one of the reasons that we see the Viego coming through so often on this patch, is just how quickly his clear is. You can see there, like, View, nothing to be snuffed at, but he's completely cleared away the entirety of his jungle, apart from his Krugs. Now stealing away Raptors, has also done his own Scuttle Crab as well, and actually might be looking for a play on topside here.
I can't tell if he wants to dive or if he was trying to counter jungle View here.
Oh, Fearless.
Oh, Fairness. No. Oh, God, it's gone so terribly. Quay tries to flash, but it's too little too late. Demon now trying to escape. Nobody anywhere near him. Jumps to the ward. No flash available on either side, but the stun is there. And Quay does manage to, salvage the play in the top lane.
But that's exactly an example of what we were talking about with the riposte versus the Counter-Strike interaction. You've got to try and predict it as Fairness. He messes it up. Demon just holds onto that Counter-Strike for a little bit longer and manages to get the stun under the tower. We'll see it here, right? Counter-Strike starts up. Fairness tries to predict the early Counter-Strike, but Demon just holds onto it. And this is why this matchup is so difficult for the Fiora in a lot of situations. Flash forward from Demon as well. And I actually thought he was going to get out of here, but
yeah,
just barely being clipped by the Maw means that he will get caught.
I think the hilarious thing is as well, like, even if Fairness does get the riposte there, he's still taking a tower shot. Like, I still think he might end up going down in that situation. Crucially, though, we talked about Quay getting a double scuttle. That has not happened. View gets the opportunity now to move to that bottom side, grab the scuttle for himself. You can see that CS difference in the jungle so far fairly similar off the back of all of that. Obviously, Quay grabbing that kill for himself, so he'll have a gold advantage at very least. Bit of an intense start to things, though, honestly, for two teams, Dagda, that generally speaking are fairly passive.
Yeah, I mean, at least we're getting this early aggression out for them, right? Both teams realizing, hey, look, this is our chance, right? 1-8 for LGD, 0-10 for WE. WE really want to get a good start. And, I mean, speaking of good starts, Demon already with the kill for his name, getting that counter playing the top side. First game in the LPL, and at least the top side for WE looking pretty good thus far.
Yeah, definitely. Demon now just counter-juggling. Takes the grab. He wants some wolves as well. He's abandoned top lane entirely while it's underneath the tower.
Look at View. View's like, hey, bro, wait, that's my job. Hang on.
He's going to be able to grab the big wolf. He'll walk away. View coming over to help support his top laner. And hey, honestly, if I'm View, I've got an LDL rookie having his first game in the LPL. I'm more than happy to let him have everything he could possibly need, because now he can move back up to this top side after grabbing himself a couple of camps. Tries to start onto Fairness, both level 6 now, so this matchup gets real explosive.
Yeah, it definitely does, especially if junglers want to make their way up here. View won't be 6 for a little while, so you still got to wait a couple more camps before he's able to hit that. You can see Kui has only just hit his level 5 there, so I don't think we'll see way too much off this big wave that's being pushed in by Fearless. As Shanks dodges away from one, will get hit by them all, but still going to be fine in this mid lane.
Yeah, nicely done there by Shanks to dodge away from the charm. That could have been deadly if the charm had landed. Here we go in the top side. Demon going in. Big trade onto Fairness here. Look at the state of the wave tag there. Yeah. This is really bad news for Fairness, but it looks like Demon realizing he can't tank all of that, but I think that's held just outside of tower range.
Yeah, it will be held just outside. So nice stuff from Demon. And I think that's one of the really interesting things about like trading as a Jax is like oftentimes people go, oh, I don't want that big wave. But if you get auto attacked while your counter strike is up, it actually ramps up in damage up to 5 stacks. And those stacks can come from the minions as well. Yeah. So if you end up trading in these big waves, those auto attacks actually end up helping you an awful lot of the time and getting this nice little bit of burst damage off, and you can leap strike away. But LGD, with the control that they have on the bottom side of the map, are going to be able to get this dragon for themselves as well. No Cloud Souls here today, which I'm already happy about. We're off to a good start for this Wednesday. But it will mean that Koi, at least, is going to keep trying to use this control. He definitely kind of feels like he's abandoning topside a little bit to help Asim, which honestly I think is the best game plan for LGD. It feels like getting this Aphelios ahead with the Renata there for the bailout is probably the best win condition LGD have.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that should be the case, at least for the time being, but we'll see if that develops, because here's one of the things about LPL as well, Dagda, is often we'll come into a game, we'll be like, here are the win conditions, and then craziness ensues in the first 10 minutes. It's like, forget those win conditions, this dude's got 4 kills, you know? So we'll have to say, I'm hoping for a bit of craziness. We had a little bit of craziness earlier on. It's been fairly quiet since that point. You can see in terms of CS as well, LGD are actually starting to build some advantages, right? 10 CS in the mid lane. There was a small lead in the bottom side as well, although that's been evened out. I guess there was a wave still to be collected from Xing. Feels like a fairly even way to start things off, but as we're broaching the level 6 mark or just beyond it, this is where things start to get spicy. Demon, half HP, walks into the brush, and that is just, there's not much you can do about that one.
Now, it was just unfortunate timing. He took a bad trade against Fearness, didn't have TP up, and then got greedy to try and stick around for the waves. I think he just needed to cut his losses, know that he was just going to lose out on his creeps, but now he loses the creeps, he gives a kill across as well, and crucially dies right as Rift Herald is up too, so now you've got a lot of control here for LGD. A 2-man unit of WE moving in, but there's 3 people there for LGD already.
Yeah, you can see Kadaya's moved over as well to try and even up this score. Demon, no TP available, but looks like Quay is going to respect it. 3 plates went to Fearness on the top side, by the way, off the back of that play. And I think LGD basically saying, look, if we can get all of those plates, Kadaya's left bottom lane as well, so there's pressure for Asim and Jinzhao on the bottom plates too. LGD essentially saying, look, we think we can make this a positive trade even with you getting there.
I am really surprised that they didn't fight that, though. I mean, you've got the ultimate there for Fearness, Kui as well. Like, you have a lot of single target CC and damage. You focus down either View or Shanks, pick him off, pop the ultimate from Fiora, get a ton of healing. And, I mean, support is nice there for Kadaya, keep him alive a little bit longer, but there's just so much there that you can actually work with on LGD side. I'm surprised they didn't try and take the fight. But as you say, I mean, they're still getting wins, right? They get one plate on bot side because Kadaya roamed mid, and they got the 3 plates on top side. So all said and done, like, they're still winning. It's just interesting to me that they didn't try and take that fight.
I think maybe listening to my grandma's advice, which is you can't have your cake and eat it, decided, look, we already got the plates. I think Fearness was pretty low matter as well, so they're just like, you know what, let's just play this one safe, lads.
But here's
I
the
am
thing.
Curious, though.
If
where
Demon
View
had just
goes
given
now.
across extra gold, and you can just get an extra cake, well, then you can have both cakes.
True.
Yeah.
But can you eat them is the question. And the answer is almost always yes. No matter what I've eaten before, I can eat the cake. You can see View hovering around the bottom side. They had priority to try and push in here, but deciding not to go for the Herald, at least for the time being. Still a minute and 30 until that next Drake comes up. I'm curious. I feel like View needs to pick a lane here that he wants to accelerate. In my mind, it's the Zeri, but I feel like they're struggling to find the lane pressure to get that off.
Yeah, and that's why I want to see the mid lane play first. I think trying to get Shanks ahead, like, even just burning... I know you've got the ultimate there for Haichao, but if you burn the Spirit Rush, you can maybe burn a Flash without actually investing your own ultimates. Well, that can really end up working out fantastic for you in just being able to get control over mid and then start to lean bot, which is why I think we're seeing them establish so much vision control in River to try and allow Kadaya to roam, see if they can be a nuisance in mid lane.
Ooh, Fairness could be in trouble here. The riposte doesn't come off in time. Now the ultimate's going to be coming out. Grand challenge there as Fairness heals back up. That's a massive amount of healing there. Ult for ult, Demon decides to back away.
Bone plating coming up at just the right time for Fearless there, stopping a lot of that follow-up damage. Maybe Demon could have tried to get a bit of a better trade, but as you say, bone plating into the healing from the Grand Challenge, doing a lot of work. Koi now coming into the mid lane with a good charm.
That's a cheeky little charm, isn't it? Koi trying to move over. There's Jin Zhao and Assam over the wall. They're going to lock Kadaya down a little bit here. He's going to survive. That wild growth, crucial, as now the rest of the team moves on in. Kadaya, nothing left in the tank and taken down, and now the rest of the team chase. Charm goes wide, though. Will just be the pick for LGD, but crucially, Drake's up in 10 seconds.
I'm way overextended there for Kadaya, trying to get the vision control down, but nice job from Assam and Jinjiao to catch him out, and now he falls. So you won't have your support here as WE for this dragon. LGD have control over bot and mid. Really nice job from LGD to keep stealing this away, and you have decent scaling towards the late game with Assam, with Fearness for LGD, and if they can continue to keep finding these picks, that's already 2 dragons for themselves.
Assam grabbing the Scuttle Crab. Here we go. Fight on our hands as a laser across the team. And look at the knockups coming out from View. Assam gets the bailout, though. Turning things around. The lifesteal's not enough. Shanks now in trouble as he has the Spirit Rush still available. Quay slowed. Has to ult himself out to safety. It's a 1-for-1, but it was a messy battle.
I'm surprised that it only was 1-for-1. Haichao missing a charm at the start of that meant that it was a good engage for WE, and I thought that might have been it, but WE just not quite able to get the damage that they needed to follow up. Xing trying to see if he can answer for some turret plates on bot side with Kui here, and should be able to do so as Shanks also pushing in that mid lane.
Demon trying to get these trades onto Fearless. Dodges away from the riposte. Nicely done, but he misses the cannon. Oh, it's a disaster. 11 CS down in the top side, despite having that counter pick. Feels like he's having a hard time with Fairness. We talked about this guy being a carry player at heart, and he is feeling comfortable on the Fiora.
Yeah, and look, across the board, LGD just look more comfortable, right? They've been able to execute on nice game plans with Assam and Jinjiao catching out picks, setting up for Haichao and Kui. We've seen the rums top. Like, LGD are just looking like a team. But for WE, it kind of, again, feels like everyone's working on their own individual basis. We haven't really seen View try to cover Demon, say, on the top side, or giving him respite when he needs it, which led to that dive in top side. Now you've got a Rift Herald that just had to be plonked down in mid because WE weren't able to function as a unit to try and set up a play in mid, or, you know, push mid to roam bot with Shanks and then put down the Rift Herald. So it's all been a bit of a disaster. Now Demon getting a little bit of a worse for wear on these trades in top side. It's starting to go into dire straits for WE.
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? 2,500 gold lead with the double Drake as well. And I mean, the saddest thing that's happened this game was just that Herald that just slowly waddled down the mid lane from View. He ran out of time. And then Haichao was like, Oh, sure. I'll take 25 gold. Thanks, bro. Just takes it happily. Quay moving up to make sure Fearness can just finish this tower off, but spoilers, he can. And Fearness now absolutely monstrous. Level 11 as well as he finishes the tower off. Has a 20 CS lead for himself. And this Fiora, I think we're about to discover why it's been such a high priority pick this split.
Yeah, Jinzhou is aware the Few's on this bot side, so LGD gonna run away.
He's aware. Is that enough? Is awareness enough, Dagda? I'm not so sure. As Xing just lasers down Asum. So, a nice little positive play here for WE. They lose the tower on the top side, but at least off the back of this, they should be able to trade towers.
Yeah, LGD needs to back away a lot quicker or fully commit to trying to turn the dive. You do have the hostile takeover, which is what I was thought Jinzhou was going to try and play around, but deciding not to is a bit curious to me. Because look, I was actually about to praise the amount of control LGD had in this bottom side. Like, there is so many wards on that bot side. Even 2 of them had even died while that play was happening. So I assumed that they were just going to back away and make sure they were all fine. You got the win on top side. You can get this Rift Tower, which Koi is now on as well, but end up giving over the kill onto Asum and giving that turret now to Xing is actually opening up WE to have a win condition now in this area once more, with Xing and Kadaya, thanks to View, getting that advantage.
Yeah, I will say, like, I'm liking what WE bringing to the table, though. Like, being proactive despite being this far behind, I think it's crucial, right? We talked about Shanks on this Silas. He's now level 11, so he could start to get more proactive. As you say, Xing grabbing a couple of kills for himself. The shield bow finished off. And we all know that this area, when you start to hit 2-3 items, you really start to melt people with the Ultra Shock laser. So we'll have to see if WE can start to change their fortune here. Still 2,000 gold down. That next raid coming up in a minute's time, Dagda. And LGD with the first 2, but I feel like maybe there's a chance WE could fight for it.
I actually thought that LGD would send Haichao to topside, have Haichao push in, then roam through the enemy jungle, look for a potential dive on mid lane with the Rift Tower, and then like set up to move in towards the dragon afterwards. But having Fairness in topside, yes, he's got the teleport, but I just don't really think he's going to be able to achieve too much. You can even see him resetting here. He's just going to walk to the dragon instead, which I don't think is kind of utilizing all the advantages that they have, because Demon will have his TP up now. So as this Rift Tower goes down, you can always have Demon TP in towards the mid lane. So it's just a bit unfortunate on the timing here for LGD. And WE now in a position where you and Shanks trying to see if they can find those flank positions.
Dagda, I think your expectations of what LGD are going to pull off macro-wise might be a little out of whack, because that sounded like quite a complex play. I've not seen much complex play out from LGD this split. They do at least get the tower mid with the Herald, and now move over towards this Drake. It's Drake spawning here. WE, though, group it up, and like we said, they do want to fight for this one. Good control, with 3 control wards in the area to try and deny vision from LGD, but LGD know they're strong. They try and muscle it.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get a good engage off here for View, this could be it. He's hovering.
Oh, View with the triple knock up there. The rest of WE moving on in, but do they have the damage? Laser across the team. Demon being the front line, but finally falls here. Shanks has to re-engage, but just doesn't have the damage. Nobody's even taken damage on LGD as they just back away. Xing has stacked up, but ultimately it's just a 1 for 0. LGD get a reset, push mid, and then they can return to the dragon again.
Yeah, Asum got to heal up. Again, though, you're lacking major engage tools here. So a flash sharp from Haichao would only be it, but WE still going to respect it. They're going to back away, have Shanks TP to topside, see if he can push in. But, I mean, just a great engage from View, with just nobody on WE really there to try and follow up quickly enough.
Yeah, I mean, didn't feel like there was much to work with there. And I have to say, I'm starting to question the Silas bit, because I said during Champ Select, this is a meta where Silas just has great ults all the time, but actually on this team, there really aren't that many good Silas ults. Obviously the Renata ult, but other than that, not a lot to work with.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. Shanks doesn't have any. Oh, Shanks doesn't have any ultimate at the moment at all, which makes it a little bit difficult. I think he just threw out the bailout or the hostile takeoff at the start. But I mean, Xing missing with the laser, not going to be doing too much. View as well, because he's been set behind, not able to provide as much damage. And Xing is trying, but you can see Shanks just not really able to bring a huge amount to the table. And it's not even from an ultimate perspective. It just feels like they don't have View tanky enough at the moment to really provide that big engage, and you kind of need people to follow up immediately with the Wukong, but just that hesitation coming through from the likes of Shanks and View and the communication not quite there causes a lot of issues there for WE.
Certainly did. And it means a third Drake as well, crucially, for LGD. 5 minutes, or 4 minutes now, until that Soul win condition comes online. We just talked about WE kind of lacking damage in that previous fight. Well, a couple of Mountain Drakes will certainly not make that any easier for them. As LGD already with one in the bag, stacking up those resistances. See Fearness just having a whale of a time, just clearing up waves every which way. WE move into the Baron area here. I don't think this is something that's really on the cards. Maybe just trying to fight for some vision.
Yeah, the fact that you have all 3 sweepers down though, and you're still not able to get into river to clear out the wards is a little bit of a disaster here for WE. So they basically got spotted moving in as this big 5-man unit on the top side. So Fearness gets to push in for free on bot, knowing that he's going to be completely safe. LGD will now move in and kind of clear out any vision that was established by WE. And for WE, you have to look for picks at this stage. Like using Shank's view to try and burst someone down, maybe having Shin coming into the backside just to try and pick off members of LGD is your best bet. But unfortunately, with the way that this game is going and with the lack of control WE have been able to establish on the map, it looks really tough. But they're looking for the pick on Asum. I just don't know if they'll get there.
Yeah, going to be a tough one. Jin Zhao, though, might be in a bad spot. And Fearness continues to pressure in the bottom side. As a Demon has been feeling that pressure this game as well. Remember, I don't want to be too harsh on the guy because this is his first game. Shin caught, but dashes away across the wall and abandons his jungler. See you later, View, says Shin as he zips away.
I mean, that's just so unfortunate for WE. Jungler dying right in front of Baron. Nice pick from LGD. And now you have to force the TP out from Demon, but you're still going to be fighting a 4 versus 5. But we just saw how the 5v5 went.
He certainly did. Oh, great little charm as well from Highchat. He's been on it with the charms today. But looks like LGD going to respect the potential fight from WE and not go for the Baron, at least for the time being. Even with a 4v5, even with View down, they don't want to overforce.
I mean, they got Demon's TP, which is really just a big win in and of itself. Now Fearness has as much control as he wants in this bottom side. Even getting the Ravenous Hydra picked up as well means he'll be able to push incredibly fast. So as long as LGD can push mid, continue to threaten Baron, they'll be able to take this no problem. But as you can see there, I mean, you trying to set up for that pick if someone was moving in, but a 3-man unit from LGD was not what he expected to find on the opposite side of that.
I mean, he even gets his W at the end there. Like, he CC'd for most of his health bar. W's on about 200 HP. And just him and the clone die. They're really not worried about which one is the clone at that point in the fight. It's a minute until Drake, though. And Dagda, I feel like we're getting to dire straits for WE. It's a, what, 5,000 gold lead in favor of LGD. What's the silver lining here, Dagda? Talk to me. Sort me out. How did WE stay in this game?
I mean, it is looking for picks, but again, like, okay, so Shanks is up on top side. You've got 45 seconds until Dragon. They really needed to, like, move in as a 5-man unit, establish vision on bot side, and then try and play 4 picks off that vision. But with people being separated, they're not to do it. Shin kind of giving the game away here as well by end up missing out on that W. And now LGD are like, cool, we'll just start to move in here slowly but surely. Fearness is still pushing top side, so if you're quick, maybe you can make something work here as WE before Fearness can actually get into the fight. But LGD are just going to threaten Baron with the guns that Asum has.
And crucially, WE have to move over to try and stop the Baron attempt, while Fearness, with TP still available, that TP advance during the previous Baron play, can just hit this tier 2 up in the top side. And WE, you can see them caught between a rock and a hard place. They don't know what decision to make. They're not sure where to move on the map. But they've sent Xing to solo the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, Shank should be the one contesting Fearness on the top side. He's the one still with TP, but his position on the map has not been good thus far. Now, I mean, he's got the hostile takeover. He needs to make this big.
Oh, picking the mid lane. LGD do not want the Drake. They want themselves a fight. As over the wall they go. Haichao trying to finish off Kadaya. Doesn't quite have the damage. Finally gets it. His Demon arrives, but I don't think he's going to be able to do much here. The Grand Challenge will heal the whole squad for LGD here. A double kill for Haichao. And over to the Baron we go.
Yeah, unfortunately for WE, their understanding of how they need to play the map is just being crumpled underneath LGD. LGD get the picks. They'll get themselves over towards the Baron. And look, they don't get the Dragon, but they'll be pretty happy with the big purple worm buffs.
certainly will. Xing trying to get a laser on in Quake. Pretty low on HP, but does get the Baron here, and this is now a 2v5. This is not a fight that you want, WE. Xing trying to escape as well. The laser's there, but Fearless is an absolute monster. Xing just flees for his life as Shanks goes down. I feel like this is getting from bad to worse here, Dagda, on the side of WE. LGD, though, I have to say, looking kind of clean, right? The way that they're playing the map, the way that they are setting things up here. I feel like LGD have come in with game plan.
I mean, they're looking fantastic. And Haichao, as you say, Charms have been on point here, making sure that he's able to get on towards so many of these crucial members. The bailout as well, coming through from Shanks, means that you actually don't connect onto a huge amount of people here. So WE with the Spirit Rush over the wall coming through from Haichao, he's not caught by the bailout. Why do I keep saying bailout for this ultimate? For the takeover. The hostile takeover.
The hostile takeover. Dude, I get it as well. I do
members.
it all the time. Like, every single time I try and think of Renata roll, I think of bailout first, and then hostile takeover.
I mean, it doesn't matter. They're both broken, so...
Yeah, those are the two. I feel like there's a lot of champions where it's like you don't need to know the ability names except for one or two abilities. I was going to say Renata's one of those champions, but actually I feel like the handshake is kind of important as well.
Yeah.
So maybe you just need to know everything for Renata.
Yeah, I mean, the only one you don't need to know is Loyalty Program, because it's called Loyalty Program. It doesn't make any sense, which is an E.
I really have no understanding of why that one is named Loyalty Program. It's literally a projectile that shields. Which part of this is anything to do with loyalty? Anyway, it's tier 2 taken down to the bottom side. LGD continue to push. Remember, they do have Renata Glask on their side, and they actually did sign up for the Loyalty Program. So they're going to get a lot of value out of this. Maybe even a free meal next time they go.
I mean, they're playing against WE, so, I mean, it looks like they're getting some of this stuff on discount.
This is their free meal.
LGD.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Look, I was about to say it, and I was like, that's a bit harsh. You know what? Like, there's WE are already having a rough time. I don't need to kick them while they're down. But, sometimes I'll just give them a nudge with the toe, you know? That's it. But, this is easy for LGD. I mean, right now, 10,000 gold, 3 dragons up, Baron's going grand. Like, what do you really want extra here? Fairness has even just completed the whole breaker of this reset as well, which means Demon, who is already struggling despite the counter matchup, is now just going to struggle even more as Fairness will take over that lane.
Yeah, this has been a monstrous performance from Fairness. You know, the whole squad here. Haichao, especially on this Ari. I mean, 10 stacks of the Dark Seal, 3 items already finished off, 404. And it has been his charms that have been starting a lot of the action. Like we talked about the engage tools or lack thereof for the side of LGD. I feel like it's not mattered so much because of the vision control they've had, and then Haichao just consistently connecting these charms to set up for follow-up from Quay, follow-up from Asim, and these kills coming on through. Shanks now going to try and make a play on the top side. Fairness overextending. Look how many people are here on the minimap. This is a 5v1 as Fairness tries to escape. Xing, though, has a lot of movement speed, zapping him on down, and Fairness will finally fall.
If Fairness was a real player, he would have just gone for it. He would have just gone for the 1v4 and see how it worked out, but nah, not going to be the case anyway. LGD, though, aren't really in a position on the map to try and get anything else, so just a bit of an overextension here for Fairness, just ahead of this dragon spawn as well. So at least the vision for dragon has been established on the spot side for LGD, but it might give a moment here for WE to push back out, try and get control of the area, and maybe we can finally see something coming out from WE, because look, View is just doesn't have a health bar right now. Like, only an item and not even a half essentially completed for View. He's so far behind, even when you look at the levels. But Xing, with 3 items completed, is going to be hurting. So we got to see if maybe they can set up Xing to carry, but it's not looking likely with 3 items completed for Asim on the opposite side.
TP mid lane from Shanks here is the team with W just desperately try and clear the super minions to be able to fight for river control. Drake up in 10 seconds time here as Asim on the FLAS will be able to clear those minions. He has green and white weapons as well, which is nightmarish to have to try and fight into. The turret hits you, he gets a long-range auto, and he will crit at this point in the game.
Moonlight Vigil went wide, though. So actually a big ultimate gone from Asim, not able to connect onto Shanks. So maybe we're going bailout, or bailout. Overtake,
hostile takeover.
Overtake. He's a car. It went miss. It went undertaking, okay?
That's illegal. I will say undertaking, illegal. illegal gameplay coming out here from Jin Zhao, because it did undertake the clone, that's for sure. They're just going to 5-man sprint it towards the bottom lane, though, where there is a wave standing by. Demon desperately trying to defend. The rest of WE are like, yeah, we'll trade that for a tier 1 in the mid lane. I don't think that's a good trade, WE. You're about to lose an inhibitor. Yeah. You lost Soul, you lose an inhib. Yes, you get a tier 1 tower, but I think you might have just traded that tier 1 tower for the game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that WE aren't even able to contest after that massive ultimate from Jin Zhao is out of the question is insane. Like, LGD just run over, burst the ever-living hell out of the dragon. I might move into bot side. And again, it's just, I think this is the biggest problem we've seen with WE. No communication. No one really seems to know what they're supposed to be doing. And it just looks like, at least from the summer 2021 squad, they've lost their shot caller. We know it wasn't Breathe, because Breathe, even when he went across the BLG, was kind of saying, hey, look, I'm not really the shot caller, but I want to just be listened to in a lot of those interviews. And now we're kind of seeing, well, with Missing going across to JDG and JDG stepping up, it looks like losing Missing was one of the biggest mistakes for WE, because they just are running around constantly like headless chickens.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's Fearless now gets the pressure in the bottom side with his TP available with super minions. Like, it was already tough for Demon. It's not getting any easier. At least he has that frozen heart, but I mean, he's a full item behind. That side lane ain't getting any easier. LGD could just slowly but surely take control of this Baron area. They have a control ward in the pit, so there's no vision there for WE. LGD really, really want to pick. I think they just want to end the game. They're not bothered about the Baron, honestly. They're just trying to use the Baron to find a pick to set themselves up to end the game.
Yeah, I think they're just letting Fearless win out on boss. Like, Fearless just kills Demon if he ever gets the chance to get on top of him at this stage. So, there's like, all right, cool. We'll just let you do your thing. You've already got the super creeps now in towards the base. So, Fearless walks across. They manage to establish now control on top side. Like, it's just this slow push from LGD. And look at the wave on top. It's doing work for them as well. So, someone on WE has to go up to deal with that. And the second it does, I mean, you can go towards Baron while Fearless continues to pressure on towards bot.
Jin Zhao continuing to push that vision advantage further in as well, but the reset comes on through here. In fact, Fairness, no, he didn't reset. He was underneath the marker from Demon, but Demon staying next to the wall, keeping Fairness away. But even with Xing here, Fairness cannot be stopped. The rest of the team moves on to the Baron here, down to 4K already. Shanks wants to move in. You can see View on the top side, but they're far too late to the play. And this is beautiful from LGD. Fairness just soaking pressure from 2, while the rest of the squad realizes what's going on and takes the Baron.
And realistically, you need 3 to deal with them. And you just don't have those resources to try and get it dedicated to that as LGD. Like, Demon isn't able to get the CC because Fearless constantly has the Q to get out of the equation. You're looking towards Shanks as well, who, I mean, a easy riposte situation if you ever try and throw out the Abduct after the Fiora. So I just don't know how WE try to deal with this, and unfortunately they've just let this lead garner way too much. Fearless become far too big on this Fiora now that it just doesn't matter that Demon has completed his wit's end. That's not going to help you when Fearless is the one that you've got to try and face up against.
Yeah, the wit's end. I mean, he'll get a little bit of on-hit damage, so there's that. You know, silver lining stacked. Got to stay positive. That's in the Summoner's Code. Shout out to Lux. We're going to see LGD now. Just started to pressure in the middle. I'm running out of things to say in this game. I'll be totally honest, Dagda. This has felt pretty over for quite some time. And LGD really dotting every single I, crossing every single T, even in literature that they didn't write.
All right, well, look, can we see View? We've had our undertakes and our overtakes. Do we get the Demolition Derby coming through from View? Just go for the engage. Like, go out in a blaze of glory. Just see what happens.
Oh, here we go. Speaking of View, he's caught. Will clone himself out to safety. That's 3 inhibs gone, though. I think that might just be game. I will say, View.
That's the parallel.
View actually played pretty well. The parallel parking. Yeah, luckily, he's got the parking sensors. Started beeping, realized there's enemies nearby. Back to immediate Demon with a stun there, but the charm onto Shanks denies any follow-up. In goes View to try and find anything that he can, but what he'll find is absolutely nothing here. The players are just too big at this point. Fairness did go down, but that's all WE will find. The Nexus being focused. Xing flashes out to safety. Shanks goes in, but it's too little too late. And LGD, a clean, comfortable win over WE.
Honestly, that was just LGD a step above every part of WE. Like, WE, I really liked the composition they had. I thought they had a ton of ways to try and push this game forward, like play through strongly jungle, lean into that bottom side, but View, massively inactive in the early stages, not really giving any sort of opportunity for them to fight back. I mean, Shanks wasn't able to get anything done this Silas either, and even though Xing had started to get some advantages in that bottom side, just wasn't quite able to bring them to team fights.
Yeah, felt like a tough one for WE there, and honestly, I liked the WE comp more than the LGD one, right? Like, on paper, this looked like a good game for WE, but, you know, the top side falling apart a little bit. The Herald play at the start, where Fearless got 3 plates in the top side and there was a plate in the bottom side for LGD, I felt like there were just minor advantages in every single lane, and they just slowly but surely developed into more. And, you know, View got multiple 3-man knockups on the Wukong, but every single time it felt like there was no significant follow-up to those engages.
Yeah, I think Demon started off really well on that top side. We were talking about how he like got those good trades against the Fiora, but it looked like Fearless, as the game went on, kind of just powered up and was able to find better moments to trade against Demon. And unfortunately, Demon kind of got outpaced on that top side. I mean, you can look at the damage there Fearless was able to achieve versus Demon. And then that just kind of got compounded when we got Koi and Haichao go for that dive on top side, set Fearless up with that initial tower as well, and it all just kind of fell apart then for Demon. And with Fearless having that full control, that's when, as you say, Munch, the map control from LGD, the understanding of what they could achieve, giving the resources that they had, was just far and away better than what WE could try and do.
And look, we said coming into today, LGD needed this win. They need to win every game they have remaining. I mean, smart, clean gameplay like this is certainly a first step on the road for them. Fearless especially having a great game for himself, but honestly, the whole team doing pretty well. Haichao's charms, I'd say Haichao probably my MVP, either him or Fearless. I think either one would be a reasonable shout on that one. It's just a phenomenal game coming out from LGD.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is just the amount of control that Fearless was able to bring to the table was insane. Haichao, as you say, had to act as that big engage tool because we kind of highlighted, hey, look, the hostile takeover isn't enough in fights to really be consistent, and we saw that oftentimes WE were able to maneuver away from that ultimate, but Haichao was on point, got themselves control, and just the fact that so often Koi was able to work with his bot side to start ramping up with these early dragons, everything was just going the way of LGD. So yeah, I don't know, I don't even know what to say for WE like coming into game 2. It's like I don't know if anyone
I don't know if
anyone has seen Tyler 1 talking about Ludwig, where it's like Ludwig asks Tyler 1 what he could have done better, and Tyler 1 just replies anything. So it's just, I feel like that's where I'm at.
There's an even better clip. I can't quote it because it is aggressive, but just find the clip on YouTube of Tyler 1 talking about Ludwig donates and says, hey, it was a pleasure playing with you the other day, and he just goes on one. It is hilarious. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll see what LGD and WE have for us right after.
White red there for Hazy. Flashing cleanse available for Unforgiven. Kaiser's up in that middle lane. Unforgiven is about to get knocked up. He does indeed. Moonlight Vigil comes forward, and there's the flash. Unforgiven turning so much damage. He gets the kill at 500 gold.
That is a Draven main right there.
Can't change that. Tell him right around. Whole squad sitting back, chilling in the Maybach. Yeah, only as deep as your roots go. I don't do corny like fructose. If you got the drummer, that's
they are a little bit too healthy. It's 4 against 2 for 15 seconds.
No way!
Lehens gets up though. They're gonna make a fight here on the Nexus turrets. That's gonna be the play. The charm comes in again, but it's Meganar, and 3 of them are under the turret. Prince is living though. They can't kill the 80 carry.
200 years.
Prince is gonna live, and a rocket hits him anyway, but he finally goes down. And the spawn of Ruler is going to be what saves the game right now for Gen G. And what a show we just had for the last 39 minutes.
Taking off with the ring, ain't nothing left, man. We the kings, ran with the team, ran with the dream, ran with the one fan in the seats. Hey.
Şu anda üste dönüşünü gerçekleştiriyor daha doğrusu. Yeni gelebildi. Alt koridordaki inhibitor düşüyor. Bu arada bir hamle. Arada kalan bir Şafak Atemi var. Şafak Atemi burada ilk düşen isim olabilir ama Zerxling'den 5 kişilik multi. Zerxling dün harika bir oyun oynamıştı. Burada belki hatalarla başladı karşılaşmaya ama front to back. Xiao Hao getting taken out though. Kadaya now big Emperor's Divide from Forge himself, and now you got the slicing maelstrom. Xiao Hao tries to come back in. Benny is full health. Benny's got the Inferno. Benny's got the damage, and Benny is the late game Gary for anyone's legend.
Quadra kill for Benny. They lined them up.
All it takes is one game. All it takes is Benny and anyone's legend. Game 1 going over.
In my past, now you see I'm the one. They say work, never work. If you work and it's fun.
Open. Oh, there's no TP there for Caps.
Look at the ball
his way out. Teleport going bar to lane as Broken Blade will join Caps on the objective. 4 members of Astralis looking at the Brown TP coming onto the Nexus tower as well. The rest of G2, they're trying to interrupt. They're pushing into the pit. The Nexus tower number 2 is about to fall. Vizichachi gets a stun onto 1. Caps takes on the second tower. Have they just won the game? The Nexus is being focused out. Flash away. A few more hits will do it. Broken Blade going so low. And they've done it. G2. What was that?
Check the receipt, looking at you already peaked way back then.
This is what I mean. Like they investigate, and because they didn't put enough members on the Herald. Oh, never mind. This is going to be a full-on fight.
100 Thieves might have took the Herald, but they can't get to the eye. Evil Geniuses come in, and they're going to find the first kill on the closer. 100 Thieves looking to get anything back, but Danny's made his way into the fight, and he jumps in with a killer instinct. Jojo grabs a kill on Sunday, and EG are done. FBI is going to be taken very low. Danny nearly dead. Danny grabbing the kill, but Danny dying now. Amadaga jumps back in. Amadaga takes one out. Who he's going to keep him alive. And Amadaga gets bailed out. A quadra kill to the 100 Thieves mid laner.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say,
point and got the high ground. Chop your legs off, we got a man down. Bitches never knew my name and I stand out. And in the stand up, bitch, I'm Michael, I don't stand down. Got these fantasies of violence in my fucking brain. Anxiety inside my head, I need a fucking break. I know I could never hope to live until my demon is slain. I killed it once, but he came back to it all over again.
这个选手的话也挺厉害，对吧？他在 LDL 拿过冠军，我也在 LDL 跟他打过很多次。和他们下路对线的话，就做好眼位，不要被抓。正常打对线的话，我们能优势他们。想赢下 WE 的话，我们就做好眼位，不要让他们打野gank到我们，然后先锋团什么的先处理好一点就行。
Assam up against an old LDL rival in Xing, but getting the best of the matchup in game number 1 of our day as he managed to, be on the winning team. Very, very nicely played. My name is Jules. I'm joined by Dagda as we head towards game number 2 here between WE and LGD. And let's be honest, Dagda, game number 1, an absolute shellacking in favor of LGD.
Yeah, absolutely destroyed them. Like, it wasn't even close. And it does feel like the WE are trying to rectify this. They are bringing BBU in towards that top side, so he will be substituting in over Demon once more. Because I think that was one of the big focal points for LGD, was just getting Demon put behind in that top side, allowing Fearness on the Fiora to show off. And now with BBU coming back in, let's see if a little bit of veterancy can help out. But our MVP is going to be Senor Haichao.
Oh yes, certainly so. 504, we talked about the charms that he was managed to find during that game. 90% kill participation is always going to be a nice little stat to have for yourself. Really, really great performance coming out from him. And it felt like throughout the game, he was consistently in the play. He was consistently one of the players setting everything up for the team.
Yeah, you talk about how on point he was with these charms. There you go, a great example. Just being able to nab so many different members of WE as they came through. It was great to see from Haichao, and especially because he's kind of been sharing back and forth between his mid lane duties on LGD. To see Haichao stepping up here to get that MVP is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, certainly is. As like you say, turbulence within the roster. It's good to see. LGD felt like a well-conditioned unit here. Could have ended a little faster, I would say. Could have been a bit more aggressive, but I don't mind a team like this playing safe in a series that they absolutely need a win in if they want to make it to playoffs. So I'm on board with what LGD were bringing. I am curious what's going to happen with WE here in game number 2. BBU coming back in on the top side. I will say, Demon brand new. I understand him not having the greatest first game here in the LPL, but BBU's not exactly been having the greatest split for himself either. So I am curious how that top side is going to pan out. But look at this, WE immediately banning away the Fiora. They don't want to deal with that again.
It's been the specialty for Fearness, so giving a lot of respect across to the man does make sense. Sivir, Talia gone though. We may see the Zeri ban. We got a Poppy ban last time. The Renata also off the board, so we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is here coming through.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see what else is gone. Kalista taken off the board as well. So many AD carry bans, but none of them on Zeri. So Zeri available for Xing if he wants to go for that. Certainly could be a good tool. Didn't win out in the first game. Whether or not that's a priority is the question, really, because Poppy's available as well. Viego's available. Plenty of first pickable stuff available here. Even not.
I'm not the biggest fan of the Silas, though. I think Shanks definitely didn't have the greatest of games on that in the last one. So I actually would have preferred the Zeri pick up here, as you say. And now for LGD, you can kind of have your pick of the litter. I'm also not the biggest fan of Viego. I think Viego's kind of slipping down in our meta draft at the moment, just because there's a lot of things that can kind of come through that can do well against them. Poppy, as you already kind of mentioned, is great against them. Xin Zhao in the early stages can cause him a lot of issues as well. Also in team fights as well, just being able to knock him about. Viego kind of likes to start getting these resets very quickly, but we'll have to see what View wants to try and respond with. I just really want View to be aggressive in this early game, more so than he was in the last game.
Yeah, I'd like to see proactivity. I'd like to see a little bit of aggression, as you say. Let's see where WE are going to go here. The Aphelios going to be locked in. Renata is banned currently. So I'm curious if they will go for a support as well. I feel like you've got to go for the Wukong, right? You've got to take a jungler before you get to the second phase.
I agree. The junglers are so important at the moment. especially when you want to engage for these guys. The jungler would make the most sense, but looks like they're worried about the opportunity for the Nautilus to be banned away, which looks like it'll be responded with fairly quickly by the Braum. So at least you're getting engaged on WE, but I agree. I think the Wukong would have been the better lock in here, because now it's very easy for LGD to ban those junglers.
Yeah. There was a Maokai over there. I'm not anticipating a Maokai coming on through. That would be, I would say, a little disrespectful from LGD. They're going to go with the Braum in the end. But like we mentioned, the Wukong not locked in for WE, so now LGD can happily ban that away if they feel like. But I guess Gangplank take it off the board. I mean, Gangplank is one of the kind of signature picks for BB when you think of the games BBU's done well on. A lot of them are Gangplank games.
It just feels a bit odd when you could have taken the Gangplank for yourself here on this next rotation if you're that worried about it. You've also got counterpick, so Fearness, who does like to play these more aggressive carry picks in the top lane, you could actually end up seeing something come out that in response to a Gangplank. I mean, we've seen plenty of things that can do actually relatively well into the Gangplank, but we'll have to see exactly what LGD's game plan is here rounding out. I still think banning the Wukong is a good shout just because you want engage, but we're not getting that either. So maybe setting up for an R pick here for Fearless.
Yeah, I thought that it was going to be a Gwen pick when they were starting to ban top laners. Gwen is just absurd on this patch, but I guess Fairness not looking to play the Blue Girl for now. And over to the side of WE, banning mid laners here, right? Getting rid of High Chow's Ari. If you want to ban out High Chow, I'd say maybe the Galio or something, but will just be the Akali take it off the board as well. Now LGD need to try and set up for their solo laners. You'd assume maybe a mid laner here since you already know the enemy mid, but perhaps not. Fairness going back to his pick from a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it looks like they haven't fully made up their mind. I was about to say, I really don't like the LeBlanc. I actually really wanted Azir here again. I think Azir just does really well for playing against the short range composition that WE has, being able to reset fights, because right now you've only got a soul engaged to on the Nautilus here for WE, so having that opportunity to reset fights would have been great. Now LGD are leaning much more into kind of a poke heavy composition, which Nautilus actually could do relatively well against. A Poppy would be wonderful here, but we'll have to see if we actually get that for view, because I've been able to deny the dashes from the LeBlanc, dashes from the Zeri, the Viego, even Braum if he tries to get to stand beside me. Like, this is a perfect Poppy situation for WE.
It's not going to happen, Dagda.
No.
I don't know how else to say it to you, but
these drafts have made me sad.
I can just feel it. I can just feel the Poppy is not going to be locked in here. The Lee Sin.
She's only 450 blue essence. She's so good. Come on. You should have her.
Honest, not the hardest champion in the game, although there is good skill expression there as well. I feel like she's a good middle ground, right? Where easy to play, hard to master. Definitely a solid champion that W could have gone for. Choosing not to in the end. LGD, though, up towards top side. Fairness going to be going with these tanks against the kind of profile that we know of this player. He seems to be changing it up this year. We've seen the Sejuani earlier in the split from him. Now bringing out the Ornn as well.
I mean, this could have been a phenomenal composition from WE, but the fact that you've got the Sylas now is actually the fact you have Sylas into everything that LGD have is insane. Like, as you say, like the Ornn ultimate is going to be picked up by Shanks. The Glacial Fissure going to be picked up by Shanks. You have so many opportunities here for Shanks to get these great engage tools or disengage tools in fights that's going to make it really difficult for LGD to try and handle. So at least you've got the Braum on LGD side to try and prevent, say, like the Call of the Forge God coming through from Shanks, but it's still a little bit scary with how many of these tools you're now giving across to that mid laner.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question, right? Is how are those ultimates used? How are those tools used? And how are WE going to do in game number 2? Because, you know, Dagda, I feel a little disingenuous trying to break this draft down too much, because in game number 1, we came in, we broke the draft down, we took win conditions. We're like, LGD don't really have enough engage tools. Like, WE's composition just makes sense on paper. It works well as a unit. We didn't see any of that. We didn't even see a smidgen of what we talked about. So I'm a little curious what this game is going to look like, because my assumption is it won't look anything like the drafts would suggest.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of seeing a very similar story here for WE, which is like play through mid-jungle, but it's still kind of hard against the LeBlanc. Shank should have a bit of an easier time against the LeBlanc, because LeBlanc maxes W so a lot of her damage is already in that distortion. So with a Kingslayer max, oftentimes the side is you can trade relatively effectively back against the LeBlanc using your passive auto attacks, and you just hold on to the second half of your E as Haichao tries to return to his distortion. You then follow along with the abduct as part of the trade combo and make it really difficult for Haichao to disengage after these quick trades. So we'll have to see if Shanks is going to be able to manage that, or if he's just going to get poked down by things like the Q and the E consistently. It's very much about how you try and play in the wave here as Shanks, but if View is able to get in there and try and help out, buy a bit of space for Shanks, he might be in a good spot.
Bit of potential action there, but it looks like both teams back away as the ward not able to be cleared by Quay and Haichao. Both of them had started the animation for their second auto attack, or for Haichao's first auto attack, but couldn't quite get it off as Xing takes a hit as well. But crucially, no deep ward on the bottom side from LGD, no ward on the top side either, as Fairness turned with the idea might be able to get a ward down onto that blue buff. In fact, we'll be able to move on in here and drop himself a ward down. So bit of deep vision on both sides. You can see the blue ward coming out from View on the Raptors as well.
Yeah, Jinzhou is going to be spotted here, so Kadai and Xing just going to take the long route out back down to bot side. So Jinzhou not going to be able to spot these guys as they arrive in. As you say, View moving up towards that top side, I think is going to spell a little bit of a wraparound route though for View. I imagine he's actually going to start moving back down towards this bottom half of the map. There's no reason to be trying to play up towards your top side. View is going to be fine against Fairness. Like, getting kills on that top side early isn't going to matter too much. So I imagine he'll go into, like, blue, his Gromp, back to Wolves, and then maybe try and set up for some sort of scuttle crab on the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, View now spotted up by that ward, so LGD have full information. But same for the side of WE, right? Shank's taking a heavy trade in that mid lane, was still level 1 and Haichao. Making the best of that exact moment as proccing Electrocute once again. Man, Shanks is not having fun in this mid lane matchup. This LeBlanc destroying him.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit easier at level 4 where you've got like 2 points in your Kingslayer and can trade a little bit better, but it's with the Electrocute, you have to be able to try and trade aggressively here, Shanks, and it just ain't quite happening. Now Kui gonna find View, but Smite will secure that.
Quake could be in trouble instead, but doesn't look like View wants to commit to anything here. Wolf's still available, so just gonna go back to his clear as Shanks desperately tries to clear the mid lane minion wave, as he'll hope for the cannon, will be able to find it. Beautiful stuff there. And the Doran shield start, he knows exactly how this matchup's gonna go.
Yeah, it's just about trying to get as much healing as possible, but Koi's pathing has been really bizarre here. Like, only 3 camps cleared on this top side, as Scuttle is spotting. Like, as a Viego, you're... God damn it, Few. As a Viego, you're usually able to very quickly clear and kind of outpace the Lee Sin, and that's how you get your advantages. But trying to trade back and forth now means you actually get, I mean, View almost clearing out his entire camps, only the Krugs on the bottom side are there, so he can just reset now and go straight down towards that bot side if he wants, but looks like he might be looking for a gank in mid. God damn it,
he just missed another
He
cue.
resets.
Right between the posts, manages to get the field goal.
You know, for someone called View, he really hasn't seen it properly, has he?
Well, look, he is a blind monk at the end of the day. We'll go over to his crooks to finish those off. Yeah, weird pathing coming out from Quay. View not having the greatest game of his life either.
This
so
is the
far,
top of the table bout I wanted.
The battle for the wooden spoon continues between WE and
Neither team has found the spoon yet.
Yeah, I mean, this, you know, have you heard of the show Kitchen Nightmares? This is that, but in League of Legends 4. Oh dear. Yeah, bit of a weird one. Bit of a weird one to start us off, as View still deciding not to reset just yet.
Why?
He's moved back over to his Raptors, I guess.
I'm so confused by this. Like, again, this
Fast,
is...
isn't it?
Like, I suppose, yeah. Because, like, what I thought View would do is, like, go for that reset, right? Come back out, you do Krugs, Raptors, and then move in for a bot side gank. But we're not seeing View do any of that, and the fact that you're kind of still out on the map means you're just slow to reset, you don't get your items, you're slower on your clear. Koi has now got this advantage where he's now going to be able to power farm through his jungle off the reset, and View has got to go back up towards his top side, so not actually being able to really play between the 2 lanes he wants to affect, which is mid lane and also that bot side. Shanks as well, like, he's completely out of mana. because View is only resetting now, he can't help Shanks push this wave. So Shanks now is going to be very slow on getting this wave shoved in, which is why Kadaya now is being called up to try and help him. Actually, it doesn't even. So now you can get you can actually get this freeze off as Haichao, and this is because View didn't reset, because he's not on the map to actually help Shanks in the mid lane.
Yeah, a bit of a weird one. And you can see View moving over as Kadaya trying to get some deep vision. There were some blue pings on towards that Drake, because Kadaya is just 1v1ing Quay right here on the Nautilus. Kadaya does not give a singular monkeys right there. Quay getting forced out. Jinzhao finally arriving as Asa was there as well. You know, Kadaya knew that the enemy bot lane had reset and wanted to punish off the back of that. Might get punished himself, though. Laser across to get the slow here. Jinzhao going to stack that passive up, but I don't think there's any follow-up from the rest of the team here.
I mean, Haichao could just get the chains. Nope, never mind.
Haichao could just end up dead, honestly. At this rate, there's a hook coming in through on as well, but it's onto the clone. Haichao was the one to walk towards that mid lane, so he'll be okay. Drake could be the target here. Good little ward from Haichao to keep himself safe from Bubu.
Messy stuff from both sides, though. It looked like LGD weren't really expecting Shanks to be in the bush, which I'm surprised at because Haichao did spot him there. I mean, a chains onto Shanks could have spelled disaster for the Silas, but Distortion now picked up for Shanks. Bubu roaming back up towards top side after losing out of that wave. Is it WE? Are starting the dragon. This is messy.
This is extremely messy, and I'm here for it, Dagther. Here we go. Shanks goes in. It's going to be a stun on Quay over the wall, but he'll escape with his life. Dragon's still going. Quay forced away. That's a Drake for WE. We take those. They have a 200 gold advantage and a Drake, Dagther.
I'm so confused by the movements I was saying. Haichao getting on the business end of that trade from Shanks as well, but like Bubu misses out on a wave in topside, but is still in a relatively okay spot from top. Shanks doesn't die in mid, which I don't understand why LGD don't just turn on to Shanks with the position that he had in that mid lane. And somehow WE, with having no TP on Bubu, and Fearless having TP and a reset to potentially come for a fight, don't take the fight and don't get the dragon. Like, none of these passages of plays make sense in my head.
Yeah, it's been a wonky one, that's for sure. But you know what? I'm okay with wonky League of Legends. Wonky is my middle name. That's totally untrue. My middle name is Luke.
Joe Wonky Fenny.
Yeah. Willy Wonky. Well, no, that doesn't sound like what I wanted it to.
Is this
that was
why
meant to
you
be a
put
rolled
the
R
hickey on your forehead? Trying to make your whole... Yeah. Go on.
We don't talk about the forehead. We don't talk about If anyone wants context of the forehead, check Twitter. We won't talk about that here. Yeah, shenanigans. Shenanigans occurred.
Well, it feels like the right game for it right now because both these teams going to be trying to see what they can achieve around this Rift Herald. It looks like LGD though, Kui going to take his rep buff. He already has that level 6 hit. Haichao not really having control in mid, so with the roam coming through from Kadai already, just WE having more members in the area could lead to a play over towards it, but looks like Aston just going to trade back onto the fact that he can just take turret plates.
Yeah, not bad for Aston. He's going to be happy with that one. Clear this wave as well using his E, and should be able to just push this one in, go for a reset for himself. Already has that Noon Quiver. Might be getting fairly close to finishing a Mythic. I think it'll take another reset after this one. But in fact, going to stick around, try and get a bit more plating down. But Xing's level 6 with red and white weapons. Aston does have to be a little bit careful here. Zeri not exactly an early game carry, but Xing not going to be too aggressive, at least for the time being.
Kui was trying to make a play on the bottom side with Jinzhao moving back down to attempt a dive here, but it looks like it was spotted out by Kadaya and also Shanks, who started to roam down. So instead, they decided to back away here on LGD's side. So WE at least will get that Rift Herald, and with only losing the play on bot side, it has the potential to be a relatively upsided play, but we'll just have to see how View tries to use it, because last game he did get the first Rift Herald, but not really being able to find somewhere to use that to his advantage.
No, not just yet. We did see he sort of just toddle up mid lane last time around, and it was not ideal. I've seen better Rift Heralds, I'll admit, Dagther. But perhaps game number 2 will be
worse,
redemption. Because
worse.
I have seen, well, have I seen worse?
I don't know.
I mean, it just
I was just trying to find the
do
positive.
anything.
I was trying to
I'm not
find
sure
the positive.
If I have seen any. I think that is as bad as they come. Yeah. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Quay just grabbed the Scuttle Crab, but flashed on immediately, and look at the follow-up. WE find themselves first blood 10 minutes in.
And this is the exact play that I wanted to see in the last game. Move Kadaya mid with View, make the play happen, and now you get to plunk the Rift Herald down here. You start to get Shanks into a good spot. He can get a nice lead. You're also able to just put pressure now into this bot side jungle, which also opens up Xing to push in a bot side, and you can potentially look for a dive on the bottom side as well, which is why, look at Asim. He's retreating right the way back off this tower.
View looking for a blue buff as well here. Quay moving out from his base, though, and I think View realizing that they're going to be quickly outnumbered has to back away. But I'm loving this. WE actually making proactive plays, making things happen. Yes, it took him 10 minutes, but look at this. Kadaya sees an enemy, sees a target, immediately flashes over the wall and just slams him with an anchor.
Yeah, Kadaya kind of being the savior there. View again. Not, what is it, 0-3 we see on the screen right now for Sonic Waves. The Sonic Waves have not been working out great, but that's why the point and click from Poppy, and just saying, you know. But as we move into this, Dragon up in 40 seconds, resets coming through from LGD. Haichao should be able to get push in mid. Fearness and Bew have TPs if they want to try and get to the towers beforehand, but it looks like Fearness just going to start his walk down. And with push and bot, LGD should be favored with the control that they have.
Yeah, they certainly should be. We'll have to wait and see if they are going to be favored, because, you know, there's been a lot of should in this game. I will just say, View just hit a Q for the first time of the game. That
1 of 4.
We'll take those. We'll keep counting. 1 of 4 so far. We'll see if View can find positive ratios. No, he can't. That's 1 out of 5. Not ideal. Not ideal. Haichao getting a tether onto Shanks as we just spar. There's another Q from View. Nicely done
Shanks,
here in the meantime. Shanks 1v1ing Haichao on the backside. Haichao trying to escape, but he moves towards Xing and ends up going down. Beautifully done here. WE finding yet more advantages as Asp stacking up with the lethal tempo as well. It'll be WE muscling their way into a Drake.
Fantastic job from Shanks there. Stole the distortion from Haichao as he came over the wall, and then just sends it right back on towards the LeBlanc. And that's what we're talking about. Once you can close the gap as the Silas onto this LeBlanc, you're in a good spot. Jinja?
Jinja wants the 1v1 at the Dragon Pit. I respect it. I mean, look at the skin he's using. He's using the Wrestle in Braum skin. He sees a pit. He sees one dude. He's like, I'm in there, bro.
Yeah, the Luchador wants to go ham, but make sure it's not a Lucha don't. But Shanks here, again, steals the W from Haichao, hops over the wall with the distortion, instantly able to close the gap. Great use of the Everfrost as well to get on towards Haichao. And then Xing gets a nice Inferno ultimate across here as well, which makes LGD back on up here.
Yeah, so resets again. WE with the lead here. Still not quite 1,000 gold, but the 2 Drakes will make up for that. Is Fearness. Once again, an advantage in that top side, grabbing himself a plate and a half here. Won't be able to look for anything more for the time being. I will say, not the most exciting top lane matchup available, as I love that the observers just zoomed in slightly because BB missed the cannon. Like, that's a little unnecessary, guys, but I feel like they're looking at this game the same way that we are, Doctor.
That has to be insanely intimidating in this matchup, though, as a Sejuani, from, like, a lore perspective. Because, like, isn't Ornn one of the gods that the Freljordians pray to? So, like, yes. She's going up against, it's like fire and ice, except you've got, like, you know, ice cubes from your freezer, and you're going up against a literal volcano.
Yeah, and also, he's a goat. He's literally the goat of the top lane. So, you know, pretty intimidating. As huge damage coming out from Shanks. He is loving this matchup all of a sudden.
Yeah, and that's it. Once you get a little bit of a helping hand from View, can we get it? Can we get it?
Is he going to land it?
2 and 6?
Is Haichao going to move back
33.333%? No, okay.
Recurring. Haichao will be fine. Gonna clear this one away. View, realizing that he's on the clock now, realizing that he's being counted, decides to hold on to the Q till it's guaranteed. Bew, however, not so much. Just jumps straight on over. The Q flashed away from. Oh god, and Haichao actually survives that one.
That's heartbreaking. Oh, that's so sad. I mean, it was a good play from Bew. I thought Haichao was going to back away because he did spot him on a ward just as it died at the back of red. But unfortunately, View not in a position to follow up, and Haichao will manage to escape. Rift Herald picked up, though, it feels like, for WE, with Haichao back in base. Also seeing Jinjiao back on this bottom side as well, playing for the duo rather than for the team, means that you just have, again, more members of WE in the vicinity.
Yeah, I think we're on 1 and 6 right now for View in terms of queues towards enemy champions. Shanks takes a little bit of a laser to the face there, but he should be okay to just clear this wave up in the bottom side. So just getting damage down onto the tower. Plates have gone at this point, so just another wave, and they should be able to finish that tower off for themselves, unless someone else moves on over. Quay trying to clear some camps as well on this Viego. He might look towards a dive here in the bottom side. Kadia's here, Shanks here, View moving over as well. This could get dangerous.
He does hit Kadia with the mob, but I think you're okay with 3 members here. But tower will fall, and yeah, WE would just be able to back away. You can't really push in mid lane either as Xing, because you know that Haichao can get back there very quickly, and with the Luden's Echo already completed, will one-shot you, but that one doesn't count. That was towards the Scuttle Crab. That one doesn't count. We're going to count it towards champions on the queues.
Oh, yeah. The misses on jungle camps, embarrassing though they are, don't count for our little minigame. Although we did count the one where he got it. Actually, the first 2 were on minions. It was Scuttle Crab and then mid-wave, so... Yeah. I don't know what the rules are at this point.
I assume that second one was at the LeBlanc rather than the mid-wave, but maybe you're right. Maybe... I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, we counted then. I mean, he's 1 and 8. We're just making him look so much worse.
Look, it's not... Regardless of the actual score
1 and 9.
It's not
Never
pretty.
1 and 9. 1 and 9. He just missed one there. This is... Look, they're winning, but this mini-game is all I care about right now.
I will say, outside of just the silliness of this whole thing, it's a little worrying. Like, View has played plenty of Lee Sin. I feel like he should be able to hit the Sonic Wave onto static minions, but there you go. You know, everyone has bad days.
Yeah. Look, either way, though, WE are getting the lead for themselves. 2k up. You got Dragon the spawn in 22 seconds. They've pushed in mid, or well, at least cleared out the minion wave in mid, and they've pushed in wave in bot side. So that means they, in theory, have control over this area and should be in a relatively okay spot. Koi looks like he's going to maybe just give up third Dragon, which I don't know if you really want to do for LGD. I mean, top tower is nice and all, but Hextech Soul potential for WE, I'll definitely take that trade for WE.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, you're more than happy to take that trade every single day of the week. That's going to be sole point for WE. Like, they've basically got that for free as well. We saw one little scuffle earlier on for the Dragon, but since that, this third one, I mean, he's just going to go. And, you know, View gets to stand in point-blank range, so he's going to guarantee these queues. His ratio is dramatically increasing for the positive here. I think there was at least 4 queues there going out onto the Dragon. So, you know, positive for WE in terms of getting the Drake, but also positive for the ratios.
Exactly. But, I mean, we're only counting the ones that are on screen, right? And technically, that's only like a quarter of your screen. Not even a quarter of your screen, like an eighth of your screen. So, do we only count that as half a queue landed? How does this work? Are we going by ratio aspect?
I'm gonna say if it's picture in picture, you actually get double points for each.
Oh,
so he's getting close to it. He's getting close to an even ratio again at this point.
All right, in all seriousness though, this is actually really good for WE. On it, it's really looked like they will push to a game 3 here. They're setting up vision control on this top side. They have the push with members here.
Get rooted up here, Jin Zhao. The next target is View, moves on forward, kicks the 2 together, and a question mark out from Jin Zhao. Great little flash from him, outplaying View a little bit, but the Q did land during all of that, so ultimately a positive play for View.
Oh, another one onto Haichao, but unfortunately with no ultimate, not really going to be able to follow that one up. The problem though is that, like, they moved Bubu into mid lane to try and establish this topside vision control and look for the top lane tower. But because they didn't continue to move Bubu across, when now they end up losing the push on bot, they don't get top tower. The vision is nice, but they still have to be careful here.
Shanks dashes over the wall. I think he'll be okay here. Quite trying to chase him down. Fairness. Looking at Xing in the mid lane. I don't know if he'll actually pull the trigger here as Shanks turns this one around alongside View. A TP coming through from Bubu as well. Can they chase this one down? Jin Zhao in trouble, low on HP. Should be taken down here. And a great little stun onto Quay, but his ultimate buffer just in time. Haichao dashes on out. And somehow LGD get away with just one death. But Baron spawning, there are pings from WE.
Yeah, Xing was able to survive the plane from Fearness in the mid lane as well. The God of the Forge God didn't connect onto him. So now Fearness ultless. Haichao being chased by Shanks. Oh, Shanks!
Oh, what an Everfrost out from Shanks, but he can't quite finish the kill here. LeBlanc, too slippery for him. Asa moving in. Fearness just muscles his way into the pit here to buy his team space and time. 3K on the Baron, though. WE are just keeping this one going. Quay needs to try and get in the pit if he wants to contest this one, but he's just going to go down instead. Ignited trying to walk away, but the burn is too much. Haichao back in. Asum stacking up. Can Fairness find the play? In fact, it was Shanks' ult coming on through instead. Asum now stacking up. Can he get the chain lightning? Fairness going to be there. The kick. The chain's down onto Asum, but he's got the shield bow. Survives. Gets a shutdown as well as Shing tries to escape with his life. Yes, there was a Baron, but 3 kills for LGD.
All they needed to do was escape, but they try and turn for the fight. And now 3 members of WE are dead. Shing and Kadaya, the only ones left standing with that buff. And honestly, if you can try and group up as 5, sure, you can try and use that Baron buff, but you're not really going to be in a position to try and use this as effectively if you'd kept it across the likes of Shanks. And you see here, Fairness doesn't have the Call of the Forge God, so way less of a threat in these engagements. But Asum this entire time is just getting great poke off. Even when they're on Koi, the AoE damage is doing a ton of work. Shing comes across with the chakrams, but they're already running for the hills, and Shing wasn't able to get an auto attack off to keep those chakrams either. So Asum reading the situation super well here and using that to his advantage.
An attempted kick there by View, but actually knocking Asum upwards. Means that Shanks goes in but gets caught out by himself, and a couple of picks there for LGD, and crucially Asum getting a massive influx of gold, right? Last Whisper just picked up there, so 2.5 items now on the Zeri. Zeri is not a champion that you want to deal with in the late game, and neither is Ornn. Like, I feel like this composition from LGD is going to scale up pretty nicely. Fairness could be in trouble though. Everfrost, there's a kick. Everyone just going to CC the poor Forge God up. Not much Fairness can do about that one.
No, I mean, just bopped about all over the place. But nice pick from WE, especially with Dragon now in 40 seconds. Fairness will be able to TP in, but it will be close. And now WE will establish themselves in the air. If they can find one more pick off this, that could be crucial.
Certainly could. 26 seconds on that Drake. This could be the win condition for WE. If they're able to get that Hextech Soul for themselves. LGD just being forced away here. They know they can't contest for the time being. There is a wave on the bottom side that LGD could use to TP Fairness in behind enemy lines. Perhaps an on flank, perhaps a big Call of the Forge God could be the answer. But no, TPing to the mid lane instead. Jin Zhao gets a ward down. Haichao, a little bit of damage as well. Here we go. Call of the Forge God. They just want to kick this one off. Couple of knockups there as Fairness moves forward as well. Jin Zhao trying to buy space for the rest of his team here. Asum stacking up, but they don't seem to have the damage. And now the turnaround from WE. LGD blinking health bars in full retreat here, but Asum will not stop. He won't stop peppering down, but Kadaya finds him. It's a huge hook, and a kill comes through for View. Make it 2 as well. Now WE turn things back on their head. They chase LGD down, and they finally find themselves an advantage.
View is going to go and take the Dragon. The rest of WE will continue to push in. Baron buff is gone, but the waves are here. And WE, with that win, feels inevitable that they're going to push us to a game number 3.
Yeah, I didn't think you finished your sentence there.
Sorry, I hiccuped at the end, which made it sound like I was taking a deep breath. I was like, no, I just had to hiccup. Apparently, I've got the hiccups today.
That's okay. I forgive you for hiccuping, Dagden. I will always forgive you. Here we go, though. Good little knockup from Fairness. It felt like a good start for LGD, but then just not enough damage, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, View able to get out of there meant that they couldn't burst him down. And then, as you say, that kick from View was absolutely perfect. So View doing a really nice job to hop out and then back into the fight. And this hook, I thought it missed from Kadaya, but I mean, just Nautilus things, right? Asum getting caught out by that one. Even had the cleanse and flash, but there was just everyone on WE very quickly following up on that. And just Asum trying his damnedest, which we've said a lot on LGD's side, we're just not quite able to do it.
And I will say for View, you know, we were having a bit of fun about his Qs on the camps earlier on, but honestly, that kick was gorgeous. A 4-man Lee Sin kick. And last game, his Wukong was like the one good thing that WE had going for them. Like, his ults were crucial during those fights. So I feel like I need to apologize to View. Honestly, maybe having a little too much fun at his expense during this game, but really, really great team fight from him. Certainly redemption there. As you can see, Shanks pushing in that top side. WE moving on up to try and finish this one off. And remember, Xing versus Asum. Asum in the pre-game interview saying how this is somewhat of an LDL rivalry. You know, Xing, a player that has won in the LDL. Asum, not so much. So I feel like Asum really wants to prove himself. Did it in game number 1, but here in game number 2, it's Xing getting the best.
Yeah, at least at the moment, WE still in a pretty good spot to try and keep that rivalry in their favor. The push and bot side for BuBu will allow them to start moving in towards the mid lane as well, where they can push that wave in, continue to get vision control established for Baron, which is in 45 seconds. Everyone's going for the resets. The Rabadon's death cap, just completed for Shanks as well, is going to be massive in these fights. The amount of healing and damage he's going to get off of those King Slayers is going to be absurd. And even just the fact that he's going to be able to survive so long with the Zhonya's Hourglass that he has in his back pocket as well. This is really tough now for LGD to deal with the 4-on-1 Silas.
It certainly is. The story is all about Shanks, which is kind of funny because game number 1 was all about Haichao as well. Feels like very much a mid-lane matchup here between the two teams. And Haichao has been having a fine game himself. Like, I don't think Haichao's done anything particularly egregious, but not able to find any advantages either. And Shanks certainly knowing this matchup. And remember, this was a blind Silas pick. Definitely something that's working out for WE.
And for WE, that's exactly what they need. Trying to put one win on the board for themselves. LGD, probably the easiest opponent for them to do it. There's the engage.
Just going to start things off here. Jin Zhao in a bit of trouble, waiting for the Unbreakable to go down before Shanks goes for the call of the Forge God himself. Haichao trying to move in, trying to get damage, but look at the CC layering coming out from WE here. It's so difficult for LGD to play the fights at all. There's 2 kills as Shanks gets picked apart by Haichao, but Haichao just doesn't have the damage to actually win the fight. All he can do is annoy. View now chasing down Fairness as well, goes for the challenging smite. Goes for a bit of style as he looks for a kill for himself. 6, 1, and 5. After a bit of a tragic early game, completely redeeming himself.
That was a fantastic fight from View. Being able to get in onto the backline, onto Asum, get that kick in, means that WE are able to cleanly win the fight. I will say, I'm pretty sure they could have ended. They did have the wave in mid lane, could have just gone for the end of it, but they will take the safer route, go for the Baron, and still should be in a great spot here to close out this game.
Beautifully done here by WE. Looks like we are going to be moving to 3 games. Let's take another look at the fight, because I feel like we're suddenly starting to realize that View, you know, his early game jungling not the greatest in the league, but his team fighting is clean.
Yeah, and watch it here, right? So you get the initial Glacial Fissure, but keep your eyes on View. Hits the Q here onto, I believe, Fairness, and his Fairness, it's actually onto Jin Zhao, and then follows up right the way through the fight, instantly turns with the kick onto Asum, and sends him straight into the waiting hands of the rest of the team, and no walls for Asum to try and escape.
Oh, for God's sake.
I didn't even catch that on the first one. I was like, oh, go on, View. But
I mean,
look,
it was still very good. It was still very good.
good.
But, you know, it happens. It happens. Elder Dragon spawning in a minute and 30 seconds, and I'm not going to lie, even with the 10,000 gold lead, Elder Dragon can turn everything around. Ornn item coming through for Asum as well, who really has been the focus during these fights. You can see he's finished 3 items at this point as well. If there is some crazy world where Quake could find a miracle smite steal, if WE do opt to try and start that Elder Dragon, that could be an absolute disaster for WE. Here we go, call up the Forge God on the bottom side. 10,000 gold down. They're desperate to defend this tier 2, but that just ain't going to happen. And now it's going to be Fairness caught out by himself and taken down.
And that was in a 4 versus 5 as well. View was still pushing in this mid lane. So now, ult's going wide from BuBu, but WE with the Baron buff should still be able to crack open the base.
Yeah, this is going to be WE taking at least 1 inhibitor. It's going to be probably 2, actually. And maybe a little bit more as well. Knockups across the team. Jin Zhao will fall. Everfrost is really nice as well across the squad. And look at this, just into the meat grind to go LGD. Absolute destruction as one last auto flies out from Xing. 18-3. It looks like WE took game number 1 personally. They get 1 on the board. And Dagda, if they could do this again, it would be their first win of the split.
Can WE say nobody beats WE 11 times in a row? That is the question that we're going to find answered in game number 3. But I do agree, a much better game coming through from WE. Look, hiccups here and there, but being able to play through that mid jungle that we highlighted with the Lee Sin and the Sylas, setting up a Kadaya roaming in towards this mid lane to support that as well, getting the early Rift Heralds, getting value from those early Rift Heralds. And again, like, Xing and Kadaya's bot lane has been incredibly stable. So you see the Aphelios picking up space as the game goes on. He's dealing a ton of damage. Shanks is a monster in these fights as well that nobody can really deal with, utilizing those big ultimates that we're talking about in the Ornn and the Braum. It looked really good for WE and kind of understanding what they need to do with this composition.
Yeah, and we now have had a one-sided game on either side as well, so I'm really curious what game number 3 is going to end up looking like, because it felt like if you took the name bars off, I could have believed that that was the same team on blue side both sides, right? Both times, because the way the LGD played game number 2, very similar to the way... Sorry, other way around. The way WE played game number 2, very similar to the way LGD played game number 1 here, just snowballing off of an early lead and taking over. Shanks as well. This Sylas was beautiful to watch.
And I think that's the big thing here is that even though we saw them both teams snowball off of early leads in game 1 and game 2, the difference here was just the team fighting from WE. They were very well coordinated this time around. View getting a ton of those good kicks that we talked about, like playing off of locking themselves back and forth in and out of the fight, communicating well, and that was something that we didn't see in game number 1. Like, when View was able to get these kicks off onto people like Asim or onto key targets, everyone on WE was jumping in very, very quickly, and that was what was the massive point that was lacking in game 1. So we are starting to see kind of WE powering up a little bit over the course of this series. We'll have to see if they can go Super Saiyan for game 3.
We will have to wait and see. It could be WE's first win of the split. It'd be so exciting if we did end up seeing that one. Look at that scoreline from Shanks. I mean, we said it when the Sylas was locked in. Like, Shanks on Sylas, it's definitely his best pick. 16 KDA, the kill participation through the roof, the damage through the roof as well. Like, I just want to see this every single game. If it's not banned, I was questioning the first pick on the Sylas. Now I get it.
I really like first pick Sylas. I actually just don't think that the LeBlanc was a good answer into it. Again, like, the trade patterns for the LeBlanc can work out well in the first few levels, but Sylas doesn't really care. Like, Sylas sucks levels until level 4 or 5, like, until he really kind of gets a few points in his kit. So you're not actually worried about being poked out at that stage. You're probably going to go for an early reset regardless. And the fact that then you were actually able to play through that Sylas in the mid lane was the big difference maker for WE. So I think coming into game 3, if we see the Sylas again here for Shanks, I'm hoping that WE have kind of learned, hey, look, if we give resources to Shanks on this Sylas, we get a ton of interest back, and we'll end up being able to take over the game.
Well, we'll have to see if both teams have learned that for game number 3. We're going to jump into a break and find out if WE can get their first win on the board right after.
The LPL are kings again.
Yeah, I got the plan, I got the fam, I got the keys, I get the work. I am the man, you know what I'm saying, so leave it to me, cause I get it first, yeah.
If you've ever played a single game of League of Legends, then you know how important jungle diff is. And if you've ever watched a single LPL match, then you know how important jungle diff is.
And now they might try and fully engage. There's the ultimate to flash away, but the nice little Q afterwards means that Wei picks up another one, and Wei is just running around the map. This Poppy is proving so powerful for RNG. Because there's going to be the Keeper's Verdict to try and knock away one of the perfect targets, one of the damage dealers, and they trade the jungler for the support. You take that trade any day of the week. 2 kills going over to Gala right now as he gets himself a third.
We coming up from the dirt, ayy. They trying to get us to fall, ayy. I don't even gotta flex now, boy. It's only win by default, ayy.
If there's one thing I can tell you about Kanavi and Wei, it's that when these two load onto the Rift, it's going to be a jungle diff. But for which team?
So on the other side, resets coming through from Kanavi. He's flashing, he's heartbreaking.
Well, I guess we'll just have to find out.
The last hope for IG goes down. 369 in some trouble, but now IG moving forward. They could get the damage. On still has so much health, still has so much damage. The resets coming through from Kanavi though, and the reset city has been arrived to by JDG. Even though they're put to the brink, they will finish off this series and they will improve to 10-1.
On top where you find us, we can do anything.
gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You feel like you can't deny it. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense that she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language.
下一场我们要面对老干爹战队，我觉得他们的打野沙斗选手是一名比较会帮助线上的吧，然后感觉对阵他们，我们主要要注意他前面的杠，要小心规避吧。下场面对老干爹，我们队伍整体应该要在龙团包括中期一些运营转线的时候更有纪律性一点，这样应该会更有利于我们拿下比赛。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our third game between WE and LGD. I feel the only way this series really could have gone. My name is Butchballs. I'm joined by Daxamillion once again. Excuse me. I don't know where that came from. From the depths, I would say. As so did Shanks Silas. Weird segue, but I'm going to go with it as he grabs himself an MVP coming out of game number 2. And hey, his Silas definitely looked pretty good.
It definitely did. I mean, 5,000 gold up at the end, nearly 35% of the team's damage. He was an absolute monster on this Silas, but I think, again, it was a case of actually having the team set up around him to make sure that he could have this success that allowed him to pop off, and that's exactly what we needed to see from WE.
Yeah, I mean, WE, and specifically Shanks looking good. Shanks has been the core of this team ever since he moved into the roster. Like, he had to replace Shie. I think it was last year, it might be the year before, honestly, at this point. But it feels like Shanks is now the franchise player for WE, and rightly so. He's been performing pretty consistently decent for a long time. He's certainly, I would say his performance is better than the performance of WE as a team.
Yeah, I think it's just been unfortunate that we've kind of seen WE collapse around him. But Shanks has been an overachiever even since he joined in the LPL. But I definitely think there's been moments where he's had some rough spots, but this game was definitely not one of them. I mean, as soon as he had those early kills going over onto Haichao, they look spectacular. And it honestly looks like Haichao isn't really comfortable to try and play against this. Like, in game number 1, at least, not really getting the resources meant that Haichao's Ahri was able to have a bit more of an impact, but certainly when you look towards, you know, the 1v1 with the LeBlanc, it just didn't look like Haichao knew how to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, like you said before, Haichao in the early laning, fantastic, getting a lot of good harass off, etc., etc., but the second Shanks can start to fight back, that matchup got really one-sided, and Haichao couldn't really have much impact on the rest of the map. And also, you know, LeBlanc, when you're playing from behind, is always tough. Like, it's always difficult to have a significant impact when the rest of your team is falling apart around you. So, felt like a very good early game from LGD, from WE, leading into a win here. And now, Dagda, we're headed towards game number 3. We've had 2 games where whoever gets the early game lead and then just snowballs the game wins, right? Very one-sided, very clean, clear victories from both sides. I'm hoping game number 3 will give us a little bit of spice here and we'll mix things up. I'm hoping we get a close early game. I'm hoping we get some scraps, and I'm hoping we get some even team fights later on.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing who actually will end up taking the battle for the wooden spoon here. I definitely think WE have kind of woken up to how they can try and play in this series, like trying to get through a strong mid jungle, because I think when you look at the core of LGD, their mid lane has been the weakest. Yeji hasn't been the strongest. Haichao hasn't been the strongest. Now, we will still be sticking with Haichao here. That isn't changing up, but I certainly think that's an exploitable weakness. And you can see that Asum is still doing wonders on LGD. I think when we talk about, you know, Shanks being the performer on WE, it definitely feels like Asum is that answer on LGD. It's just unfortunate that he hasn't been able to get the front line or the setup that he needs to carry through, because when you look across at WE side, they're able to get massive plays for Shanks. But with the Silas gone, looks like he'll need to find a new home.
He certainly will. Talia taking off the board as well. And we went from the start of this series being all AD carry bans to now a lot of those bans headed towards the mid lane instead. The Sivir still going to be taken off the board, as well as that Kalista though. Draven available, Zeri available, Lucian available. Some of these bans from earlier on in the series.
Yeah, I think the Lucian comes out as an answer oftentimes to the Aphelios. So maybe if WE are trying to lock in the Aphelios, we'll get to see the Lucian ban. But as you say, Draven, still a very strong pick and won't be given over into the hands of Asum. So maybe we actually see the Aphelios suddenly rise up priority, especially actually with Renata left open. I imagine that Aphelios needs to be taken away here by WE.
Yeah, the Renata taken means that you pretty much just have to respect it, right? You have to take away one of the pairings with the Kalista band. The natural pairing is that Aphelios, so you can expect Xing to lock that one in. And it's one of Xing's best picks anyway. Like, this works perfectly for WE. They're more than happy to go with the Aphelios here. And now potentially towards the jungle, you could go for your... Oh, that would be interesting. That would certainly be a pick. The Poppy!
Do it!
Will we actually see the Poppy? It's been ignored this entire series. I didn't realize the team knew that Poppy existed.
Yeah, I feel like they've accidentally stumbled... Nope. Okay, they stumbled... No. All right, well, look, coming back in, I think Zeri comes in here with the pairing with Renata, and Asum will see if he can try and take over on that. Haichao going to go back towards the Ahri, now knowing that Shanks doesn't have doesn't have the option to go towards the Silas, but I still think Shanks could go towards something like the Swain if he wants to here. Swain also does very well into the Ahri and can help keep a lot of control over that mid lane.
So Ahri locked in. We'll see what's going to go down on the bottom side, because, you know, the 2 picks that you usually see with Renata are gone. It's still an Enchanter, can still work with these AD carries that want to get a big attack speed steroid, so things like the Jinx can certainly work, and we'll be locked in here for Asum. So bit more of a passive bottom lane than some of the other Renata lanes that you like to see, but with the Nautilus locked in here, just feel like Xing could find himself with an advantage early on.
Yeah, we've seen Jinx kind of come out as the, again, like spring counter pick towards the Aphelios because you've got the range. You tend to be able to dictate the pace of the lane, especially with the range support in the Renata. But I personally think that Zeri is just a stronger pick, but it feels like LGD aren't really sure how to enable Assam on something like a Zeri, whereas Assam on something like a Jinx, he's much more kind of self-reliant in a way where it's like as long as he has bodies in front of him, 9 times out of 10 he's able to auto-attack something. So at least LGD trying to give Assam a little bit more wiggle room here and give him a little bit of an opportunity to have some agency. But on WE side, the Nautilus is going to make that a bit more difficult.
Yeah, look at this Lissandra ban as well, taken away from Shanks, another one of his comfort picks. So a lot of roaming taken off the board, right, with the Lissandra and the Talia. The comfort of the Silas removed as well. Feels like Quay getting the best of this one so far with that Ari locked in. We'll see what Shanks can still lean towards, or whether, I mean, we could say another mid lane ban from LGD.
Yeah, I think the Swain ban would be fantastic here. Maybe you end up then, I was going to say, with the Azir. So it looks like LGD kind of thinking, hey, look, if Shanks ends up going towards the Swain, it means you're in a very short range composition for WE, potentially able to abuse that, especially with the Renata and the Jinx. So it looks like that has been the call here from LGD, and you can see the Swain going to be locked in here for WE. So now the response is, okay, LGD, do you go towards more disengage? Like, do you take something like the, God, why am I blanking this? Sejuani here in that top side for Fearness, and just play something like a Trundle here and provide the ability to play at range? Or do you try and go in and go, nah, we're just going to go for all out brawls in the team fight? But I do like kind of opting in towards the Trundle here. I think that does provide some help in the disengage and buying space for this Jinx.
Yeah, it's great in the 1v1 against the Viego too, but crucially, kind of makes these tankier top laners a bit more difficult to pick. Nobody likes to play a tank into Trundle. He saps away all of your stats. So things like the Ornn that we've been seeing, things like the Sejuani as well that you mentioned.
Oh, I love this.
A little bit less ideal. We talked about the Gangplank. It was banned earlier on in the series. Bubu certainly a pick that he's very comfortable on.
But it's following your exact train of thought, Munchables, right? Hey, you don't want to play a tank in the top side. Cool, well, let's play something that can still provide that CC with the Cannon Barrage, but doesn't necessarily give all those tanky stats to Koi. So having the Gangplank come through, you pop that down on Renata, on Jinx, makes it incredibly difficult for LGD to try and have that kite back because they're going to have their main carries, or at least the main duo in that bot side, slowed down. So WE now providing openings for Kadaya and Shanks to try and get in. So great pivot here from WE to find that Gangplank on this last pick.
Yeah, really good stuff here from WE. Feels like a composition that can certainly work out when it comes to those team fights, and we'll see if LGD have what it takes to pressure them before that point. I feel like both teams a reasonable amount of scaling as well. Like when we look at that top side, obviously the Gangplank going to scale exceptionally. You've got Nephelios down there as well. But on the side of LGD as well, you know, Jinx, Renata, not exactly the most aggressive bottom lane you've ever seen in your life. So I'm curious whether we still get a lot of priority towards these Drakes, right? We've seen Drakes stack it up real quick in both games so far this series, but with a more passive bottom lane like this, feels harder to achieve that.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that the scaling team fight for both sides is heavily reliant on dealing with Renata. And when you're looking at the Renata, if she gets a really good ultimate off, fantastic. Like, you have Gangplank, auto attacks are super hard. Like, they hit like a truck. Same when you look at this Aphelios, even the Viego as well. But the thing is, with WE, they have a lot of ways to avoid that. You've got the Gangplank that can use as remove scurvy, the oranges. You've got more than likely a cleanse being run on Xing as well. So you've actually got a lot of ways to try and manage the ultimate that's coming through from Jin Zhao. And if WE can play around that, I think they're in a good spot. But if LGD are able to try and utilize the fact that you've got like good pillars and stuff, start to try and find ways for like Hai Chao to burn cleanses or remove scurvy before the fights really kick off, well then it feels like that's where the LGD have got the edge. Both sides not really going to be trying too much, it feels like, in the early stages though, because as you say, scaling pretty much across the board.
Yeah, it's going to be a ward dropped by either side up in the top lane, but nobody going for any early cheese. No deep vision on either side either. So, like, what we've seen well, as I say that, we'll drop down onto the Raptors from Hai Chao. This has been what we've seen throughout the series, is early wards placed down to make it difficult for either jungler to just clear without information, whereas View will be spotted by the ward on those chickens, and he likely will start with the chickens too.
Yeah, and you have a fairly decent idea of how View's going to clear off that as well. Like, Raptors red into his bot side, maybe looking for a potential back gank in the bottom end, but we'll certainly be trying to get that Scuttle Crab on the bot side, and I think it's going to be a struggle a little bit for View, honestly, because Asum and Jinjiao with the double range should have control over that bottom half of the map, so I'm interested to see what Koi does. You can actually see Koi going to try and instantly go in onto this bottom side, knowing the path from View, and steal away some of these camps.
Yeah, takes his opportunity. He might end up just splitting the map, though, honestly, as he moves in. Like, View has had some interesting... I mean, there's been some interesting pathing from both junglers across the course of this series, but View not interested in trying to go vertical here. Instead, wants to go straight towards his blue buff. He's going to be ever so slightly too late, just a microsecond too late there. Quay manages to get the blue. He's trying to escape with his life, but actually turns around for the chomp. Good little flash from Quay, a flash from View as well, but the more is there. No, Quay gets the kill. He survives. Ignited, though, as Kadaya answers that one. Jin Zhao now could be in trouble, but Shanks sparring with Hai Chao. That's the early aggression that we ordered.
Yeah, I thought Koi was going to try and make it over to the Gromp, smite it and get his health back, but wasn't quite able to do so. And Jinjiao being level 1 means no bailout is going to be available for the jungler. But great job from Koi there to get the kill before he drops.
Yeah, really good stuff from Koi. The flash was clutch to be able to manage to dodge things out and get the one kill onto View. So both junglers die, both get an assist. Both have 2 camps taken so far.
And this again is just really smart pathing from Koi. We talked about how View was going to go Raptors red into bot side, and Koi kind of raises. I think it's a bit unfortunate here that like he doesn't quite get as much damage off as he was hoping in the early stages, but with the red buff helping him out, having Jinjiao come up here, and the early chomp stealing away that AD from... oh, hang on.
We're still going. There's more fighting in the bottom side. View going to be knocked up by the pillar. 1 or 2 more autos would do the trick. Asum flashes to get the reset. And Kadaya next on the chopping block here. A couple more hits. And it will be another double for Asum. What a way to start it for LGD.
WE, this was the one. This was the one. You could have taken it, but LGD are saying, hell no. You're not getting up to 1 and 8 with us. You're going to stick down there, as LGD now with 1,000 gold lead, 2 kills onto Asum, a massive advantage for LGD.
Huge here for LGD, and crucially, we're talking about WE trying to get their first win. Well, for the side of LGD, they also don't want to be the only team that lost to WE, right? It goes both ways this street, so feels like LGD fighting hard here in game number 3. They know how much this means.
Hai Chao, though, under a bit of pressure.
Shanks is really doing some work in this lane of face. Hai Chao going to be forced back to base. And in comes Kadaya just to clear this wave alongside Shanks. Make sure that gets under the tower.
Yeah, so Hai Chao will just stick around to get this one done with. Pick up some of this creep on the backside. So he should be okay. Won't actually fall too far behind. Has the teleport to get back into lane as well. Whereas Shanks, because we're only at the 4-minute mark, well, 5-minute mark, doesn't actually have the TP to get back into lane. So nice that Shanks will actually be the first one on the reset here, because I imagine Hai Chao TP's back into mid lane, and maybe with the where the wave state is on bot side, Hai Chao could look for a quick roam onto the bot lane if he desired to, but we haven't seen a huge presence here from LGD and trying to actually give us some resources in the early stages, apart from in this game so far.
Yeah, feels like to be honest, I'm not sure if that was necessarily LGD trying to give us some resources. It felt like just reactionary play, right? It felt like there was just a scrap in the bottom side, and Asum happened to be the one to grab the kills here. Both junglers returning to the bottom side, fresh off of their deaths, right? We saw them fight at the blue buff, and then immediately back down to that bottom side once again. Feels like Dragon might be the cause for concern for both teams as Quay moves down here. Oh, Xing and Kadaya, you're in trouble. Jin Zhao forces the flash out from Xing.
Nicely done. Koi also able to get a lot of these wards cleared out. Hai Chao will spot out that there's another ward in that pixel brush as well. So LGD getting a lot of control on this bot side. Maybe looking for the dragon, but honestly, I'm a little bit concerned for them with the way things are going, because Bew just hit 6. You've got Shanks will push in mid. I think starting Dragon could be a mistake here for LGD. And it looks like Koi may agree with me.
Yeah, not going to start it, at least for the time being. Just going to be clearing Vision for now. There's a ward pretending to be a Scuttle Crab there for Vision on the side of WE. But a singular sweeper would clear that one out. But all of the sweepers on cooldown right now. Oh, Jinjao's is currently active, so it will be Vision cleared. LGD starting this one off despite your best advice, Dagda.
Yeah, it doesn't look like WE are really positioning greatly, though, to try and counteract this. Shanks will find Hai Chao.
Moves in. The flame chompers are huge. The pillar going to be there as well. Kadaya pull back into the fray, but Hai Chao just gets rinsed by everybody. The dragon taken in the end by LGD, but look at the damage coming out from WE. It's a dragon for a fight, and look at the pull from the never move. Shanks, not a one trick, not just a Silas player. This time he's smurfing on the sway.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. If you try and commit to this for LGD, you're not really having the presence on bot or mid to force members from WE to stay away. And BuBu basically playing the half man in that fight with the cannon barrage, laying it down and completely on top of LGD. WE now, they don't get the dragon, but they get some much needed kills back in their favor. Even the place as well going across the Sheen.
Yeah, feels fantastic for WE. And Dagda, we're getting what we wanted, a close early game. LGD grabbed the Drake with WE with a beautiful fight.
Yeah, I actually think that Koi's pillar there saved Kadaya. Kadaya was putting himself in a very precarious spot, but as you can see there, right, cannon barrage coming through. Placement could have been slightly better, but it got what it needed done. And just so unfortunate for View that he couldn't quite get the hit on the charm, or that could have been another member of LGD going down. But WE got to be pretty happy with the way that skirmish went regardless.
Honestly, I saw the double never move at the end there. I thought that was curtains for LGD. I thought that might be 2 more kills. And had they both gone down as well, that could have been a disastrous place to move on from. But still, WE, even without those 2 kills, they've got a 1,000 gold lead for themselves. Lost that Drake. LGD, though, wanting to continue with those neutral objectives as they start this Herald off. And I don't think there'll be any contention as View moving down to the bottom side currently. Does have a small CS lead over Quay. And he does have a bottom lane that is just taking place while the Herald is taken.
Yeah, it's kind of know your strengths here for WE. It's like, hey, look, bot lane, we could have fought, but BuBu wants time to scale. You've got a Mega Nard to deal with. Let's just not play for it. But Shanks now might be caught. Still has flash.
Yeah, the charm going to go wide, though.
The base!
That means he can walk on over. Kadaya hits those. I'm not entirely sure how that hook hit, but it did. Shanks surviving and playing like a bit of a Chad in the mid lane. Honestly, knows there are 3 people there and starts stepping up. Quay now in trouble. Another anchor goes out, forces a flash from Quay. Here we go, though. The flank comes out from Hai Chao. Big damage out from the Orb of Deception. Not enough, though, as View takes the big chicken. And that's all we're fighting over. Just the big chicken.
Yeah, even the AD carries looking to get involved as Xing roamed up as well, but LGD decide to call it off with the flash on Jinjiao and Koi burned. WE got to be pretty happy with the way that one turned out. We'll have to see if they can try and continue to push those advantages, though, in this bottom half of the map. It means that you want to flashes up for the dragon that's in 2 minutes time on either the Trundle or on the Renata, which actually could be pretty big when it comes towards that next skirmish.
BuBu wanting a chance onto Fearness here. Will get his barrels off as well. Fearness about to say Mega Gnar, but don't really have an opportunity to go in. And this is one of those matchups where Gangplank, if piloted well, has a very nice time against the Gnar, but Quay wants to turn this one around. BuBu pulled into the fray. Quay goes in, cannon barrage down. BuBu in a 2v1 here, but still fairly healthy for the time being. Slowly but surely getting chased down, though. There's only so long you can survive 2v1, and Fearness should be gifted the kill. No? Okay. Quay gonna be able to grab himself a kill at the top side.
And the resets had fully come through across the map for WE, so no sort of cross map is going to be there in response. Shanks moving up to collect this wave in the top side, as View will catch that wave in mid in response, but just a nice timing there for LGD to get that kill.
Shanks a little unsure of where he wanted to go, how he wanted to approach that one. Remember, Herald in pocket for Quay, but opting not to use it for the time being. That fist plate extremely low. Reset just gets on through thanks to the empowered recall from that Herald. But Shanks protects the plates at least.
And that's really what Shanks needed to do. You could even see View happy, as you said, to take that wave in mid. So overall, WE just trying to hunker down and make sure that they're not giving any more resource across the LGD. 45 seconds though until this dragon. Wave in a good spot on bot side. Kadaya here to help Shanks control this wave in mid. So we'll have to see again if the WE can try and help out and win out the skirmish, but no help from BuBu with no cannon barrage available.
We could have a bit of a scrap here. Shin currently in the bottom lane though. This is not a fight WE want without their AD carry. In fact, both AD carries can be down there. So maybe they do want the fight as Shanks just walks on it. Kadaya finds a hook onto Jin Jiao as well. Shanks is so difficult to deal with on the Swain. He's so hard to kill. He has so much sustain to work with. Jiao just doesn't have damage to return.
And that's exactly what we said. Focusing Jin Jiao, focusing Kui, because they don't have their flashes available from that plane, the bottom side, and we see it perfectly there. WE, though, are relatively low, so still need to be a bit careful. Still don't have control over bot side with Xing.
So you don't. Haichao has Spirit Rush available, so WE do need to be a little concerned about that one. Potential play for LGD as they drop the Herald down, but immediately punished on that one. Oh, but Deception is huge. Kadaya has a stopwatch though, and there goes a kill for WE. There's a pillar as well as Haichao tries to turn things around here. Smite is not going to come through in time here. Wasn't available from View, as the Herald will get a couple of charges, but I believe it was only Quay that got the gold.
Yeah, it will be only Quay that got the gold. Haichao wasn't in a position to auto-attack that, so several kills going to WE, but the Dragon is still up and available. Looks like WE should be able to get back out onto the map first. Cannon Barrage might be up for round number 2 if LGD try to fight, but I think at this stage, LGD just kind of cut your losses. As you can see, like, they just cannot fight against WE right now.
They definitely cannot. Xing doing his best to hold that reputation from his team as he clears the wave underneath the tower. Gets a cheeky little Q onto Jin Jiao as well, but View moving down. The team has to back away. Drake on the map here. View actually using the Smite. That's not a 15-second cooldown either. That's the long cooldown. So could be a little dicey with the Drake coming up.
Yeah, I think the value that you get from that scuttle is massive if you're actually looking for the fight, though. So I think View basically saying, hey, look, we're not going to try and 50-50 this. We want to fight you, and that scuttle is going to be incredibly valuable if that does come to it. Fairness was considering roaming down, though, but with the wave being pushed in by BuBu, he's now forced to go back topside. So that's why we're seeing WE take this a little bit slower. Even BuBu going to take away the red buff here in case LGD decide to try and cross map for the Dragon in just a moment.
Yeah, we'll have to see what LGD's game plan is here. It does feel like they are slowly but surely falling behind. It's a much closer run than either of the previous games, though. As Fairness looks for the second plate, won't quite find it. A rocket comes across here to try and steal the Drake. Won't happen. Kadaya blocks it. Good smite from View, and that'll be a Drake apiece now. So fairly even in gold, a minor advantage for WE. Actually, it's a reasonable advantage, honestly, 2,000. But also a Drake apiece. Feels much more even than previous games.
And a huge amount of that gold is on Shanks. You can already see him with the Imperial Mandate picked up, working very quickly toward that Riley's Crystal Scepter. And this is one of the big things about this build with Swain, is that it's such a cheap build. So when you get these early kills and you are able to hold on to your stopwatch early, you don't need to like detour in towards an early Zhonya's. It's such a good spot where you're constantly proccing that Imperial Mandate every 4 seconds, the cooldown on that, thanks to the Riley's Crystal Scepter. I mean, you've got people like Xing who are going to be hitting on towards multiple people, View who can proc that relatively well, BuBu as well. It then becomes a massive issue for LGD, and even just trying to take down Shanks is going to be a problem as well.
Cannon Barrage used in the bottom side to try and clear this wave up, but that's the thing about cannon waves. Cannons not very good against cannons, if that makes any sense at all. Haichao taking a Moonlight Vigil to the face here. 300 HP remaining, but he will survive. And in the meantime, Xing gets to move in and start to get some hits onto the tower. Fairness getting chased down by View, the wallop and the gnaw to keep himself safe. But Shanks will grab the enemy blue buff. Now moving over towards this mid lane, where you see Xing and Kadaya already setting the play up onto the tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Rift Herald here as well. Maybe even looking for the tier 2, but with LGD in retreat and actually coming back out onto the map, you won't be able to get more than that. But if WE can actually push in this wave in mid, it makes it a lot easier then for them to start to play off over into side lanes. but it's going to be difficult for them to actually try and get control over mid lane, just because Asum should have push in the mid lane over Xing and can actually start to threaten on towards this mid tower. So we'll have to see how WE can try and use the fact that they have that mid turret, or if they can just at least even give pressure towards BB in the bottom side to try and threaten that low health bot turret.
Shanks trying to escape from Quay up towards the top side here. Does still have his tower remaining, but Fearness in Mega Gnar just needs to be a little cautious. Fearness actually pulled underneath the tower as he threw a boulder, so that's a lot of damage onto him. Shanks might have to use the ulti, immediately drops that one, stunned against the wall by the Gnar, but he's difficult to kill and still has stopwatch, as you say. A lot invested there from LGD for not a lot to gain.
Yeah, I mean, again, though, they're kind of doing this as WE are going for resets, so WE not really in a position to punish this. Bubu should be able to push onto bot side. Haichao, though, actually very worried about where WE are on the map, so actually going to end up seeding this bot side turret, which will be big win for WE.
Oh, Quay, I thought Quay was in trouble there, but he's got support from Jin Zhao. Fearness pushing up on the top side as well. There's a lot of contention over the top side, but Bubu in the meantime is just taking the bot tier 1 with basically no defense. LGD will trade it for a tier 1 at the top side. You see Xing just shoving out that mid lane as well. But Bubu is onto a tier 2 right now. Bubu is just hammering home.
I mean, this is great if Bubu can take it. The reset is only coming through on towards Jin Zhao, so we will have Haichao making his way down, but look at where Xing is. They might try and fight this.
Oh, good dodge on the charm here. Haichao using the Spirit Rush as well, only to get a pistol shot to the face. Not ideal for Haichao here. And it will be like 3/4 of the tower done, and great to see Bubu using his passive to reset the true damage onto the tower there, blowing up the barrels to get the flaming sword once more.
And again, you're getting Shanks pushing into that top side as well, so he's going to be in a good spot, except for the TP from Fearness. He really wants to make this play happen.
Certainly does. Shanks using the Ghost here, turns into that Demonic Ascension, but it's not going to be enough. A nice pickup there for Haichao, a much needed pickup. Cost him his TP and his flash, and it cost Fearness TP as well, but they got the pick.
With a minute until Dragon, so Shanks will still be up in time for that Dragon. Should be able to get there. Now you've got no TP on Haichao, no flash on Haichao. Spirit Rush will be back up, which is something, but WE are going to use all that commitment to the top side to establish that vision control they wanted for Dragon. So weird timing on this one. I don't know if they were worried about losing the tower. Like, I have no problem TPing Fearness here, but the double TP is a bit of an overcommit here from LGD.
Yeah, they do get a pick onto Shanks, but like I say, it's not the... I mean, I'm surprised at the flash most of the time, right? Haichao flashing in to make that play. I feel like there was almost a guaranteed play at that stage, but Quay moving up to the top side here. Bubu in a 1v1 with Fearness, but he's on the wrong side of this 1v1. Has flash available. Cannon Barrage going to be used as he gets under the tower, but walloped against the wall here. And a kill taken by Jin Zhao in the end. A tier 2 under threat in the top side as WE will have to trade for the Drake.
I mean, the tier 2 will go down, as you say, and at least you're getting some push on bot side here for Shanks, but again, just kind of a nice play from LGD. And as they were saying, like, it's only the second Dragon coming through for WE, and I thought that LGD were like, oh, well, we're going to make this pick and then try and fight, but if they're not even going to try and fight for that second Dragon, cool, then happy to go and start creating pressure on elsewhere on the map. Just the only issue that I see is that Bubu will kind of be able to just continue to freeze this wave in front of the tower. The Dragon stacking is going to become a bit of an issue now for WE as well, especially if these are mountain dragons that WE are starting to pick up for someone like Asum, who now will have to stop off before the Infinity Edge for the Lord Dominic's regard. So it can cause issues, but at least they're getting some gold in towards people like this now.
See the reason that Bubu ended up on the wrong side of the play there, trying to be aggressive onto Fearness, but Fearness knew he had reinforcements coming, so could match that aggression up in the top side. Shanks just trying to clear waves, does have the Rylai's, has that stopwatch still available, and you can see the armor coming on through, likely Azonia's as a third item here. But Dagda, you know, I came into game number 3 and I said, please, give me an even early game. Give me some good team fights in the mid game. Well, gold is almost dead even. It's 300, 400 gold between the two teams. It's 2 Drakes against 1, and Baron is now on the map. I feel like we might get the banger team fights that I feel like we deserve off this series.
Well, not if Shanks gets picked. He's forced to flash away there. And LGD, they hear you, but they want to make sure that they're the ones that are coming out ahead of this. But as you say, barely any gold in the middle of this. Dragon's incredibly close. It is going to come down to a lot about how both these teams start to play the map. And at least for the moment, BuBu, with Lord Dominic's Regard now completed, is going to be doing a good amount of work against Fearness. Going to be doing a hell of a lot of work against some of the squishier members that are on LGD as well. But it's just trying to figure out how you can keep these side lanes in order so you can create these numbers advantages, particularly at Dragons that are coming up in 3 minutes. And we've already seen from game 1, LGD seem to have the edge when it comes towards playing the map.
Yeah, they certainly do when it comes to that overall game plan. It's down to the 5v5 though, I think, for WE, right? If they can find 5v5 opportunities. Fearness really wants Xing here. Not going to commit. I thought he was going to keep chasing there, and you can see the whole of WE moving over on the minimap. That felt dangerous, but Fearness respects the authority of WE there. Knows that he can't just push into enemy territory by himself. Remember, that tier 2 in the bottom side, still extremely low, but the TPs now from both LGD solo laners back available.
This is what we're talking about, though. LGD trying to play the map better. So you get Kui covering Haichao with pushing top. Shanks now forced to move top. So Haichao now moving down for the pick. They're trying to make these plays work.
That's a good Everfrost, but Kadaya pulls himself out to safety, flashes over the pillar. And it will be LGD. Just using the Spirit Rush, not too much burnt here, honestly, considering you've got a flash out from the enemy support as well. A close one. A good attempt there from LGD. And like you say, good proactive map plays coming out.
Yeah, and I love that we're seeing this from LGD. Like, this is very much going to be the difference maker here, and WE need to be aware of that. But because you've got the spell book on Shanks, he will only have access to the teleport at very set intervals, and LGD looking for more.
Oh, what a pillar out on Xing. Gets the full knock up there as well, forcing the flash out. Nicely done by Quay there. You know, this is the kind of thing where when you see Trundle, sometimes he just looks like you know, a large minion. And then you see Trundles that can play Trundle well, and he just looks unstoppable in these kind of situations. He really is a pick champion.
Definitely. And the thing is, it's about, like, even in team fights, using that ultimate to pick off one member. And in this time, it looks like it's going to be Xing or Kadaya. The fact that both those flashes were burnt a minute before the dragon is up, although ultimate just to check the bar wasn't taken, but the fact you've got like the AD carry now vulnerable here is perfect for people like Haichao, for Koi, even Fearness, who will have his own flash up for this fight alongside the Meganar. It feels like Xing has put a massive target on his back.
Yeah, definitely feels that way right now. But Xing does have the cleanse, and you know, heading towards that Infinity Edge as well. He needs to have a monster performance here. We came into today singing Xing's praises, saying he has been the shining light for WE in a lot of these series, and I feel like Shanks took that personally. He's been doing his best to show up here today, and we'll see which one is going to be the shining star for WE, or if LGD have something to say about it themselves. Drake coming up in 30 seconds here, Rob.
Again, LGD going to try and see if they can get a good flank opportunity here for Fearness. He is spotted on a lot of vision that has already been established by WE, so great at least set up here for WE on the objective, but they are here about 10 seconds too early, so opportunity for LGD to start pushing mid, start to create issues for WE. Xing is spotted. He's no flash.
That pillar is crucial, but they can't quite follow up onto it. Yes, they can. Flashing forward. Xing is down. Shanks now has to be the carry, but he just doesn't have enough damage here. BuBu getting chased away as Fearness about to turn Mega here, slams them into the wall and sets up for the follow-up. LGD, they needed a pick, they needed an opportunity, and Xing gives them it on a silver platter.
And it's just such a good series of events from LGD, the fortunate series of events. They look to make the push in topside, rotate mid, burn the flash on Kadaya, burn the flash on Xing, and Xing takes one step too far forward, and LGD lick their teeth and dive in on top of them. Fantastic stuff from LGD. Dragon number 2, Baron in their favor. This is how LGD have been able to bring back the game in firmly their favor.
And what a heartbreaker for WE as well. It was all looking so good, but Xing getting caught out.
I don't know why he's there. I don't know what he's doing, but I mean, great job from LGD to capitalize on that. Jinzhou as well. Look at the placement on this hostile takeover. Almost every single person hit there. Honestly, might have been every single person hit. And just a really great ultimate. And then Fearness able to follow up perfectly. didn't even have to burn the flash, which is going to be incredible, especially for the next few minutes where you are pushing in with this Baron buff. You have the range advantage for LGD. If you end up poking someone out incredibly low, Fearness can jump on them with a minute's notice.
God, look at Yuki's damage from that fight. If there's one thing that is going well for WE, it's apparently this gangplank in the team fights. The scoreline, not so pretty. That damage certainly was. Now the siege, though, in this mid lane. The tier 2 will definitely fall down. You can see Fearness pushing in the bottom side as well to look for a tower down there. And in the meantime, the rest of LGD can continue to hammer away. They've got a Jinx. Jinx so good in these siege situations. And realistically, there's no one on WE's side who can deal with these cannons. It's so difficult for Xing to step up. Nobody else can really facilitate.
And this is what we're talking about with the short-range composition. If you start to get into these scenarios, it becomes incredibly difficult for you to deal with it. The barrels are the only ones that can really do anything, and I mean, they're not doing enough against these cannoned up minions.
And now look at this, the base in shambles already. Inhibitor about to fall down with cannon still going. There's still a minute and a half on Baron, by the way. Shanks using that demonic ascension, the Moonlight Vigil on cooldown as well, so it doesn't even feel like WE could fight. Shanks actually having to flash away here. And in the meantime, you got Fearness pushing at the bottom side. The flank from the rest of LGD. WE have got to get out of dodge, but they want to fight this on. Cannon Barrage comes on down. Damage onto LGD members. Kadaya surviving for the time being. There's one for WE as Xing once more. You see him moving forwards here. View chasing on down. There's a good pillar onto Jin Zhao, but Shanks caught by the Everfrost. Jin Zhao flashes. LGD down with just a single casualty.
Yeah, at least they get the mid lane turret. They nearly were able to get that bot inhibitor turret, but it will stay standing for the moment, and that could actually be a bit of a saving grace for WE. The fact that they get to hold on to control over this bot side means they can at least contest the wave mid and still fight at this Dragon's Den 2.5 minutes time. And now it's kind of the reversal of the situation that we were in before, right? Fearness won't have flash. Jin Zhao won't have flash. You actually got some Crucianer summoner spells out here for WE as LGD greeted just a bit too far for this bot lane turret.
Massive damage then that hostile takeover. It does a bit to buy time. Honestly, Fearness probably dies there without the hostile takeover coming on through, but ultimately, WE still getting a pick and crucially saving that tower, like you say, saving themselves some control in the bottom side of the map. Zhonya's finished for Shanks though, and we've got to be getting close to Infinity Edge for Xing here. I feel like we've been close for a while. He's resetting as we speak, and that will be the Infinity Edge finish off. So 3 items per AD carry. Baron not going to be on the map for another 2.5 minutes, but the Drake will be up in 90 seconds time.
And that's what the main focus is going to be here. A third Drake for either squad going to be incredibly important. The only downside is for WE, haven't really got, again, the control that they need. TP is going to be up for both Fearness and Haichao, so they can actually play side lanes better if they want to, but it looks like at the moment, they're happy to just keep fishing for these picks, using that mid-jungle combo that we already kind of discussed to try and find someone who's isolated. Summoner spells up pretty much across the board. I'm not sure if Shanks obviously has his flash up underneath either the barrier or the ghost, but both going to be very good for him in these fights.
So it could be. It's going to be the Visions of Empire. Just proc it a couple of times. Shanks is going to be getting real tanky at this point. He's been doing a good job of hitting those Ws. And you can see 3,000 HP for him in the mid lane as
Aegis of the Legion is picked up for him as well. He
yeah.
wants those resistances. Like, that's a Gargoyle Stoneplate on the way.
It might well be. I would love to see it. Shanks, this is not a DPS mage in the mid lane. This is very much a tank mage, I suppose. View get a bit of damage onto Fearness as they engage onto this Gnar, but View, I think he might have bitten off more than he could chew. Flashes out to safety. Demore as well actually gets on out, and his support sacrifices himself. Now Xing jumping on forwards, the Gale Force in, but Assam so far untouched. Shanks moving forward, trying to finish them off. Assam low, taken down. WE flip it on its head.
And WE bring it back. We said that this was going to be a very difficult fight for LGD with all the summoner spells up, everything you could want for WE available, and LGD can't quite find the engage. Fearness not having Mega Gnar form as well means that main engage tool, that AoE stun, is not available for LGD, and WE pounce perfectly.
And you see Xing channeling his inner Viper right there with the EDG skin on the Aphelios. Gale forcing forward to try and make that play happen. Let's take another look, because that was a chaotic, messy fight.
Yeah, so watch here. Fairness is going on towards Bubu, but isn't expecting as many people to show up, but never actually really gets the big moment with the ultimate because you see View swipes them away. So now as he starts to turn into Mini-Gnar form, as everyone shows up, he just becomes another casualty. Big barrel combo from Bubu to start things off as well. Opens up for Xing to go hyper aggressive here. And Asim has already got the bailout. So when he falls, right as that bailout goes down, he's not able to actually carry this fight through. Really good job from the carries in Bubu and Xing to win that fight for WE.
And Shanks as well, like buying so much space for Xing at the end there as he just walks on forward, but then has the Zhonyas. So as soon as everyone starts to target him, he turns golden, and the rest of WE can finish things off. Baron on the cards, 10-10. Look at the gold difference, only 1,000 in favor of LGD. Sole point for WE, and it could be, as you say, Doug, their first win of the split if they can just finish this one off.
That's so close as well. I mean, the gold is so even. These team fights are so tense, but the scaling is coming through for WE. Bubu nearly about to complete his IE, just finishes there. You've got 3.5 items for Xing. Stopwatch to keep him safe. GA actually now complete off the back. Huge wins for WE on the item resets. They just have to make sure they're not getting caught out because the pick potential from LGD is incredibly high. And with them having the tempo advantage, they get to push in the wave, lean in towards this bot side, start to establish vision control. And WE once more will have to see if they can get these miracle fights.
Trying to escape has the Deadman's play. He's so fast, especially in his frozen domain there. And I feel like Bubu as well, a player that's been having a pretty rough split, actually got subbed out at the start of this series, came back in, and it feels like he's had a fire lit underneath him. It feels like he's coming into game number 3 with a vengeance here on a signature pick, no less. A player that's looking for a little redemption here within the LPL, wants to prove himself. TP into the mid lane from Haichao here. It's Fairness behind enemy lines currently.
Yeah, doesn't have the Mega Gnar though, so this is a very split call from LGD. WE can just run forward if they really want to. Haichao trying to flank multiple sides here. This is really difficult fight for LGD to try and pull off as Fairness goes Mega.
Yeah, Fairness is Mega right now, but that won't last very long. That's going to be on cooldown. WE could have an opportunity here, but with the boulders coming on in, Kadaya misses the anchor here. Fairness going to be slammed against the wall. Does get a gnar onto Kadaya. Turns golden to try and save himself, but he doesn't have flash. Kadaya essentially found a pick on himself.
I mean, absolute disaster for Kadaya. Now, though, you're still LGD. Don't feel comfortable, I believe, to go towards Baron because you still have to deal with Xing having Infernum in his back pocket, having those barrels from Bubu. This can still be dangerous for LGD. They need to turn.
If LGD group up too closely, the Moonlight Vigil could just end the team fight instantly. Xing moving forwards. He's got the items for the Aphelios to be big, but he misses the Moonlight Vigil. Fairness on the backside as Shanks goes 1v4. They've kept them off of the Baron, that's for sure. Baron will reset here. WE need to just retreat.
Fairness still has the ultimate available as well, and his flash. He could get a massive ultimate here, which is why WE very wary of trying to push through. Shanks no ult. You are heavily reliant on these barrels from Bubu.
View over the wall, has ult, has flash, has smite available. Quake getting pretty low from the Baron as well. WE are doing a good job to just tether LGD, just keep them in the fight, keep them trying here. And now WE are the ones with control of the Baron.
And they can turn over towards this. Kadaya now back out after the reset. Ultimate's about to come up for WE and LGD are low.
This is getting exciting, Dag. The WE into the pit. Fairness in Mini-Gnar right now as Haichao. Spirit rushes in. Xing caught, but he walks away with his charm. Now Ingo, the rest of the team. Quay has to flash away. Massive ult comes out, but isn't enough. Asim getting the resets here. One onto Shanks, but he turns golden. Fairness over the wall, but he whiffs the jump in the end. It doesn't matter. 2 kills is enough for LGD.
20 seconds until Soul for WE though. Looks like they're not going to try and contest the Baron. Instead, reset and run directly down towards this bottom side of the map. TP for Bubu could get them there faster, but a huge ultimate from Jinzhou completely turns this fight. We'll catch it here in the replay. So Shanks' ult is up. Depth charge is available, but here, you already got the cleanse from Xing, which is what we talked about Haichao needing to do, and then immediate ult across everybody here means that there's just so much damage that WE are doing to themselves as Haichao and Asim are free hitting.
I feel like Kidaya there, he turns around, starts hitting Bubu. Bubu starts hitting it back while Fearless is also throwing out boomerangs. Kidaya just went from 100 to 0 real quick. And even Baron spitting some acid on in there as well. The Drake taken, though, by LGD. They didn't go for the reset after the Baron, just sprinted straight over to take that objective, which means we're 36 minutes into this game, Dagda. Goal now in favor of LGD, but both teams on Soul Point. Baron available, though, for LGD for 2 more minutes. They don't want to entertain Soul Point. They want to finish things.
I mean, you're about to hit late game for, well, like full build fantasy here for a lot of the guys on WE, with Bubu half an item away from finishing off his Mortal Reminder and being full build. Same when you look towards Xing. These guys are huge. Gargoyle, Stone Plate, as we talked about, completed now for a Shanks. He's going to be so tanky as the front line. And LGD know that they need to use this Baron buff effectively. Use this short range that we've already seen them struggle with.
Fairness knocked up here. He's about to turn Mega. Does knock a few away, but there's a pick. That's a huge opportunity for WE. Flame Chompers is a pain. Shanks going to tank that for the rest of his team, but with the pillar there, they just can't move. Shanks literally pinned against the wall there. How do you ever engage on this squad from LGD?
And that's what we were talking about, like trying to keep yourself at range here with Koi, with Jinzhou, is spectacular to allow Assam to free hit. And Assam as well, nearly approaching that full late game fantasy here, 1 item away from completion. And you can see that it's really causing issues here for W if they can't find those engages. But good pick means they will get their waves back in order and get some control of the map. And we just catch it here. This is just a great call from WE and a massive mistake from Fearness. Just walks into range of the ultimate, coming through from Kidaya. View as well, sneaking into position, using the fog that he has there. LGD just caught with their pants down.
Quite out of position, 3 minutes until Drake. And we said, look, they've got the Baron. They want to end things before this next Drake comes up, but they've only got 27 seconds left on that Baron. They are not going to have the opportunity to close things out. And that means that Elder Dragon could be on the cards later on. Certainly the Soul Fight is going to be on the cards. Another Baron could even be on the cards. Dagda, between LGD and WE, we have an absolute slobber knocker here. LGD do not want to be the first team to lose to WE. Nobody wants to be that team. WE desperate to get a win on the board.
They just need one. They don't want to be the V5 of summer 2022. And all that stands in the way right now is LGD. This game has been so incredibly close. One back and forth, and one dragon in 2 minutes time could decide everything. LGD can't really push forward anymore. The wave clear from WE is too strong, but it's about containing WE in their base, not allowing them to contest this next dragon.
Yeah, so full build now for Xing, full build for Bubu. Assam, I assume on reset would have enough gold for full build as well, but doesn't actually currently have it in his inventory. I feel like we need to see Shanks and Hai Chao trying to get some more of the CS in these wave clear situations. But the thing is, it's just about clearing waves as fast as possible at this point. It's all about just survival.
Yeah, I mean, trying to deny as much damage as possible onto this bot turret isn't the priority for WE. If it gets low, LGD could threaten a dive, and you definitely do not want to be in that position as WE. Bubu, though, as you say, like, great wave clear. Xing had the Infernum. Shanks even as well should have at least a relatively decent amount of AoE to clear that one out. But WE on the hunt now for Fearness once more.
They really don't like Fearness this game. Kidaya looking for the hook. Fearness needs to be cautious. They're getting flanked, though, by LGD. Look at Quay and Hai Chao moving in behind enemy lines here. Pillar comes on out. Bubu nowhere to be seen. He's miles away from the players. Fearness turns Mega, survives. 50 seconds until the Drake spawns.
This is great for WE, though. They don't need to reset because they already are at full build. So WE are just basically abusing that fact, knowing LGD would like to back for final item for Assam. But instead, WE keeping control over the mid lane. LGD, I don't know if you can look to fight this.
This is going to be dangerous. This is going to be tight. It's going to be a Mountain Soul on the line as well. LGD in position for now, but getting chased out by WE. How does the fight have to go, Dagda?
Haichao with the charm might be the difference maker, but Shanks is safe. Keep
Bit of
Shing
damage.
safe, get Bubu damage.
Kadaya turns gold. Shanks moving into the middle of everyone. Has a massive shield. There's a pick to start us off. Shing goes down as well into his GA here. Shanks trying to buy space for his AD carry. The charm too early, but there's an Arl. Shing surviving, but he goes down. And now Shanks the only carry remaining. Bubu has to find some barrels. LGD though going strong. 5 members still in a 3v5. Shanks will fall. No, flashes out to safety. Jin Jiao flashes after him. Way overestimating his damage, but LGD, they find 2 and they find themselves a soul.
The Mountain Dragon soul is going to be massive for LGD. You can see how close these fights have been, and that extra little bit of survivability is going to come in clutch for LGD. May come in clutch right now as well, as with 30 seconds left on Shing, all members of LGD standing strong. They're going to try and look to crack open another inhibitor turret.
Crucially, Bubu is still here. He can clear waves very effectively. Maybe that's enough for WE to stay in the game right now. Shing up in 15 seconds, and LGD realize they cannot end right now. Baron on the cards now as LGD retreat. They need to get reset, so maybe WE can run straight over.
And that's what I'm wondering here as well. Gangplank going to clear a bot wave to try and deal with that one, but watch here. Haichao gets the charm onto Shanks. Kadaya again, these hooks haven't quite been working out, and nobody can really follow up on towards Assam. The Gale Force to dodge the ultimate from Assam. So clutch actually coming through to dodge the Moonlight Vigil. And then unfortunately Shing just getting threatened from too many different angles. Haichao on the top side. You got the flash forward from Fearness as well to finish him off. And that is the damage dealer down on WE. Bubu is trying, but these barrel combos can be incredibly hard to land with so many moving parts and fights.
And Fearness with a 3-man Gnarl.
Oh,
no, Kadaya! No, not like this. The rocket's flying out, coming out from Assam. The rocket goes wide though. Oh, Kadaya survives at least for now, but that'll be mid lane inhibitor gone. No questions asked as Bubu has to just limp away from the play. And what a way to lose an inhibitor. What a way to lose control of your own base.
I mean, this has been a little bit messy from Kadaya and the Nautilus. A couple of these hooks now have put him in very precarious situations. Now WE starting to aggress forward once more. View won't be caught by the pillar. They have Bubu trying to clear out bot side. So Baron will be started by LGD. They want to try and get this TP out from Bubu.
You can feel how important this is to LGD. They have been so on point the last few minutes here. Fearness takes a bit of damage from View, but trading it back happily. About to turn Mega Gnar. Baron's on 6,000. View can't make it in here because Fearness is just keeping him at bay. Beautifully done on the Gnar. Could look for an engage here. Could look for 4 as the pillar comes out. Quay's in trouble. He's stuck inside the pit. WE want to capitalize. Kadaya there as Shanks uses the Demok Ascension. There's going to be some cannons flying down from the sky as View flashes on over. They're collapsing on LGD. Can they find the resets? 2 will go down. LGD got the Baron, but at what cost? WE, they might just find themselves the fight that they've been desperate for all game.
They got onto Assam. The AD carry for LGD is down. The base is under threat though, but LGD have no way to TP it onto it. View has already reset, and with 40-second death timers, the wave is coming in topside. WE might just look to end. Haichao needs to keep these creeps away from the Nexus.
Haichao and Fearness need to try and clear this wave, but it's impossible. Kadaya just walks on forward, threatens the hook here. The Baron minions do make it painful. 25 seconds on the death timers. This might be difficult for WE to actually end things. Haichao down to half. And WE realize they can't end just yet. We have another fight yet, Dagda.
We have another Elder. That's what we're looking at here. This is going to be the one that decides it. But a great flight here from WE. They know Koi has no flash, so they want to try and go as aggressive as possible. Bubu stepping up here as well. Look at the cannon barrage, trying to separate Haichao away from the team. And View flashing over the wall, picks off Jinzhou and Assam. And with Fearness losing his Mega Gnar, he's not really a big part of this fight as well. And you see here, Bubu's damage, even onto the tanky member in Koi, so big right now.
Yeah, Bubu's just flashing forwards at the end there to make sure that they finish off that final pick. Oh, Dagda, it's so tense. 15 to 14. Gold might as well be even because everyone's pretty much full build at this point. And now we have the Soul on the side of LGD. They're tanky, but apparently not tanky enough, as Assam and Jinzhou got caught in that previous play. And we'll see if WE have what it takes to win 2 fights back to back to turn this advantage into a win.
Top laners, full build. AD carries, full build. Mid laners, 1/2 item away from being at that stage as well. We're at the getting into the mega late game at this stage. You can see Shanks not actually too far off from completing his own his full item as well.
20k gold.
Yeah.
Like, that is absurd. How often do you see that kind of gold in a game of League of Legends, especially in the LPL? How often do we see 45-minute games, Dan?
I know, it's been insane, but it's been incredibly close the whole way along. 1 minute now until the Dragon. You have flashes up across the board on LGD's side. BuBu will not have his available, but the GA swap actually coming in here. Going to be pretty clutch here to see if they can keep him alive. He sold his boots for that, so it means that these barrows need to connect for BuBu to be able to be a factor in these fights.
He's become a juggernaut. He don't move fast, but he hits damn hard. That is for sure. If he can find the barrels, crucially, BuBu no flash. That could be massive if we end up in a 50-50. I'm praying for both teams that they don't allow a 50-50 situation to occur. But I wouldn't put it past the two teams that we've got playing here today. BuBu heads over to clear the supers. Quay trying to find a pick here. Shanks could be the target. Flashes over the pillar. There's another flash on cooldown.
And this is the problem. LGD have a super minions that had to be dealt with on the bot
View.
side. So BuBu had to go across. Now View caught because they try to deal with mid lane.
Okay, he's alive, but now has to use the ulti. Charm actually goes on through, but no one else can follow up. Spirit Rush used there by Hai Chao. But now inside track towards the Elder Dragon that's spawning in 3 seconds time. View and Shanks are both half HP or lower.
You can try and heal up though, but it's going to be tough. LGD are moving past all the vision WE've already established, so WE had a lot of info here, but they need to get in. View has no flash, he has no ult.
He needs a miracle right now. What's going to happen here? Elder down and it's taken. LGD find everything that they need, and WE inches away from their first win, but denied once more. It's not happening. LGD will not be the first to go down as they just wipe everybody off of the face of the map. BuBu knocked into his GA, but ultimately LGD have done everything they needed to do, and they will take their second win.
The clean ace, the clean loss streak continues for WE. 0-11, LGD will find their second win in the LPL.
It's an absolute heartbreaker for WE, but big breaths of relief for LGD. As you can see, the relief on their faces as well. That was a stressful game. And a game that, let's be honest, in terms of the standings, didn't have much implication, but in terms of reputation, it had everything at stake.
Reputation, pride, confidence as well going into your next few series. It's massively important. And unfortunately for WE, playing in their home stadium, again, not being able to pick up the win. And we talked about how this was a crucial one for them. I mean, the rest of their split is not any easier. Ultra Prime is probably their next easiest target. And honestly, with the way that WE have played over the course of the last few series, it seems unlikely that they're able to pick up the win over Ultra Prime. So it's not looking good for WE in trying to get away from that V5 scoreline that seems to be hovering around them.
Yeah, feels like a tough one right now for WE as they're just scrambling to try and find another win. They're trying to find I say another. I don't know why I said another. They're trying to find a win. They're trying to not be the V5 of this year, but I'm going to be honest, it's not looking good for them. LGD, though, grabbing themselves a second win. Technically, still in the running for playoffs. We talked about the calm before the storm before this series, right? WE was their easiest opponent remaining. They still have to face WBG. They have to face TT, Top Esports, RAIG, and RNG. And they need to beat every single one of those teams if they want to make it to playoffs. So LGD still a bit of a mountain to climb, but at least they have a positive moving forwards here.
Yeah, both these teams are kind of clinging to technicalities here, right? Technically, WE won't match the record for V5 because they've got a couple of game wins under their belt. Yeah. Technically, LGD aren't out of playoffs, but it is a mountain to climb. I mean, I just don't see LGD being able to pick up a bunch of those wins, especially with the fact that you still have teams like FPX to play against WE, TT as well, still have some nice series left in their back pockets as well. It does become very, very difficult for LGD, but in the Battle of the Wooden Spoon, it will be LGD who's able to come out on top.
Certainly was. Fantastic stuff coming out. Fearless actually doing crazy damage across the course of this game. I guess he is on
Fearless had a
NAR.
good
There's a lot of
series.
poke available. But yeah, absolutely right. I feel like both top laners honestly had pretty decent series for themselves. BuBu trying his damnedest in a couple of those games, but Fearless doing a really good job at getting those massive NAR rolls in the team fights.
Yeah, again, though, it just feels unfortunate for WE that they couldn't quite get themselves in order. Kadai as well, having a woeful game on the Nautilus, getting himself caught out several times. The hooks not exactly going where they're supposed to go to, and caused major issues for WE, who honestly were in a decent position to try and fight this back, but those 1 or 2 mistakes end up costing them in the end. LGD, though, looking at Koi, 90% kill participation. The Trundle definitely a major factor in helping to buy space for Assam, keep these fights in check. And LGD as a whole will be happy that they're able to take this one home.
Yeah, I mean, LGD going to be over the moon taking that one in the end. And it felt like a tough series for both teams. I feel like the mental stress that must have come from this series, especially that kicked up a 3. Like, you don't get that kind of stress in most jobs. But when everything's on the line like that, WE having it snatched away in the end. It did feel like LGD were in control for most of the game. Like,
it did.
Yeah, it was close. It was close in a lot of those situations, but it did feel like LGD were the ones that... Like, WE were the ones that had to come to LGD and prove that they could take the objective. Whereas LGD were like, if you don't come here, we're just going to grab it.
Yeah, and we saw some really good fights from WE that kind of allowed them to do that, right? Like Shanks getting great positions, catching Fearless out of position. But again, the problem was this very short range composition just wasn't quite able to find their way into fights. I think BuBu's cannon barrages could have been a little bit better. It felt like he was kind of placing it on the team rather than where the team was moving to, which meant that they couldn't quite get the full value out of it. It helped them to close the distance. Kadai, as we said, the hooks not really connecting. I think he hit more walls than he did. He was the view of this game where we kind of had to count the cues that were hitting the players rather than hitting random terrain. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for WE, but this has kind of been the story of WE, right? Individual misplays, not being able to solidify themselves as a team, and even when things start to look good, it's just not enough to try and get it across the finish line.
Yeah, not quite enough, but for LGD it was. For LGD, they can rest happy tonight. They can go out, get some Chinese hot pot or something and celebrate getting a second win on the board. You know, it's not a lot, but it's the first step on that path to playoffs that is technically still alive. It's not looking good, but it's alive. It's alive, and that's all that matters right now. So LGD will be happy with that at the end of the day. WE, though, as you say, a little bit heartbroken, but, you know, they were basically out of playoffs already. I feel like they are still technically
they're in it.
in the run for playoffs, even with 11 losses. I don't know what the maths is on that. I don't know how we're figuring that one out, but hey, it's technically possible for WE to still make playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like literally, I think it's like TT and FPX win a game and they're just done. I'm pretty sure that's how it functions, but
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to come back into this at a later date when we get more information.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's take a look at our MVP as we move towards our second series now. As we round this one up, it was Jin Zhao. The hostile takeovers, absolutely beautiful, especially earlier on in the game. There was one around either the Herald or Baron, I forget which, that hit like 4 people, and BuBu just railed his support player.
Yeah, this was the one. Just being able to get these massive ultimates off and keeping the backline safe. And this is what we're talking about, right? For Jin Zhao was, as long as he's able to enable Assam, he's going to be in a great spot, and being able to deny the short range composition, the engages that it wants, thanks to this Renata, was absolutely perfect. And I think Jin Zhao did a really good job in how he was positioned, like every single time, just staying close to Assam, making sure that Assam can free hit, and there was no real threat that could come through onto the LGD AD carry. But I gotta say, I think like from the perspective of LGD as a whole, I think their bot lane has been the standout performers on this squad. And the fact that Jin Zhao has kind of stepped up to be an MVP in this scenario and kind of set up Assam in a lot of these plays is kind of giving LGD a core place that they can actually build around.
Yeah, definitely. Jin Zhao, every single fight feels like getting an amazing ultimate there. Really well played from him. And I have to say, this guy used to be an AD carry. Yeah. This guy role swapped into support. This guy was like the Vayne one trick, right? And then now it feels like he's had a fantastic series for himself against WE. So excited to see the progression for him as a player. We're going to jump into a break, though, and then following the break, we've got an absolute banger for you guys. OMG versus Anyone's Legend. Both these teams love a good old team fight, and I can't wait to sink my teeth in. We'll see you guys in a few.
G'day guys, I'm your friendly LPL caster Hysterics, and I'm here to teach you how to speak in LPL. By now you've probably seen loads of the LPL mic check, player clips, and even the documentaries, which means it's a great time to break down some of the famous phrases of the league. 我们是冠军, a famous saying, shouted by Doomby when winning his World Championship in 2019. You can feel that kind of madness and excitement. The power of his saying was felt across the world. Translating it into English, it means, we are the champions. The correct pronunciation of Chinese is 我们是冠军. Repeat after me. Try it yourself. 我们是冠军. Cheering phrases like this must be accompanied by physical expression. 我们是冠军! Phrases like this have so many uses, like in NBA, NFL, and the Premier League competitions as well. You can even use it in your sports game, or even for your next League of Legends game too. In LPL, people press 1 in order to express affirmative replies, such as copy that, yes, confirm, okay, etc., in a much quicker way. If you guys understand today's speak in LPL, give me a 1 in the comments, or barrage, depending on where you are, to let me know you understand.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
OMG 这支战队呢，就一直都是跟我们风格差不多，打架打的比较多嘛，然后也挺，我觉得我们打 OMG 的话，应该会比较血腥一点。我们打 OMG 要赢的话，其实就是跟他们打好每一波团战，然后选好我们的阵容吧，因为两支队伍的风格都差不多，更重要的就是选人和当时临场上的操作了。
Jojo saying it's going to be a bloody and fierce game, and I certainly hope so. My name is Butch Wolves. I'm joined by Dagda as we head towards our second series of the day. And my goodness, do we have a series for you? AL versus OMG. I mean, you just know these guys are going to be fighting from start to end.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this one's going to pan out, because it definitely feels like both these guys going to be just butting heads over and over again, trying to see who can come out on top.
Yeah, so let's start off by talking about anyone's legend, right? Because this is a team that actually desperately need a win here. Now, that might sound strange considering the fact that they're positive in the standings right now. They've already got 7 wins. You know, in theory, it feels really good for them. But when you look at their remaining schedule, things are going to start to get a bit tough for anyone's legend. And a bit tough is the nicest way I could possibly say that. They have this matchup against OMG, and then they have RNG, JDG, EDG, and Top Esports as their 4 remaining series. So if anyone's legend end up on a loss streak towards the end of the split, you can't say we didn't tell you, because it's going to be a tough last couple of weeks.
Yeah, especially when they're sitting with 7 wins at the moment. This one would give them 8. This would almost guarantee them round 1 in playoffs, but they really need to get it, or they're going to need to have some upsets seriously come through for themselves in the remaining 2 weeks, because, as you say, you can't say we didn't tell you, it's an uphill battle for anyone's legend. But as a squad that has started to come together a lot more, that has kind of found their identity in team fights, it looks at least like their training needs to be complete. They need to go out and try and reach the mountaintop.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make that climb, you know, because it is going to be a tough one. Let's talk about their matchup today, though, then. As we said, they need to beat OMG. I would say coming into this one, statistically, AL definitely have the advantage over OMG. Like, when we look at the way that the two teams have played, both of them sort of struggling in the early game statistically here. But AL, when it comes to the late game, seem to come into their own. It feels like once it gets to that team fighting, they really come alive.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? When we look across at OMG are very much reliant on the early game. Even though we see their goal difference of 15 being quite far behind, it's when they get those leads, that's where they pick up their wins, especially because their mid game can suffer a lot with not really understanding how they can try and play out through the map correctly. And this is where you can see, like, it hasn't been the best of win rates from behind for OMG when they're at the 15-minute mark, but for anyone's legend, yes, they've been behind at the 15-minute mark, but they haven't had the most control over those early objectives. But when it gets to the late game, that's when this team comes alive with really creative flank positions in team fights. Chocho particularly has been incredible in setting up these big AoE wombo combos and things like the Alistairs. We've seen the Amumus, and I think Chocho is kind of the lifeblood alongside Betty now for anyone's legend, because the fact that this support is having the career split for himself in 2022 is incredible, especially when you look at his age.
Yeah, it's crazy, honestly. It's exciting to witness live before our eyes. I want to quickly talk about the team that anyone's legend came from, right? Because it feels like the spirit of Rogue Warriors is finally back in the LPL with anyone's legend. When they first changed to the Panda Warriors, I wasn't so convinced. It felt like this was a team that was just getting losses and they weren't that exciting to watch. But over the course of this year, they have become the Rogue Warriors once more. They've become this team that wants to fight all the time. They've become this team that you can never quite count out. And we've seen so many times against teams that are, in theory, the better teams. In theory, should be destroying them. Anyone's legend manages to find these team fights.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So often you're seeing like great engages, as we talked about, coming through from Chocho. Forge trying to play this front line. Even on picks like the Swain, he's been massive on. But even with things like the Akali, just being able to buy so much time and space for the back line, constantly having the zone control and threat that you have to try and deal with on the opposite sides. It feels like you've got a great understanding as anyone's legend as to how you want to approach these team fights. And having that scaling option traditionally there for Betty as well has been so good for them.
Well, we'll have to
find out. We're ready for picks and bans. Already the bans coming on through. Lee Sin, Swain, and Kalista take it away. Samira being respected from Abel there. Taken off of the board. Zeri and Silas as well, which means that Poppy is open. And these teams, Dagda, will go for that.
Finally, we get to see the Poppy, but we also get to see Shanji's Shyvana left through the draft as well. So just remember, OMG definitely a bit funky when it comes towards their picks, which can oftentimes catch people out. We'll have to see how ZDZ is going to be prepared for that, but Talia going to be locked in here in the mid lane. Curious to see exactly what anyone's legend want to try and pair alongside that. Looks like it will be the Trundle, which has kind of come out for that traditional answer into the Poppy.
Be ready. This is going to be a Trundle top now because Shanji's about to lock in the tank Shyvana.
Yeah,
and we'll get
the old school counter. Jeez.
Full crazy top lane. That would be something to watch for sure. We'll see though where OMG are going to go. Feel like bot lane could be an answer. Maybe you go for a mid lane either. But I mean, Renata's still available. So you could have just Aphelios Renata. Seems pretty good for Abel and Cold.
Yeah, you take those. I mean, Renato going to be great as well, especially when you see the Trundle. You know at least that some members here are going to be running into you. Talia, relatively short ranged as well. So having that safety net for the Aphelios is going to work out spectacularly. The only option, though, is maybe they want to go towards something in the mid lane to answer this Talia. We've seen the Rise come through a lot. Cream is a big Akali player. So looks like he's going to go for that one. I'm not certain, though, because Talia definitely works relatively well against people with multiple dashes thanks to the Unraveled Earth, and Akali definitely has, you know, 1 or 2 dashes in her kit.
Yeah, not the funnest matchup in the mid lane, but hey, happy to go for that one as ZDC locks in a top laner here. So pretty drastically different lock-ins. We've got the mid lane matchup, we've got our jungle matchup, and then we have a top laner and a bottom lane. So Rumble taken off of the board, Shanji's Rumble removed. Is it going to be a Shyvana ban as well? Do you just take both of Shanji's signatures away?
You definitely do. I mean, Shyvana actually works out really well against the Gangplank because the slow allows her to trade really effectively and doesn't really make a massive difference then for Gangplank's oranges there. You just have such massive speed buff to keep in on top of the Gangplank. So I'd imagine you actually do ban the Shyvana here realistically. And then it becomes interesting to see what the next game plan is going to be. Because I was going to say, well, Renata still slips through the draft. 80 carries that can do well against the Aphelios taken off the board. The Lucian gone. Zeri gone. Maybe you take the Jinx away here as well. Just to deny that like full late game scaling here for anyone's legend.
Yeah, we'll see. Where the side of OMG are going to go in terms of that bottom lane. In terms of the bans at least. Has anyone's legend trying to figure out the puzzle that is beating this OMG squad, because it does feel like a very different beast to every other team in the LPL. Misfortune, not a ban I was necessarily expecting, but it's something that we've seen small amounts of across the course of not just the LPL, but globally there's been a few Misfortune picks. We'll see where anyone's legend are going to go, though. Oh, it's a Draven for Betty. They are taking it to the Aphelios.
I like this. You got your late game scaling for ZDZ in the top side of the map. You can go aggressive as all hell now for Betty in this bot side of the map as well. And this has kind of been the way that anyone's legend have been playing. Like, you look at ZDZ's top picks at the moment. Camille, Jax, Gangplank, all kind of been the hyper scaling option for anyone's legend. Whereas then when you look across at Betty, it's been things like the Kalista, the Lucian. I mean, he's even played the Misfortune and the Ezreal, like these more mid-game focused pick, providing a ton of opportunities in the mid-game to have those fights and then scale with ZDZ into the late.
Definitely feels that way. Cole gonna go with his namesake in that Braum to try and protect Abel. I don't know if that's going to work out for them. We'll have to wait and see. Shanji, though, not looking at Shyvana, looking at Gwen. And since the changes on 12-13, Gwen is an absolute monster late in the game.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm seeing, though, is no engage at all on OMG's side. So have to be incredibly careful. I actually like the Mumu here, kind of, because you can get the big engages off. You get a lot of safety then for Betty on the backside as well. You just have to be so careful against the Poppy, because that steadfast presence can be such a nuisance to deal with. But on OMG's side, I'm struggling to figure out like how you enable something like the Aphelios in these fights. Like, it's very easy for anyone's legend kind of poke you out with CDZ, with Forge, and then if you ever try and engage, I mean, Xiaohao has the opportunity to like steal away a bunch of stats from whoever goes in on him. Betty then becomes enabled. Cho should be able to then get these more defensive ultimates off. It feels like anyone's legend kind of have a lot of answers to what OMG want to do. And when we talked about OMG wanting to play through strong early game, because that's how they've won their games, it doesn't really feel like they have the ways of pushing that advantage forward.
Yeah, feels like it could be a tough one. I'm going to be honest. When it comes to games with Draven in them, I worry less about the grand scheme of things and worry more about, did Draven get adoration stacks? That's always the win condition in my head. Can they get Betty early kills? And if they can, things are going to look good. If not, maybe not so much. We'll have to wait and see. Because that bottom lane, in my mind, is going to be the focus for both sides. Because I feel like we have very aggressive bot laners. Like, this Aphelios does not really lean towards the style that we're used to seeing from Abel. Like, when you think of Abel, you think of Callista, you think of Samira, these really aggressive AD carries. Aphelios, while you can be aggressive on it, not necessarily the pick that you think of. And he's up against Betty and Chocho, who... Betty, historically not a player that you would think of being that aggressive, but in this version of Anyone's Legend, alongside Chocho, he has massively ramped up that aggression and bringing out the Draven once more.
Yeah, we're looking absolutely spectacular as he does that as well. And the way that we've seen Anyone's Legend play is a lot of pressure down towards this bottom side, trying to enable Betty, and I mean, that fits perfectly when you've got a Draven in your mix as well. So we're going to have to see exactly how this one's going to pan out. It definitely feels like the Amumu pickup going to be much more about trying to snowball this lane in that bot side to make sure that you can get yourself into a good spot for this Draven.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to set him up. Chocho on that Amumu as well, it just feels good, right? It's very much become his signature pick over the course of this split. And now, every time he locks it in, I'm excited because there are almost always shenanigans. Like, this is a man that wants to go ham, and Amumu just allows him to do exactly that.
The shenaniganery is off the charts with this Amumu pick, as you like to put it.
I want to mention some other shenaniganery.
Okay.
This is the first time that Betty has ever played Draven competitively. I just had a look at his all-time stats. He has never played this on stage before. This is not a champion that is easy to do without any practice. Vision comes out from Anyone's Legend. Chocho dropping that ward onto the red buff. But it looks like Xiaohao decides not to go for the chickens or anything, so a little bit of a late invade there from AL. A TP out from Shanji. Oh, Shanji was there. I didn't even realize. I thought that was the mid laner.
No, they were a bit worried about Shanji being there, so they decided to back away and keep themselves safe in that one. So Xiaohao will be a little bit late going through his jungle, but much better than ending up in an unwanted 5 versus 5 this early in the game. Because Xiaohao, though, wasn't able to get the split map that he wanted, it does mean that he's going to have to teeter back up towards that top end, which isn't the best for Betty and Chocho, who would love to be able to play aggressive, but knowing, at least for the moment, that Aki's in mid and moving down up towards his top side, it will help them out in going that bit more aggressive in that bot lane.
Yeah, it certainly will. As, you can see Cream trying to get some damage onto forwards. You saw Aki try and help him push that one in. Aki moving into Xiaohao's jungle here to steal away some chickens, gets a ward down as well, so he'll spot when Xiaohao turns up towards that top side. You see pings from Xiaohao on towards that red buff. But I think Aki might actually be trying to go for the red buff himself. This could get dicey, though. He doesn't have priority in the mid lane. All in the bottom side, though. Exhaust onto Betty, and that'll keep Cold alive.
Yeah, the Cream was trying to get priority in this mid lane with Aki so they could go for the invade, but you can see there, right? Instantly, Talia gets it back. So now Forge needs to be careful about Aki coming in off this flank position. They know Aki's here.
They do, but Forge is caught. That's going to be Ghost and Flash used. But it will keep Forge safe, crucially. He'll survive in this mid lane. No kill comes out from OMG, so they don't get the invade off. And now Aki get a face check into Xiaohao. This is not a 1v1 that Poppy can realistically win. The pillar not quite able to pin Poppy, though. It will be Xiaohao able to grab this Scuttle Crab. Or will it be? Because Shanji is moving on over here. Cream escapes with his life. And Aki will actually grab the crab in the end.
We'll get the bot side crab here for Xiaohao, though, but in response, Aki's going to take the Krugs on the top side of the map. So, bit of an advantage here in the grand scheme of things for Aki, who should just be able to walk around. ZDZ, just trying to see if he can spot out what the movement was, and takes a few hits off of Shanji for his troubles.
Yeah, but crucially as well, doesn't spot Aki, right? He was trying to get vision onto Aki on this top side. Aki will be able to grab the Krugs. And I feel like Aki has basically no interest in farming his own jungle this game. He has spent this entire game just trying to get into Xiaohao's face, trying to get into Forge's face. He's burnt both summoners in the mid lane, grabs the Krugs, managed to get the chickens earlier on as well. Feels like a very aggressive start for Aki, and I'm loving it.
Xiaohao is responding well though, moving down to steal the Krugs on the opposite side of the map as well. And I'm curious to see now if he actually starts to move in towards the Raptors up here as well, see if he can get them off of resets, because the entire top side of the map is up for Aki, so you'd imagine Aki's going to move up there, but maybe it's a gank instead.
Just a gank and dive by the looks of things, but with Infernum, I think Abel and Cold should be able to clear this wave away. Should be a difficult one to actually pull a dive off on, especially since Aki has now been able to go for a reset, has a couple of ruby crystals for himself, and will return to his jungle once more. So, kind of a tense early game considering there have been no kills whatsoever, but Dragon now onto the map, as you can see in the bottom left corner. We're broaching the 5-minute mark. Our junglers, all things considered, end up fairly even.
The may change though, because look at where Aki's moving to. Gonna go and invade on the Raptors on that top side, because you know Xiao has a reset and he has a very slow clear. So
he hasn't been
Aki
to his top
is responding again.
Once.
No,
he
and
literally
honestly,
has never a wolf scrub or blue buff.
yeah, and honestly, like, he doesn't really need to try and go towards that anytime soon, right? It's not like either his top or his mid particularly use the blue buff very well as Xiaohao.
Cold in trouble here, bit of damage coming down, forces the flash. Abel now next target, but Betty doesn't really have the damage to do that one by himself just yet. So again, trying to burn those summoners. That's Cold Splash on cooldown. Aki moving into the top side here, but CDZ will be safe.
I think the problem though is that because we've seen Xiaohao focus so heavily on bot side, trying to match a lot of the gank pressure, or sorry, the map pressure that Aki's putting down with moving around between all these camps, Forge isn't able to get control over mid. He's starting to fall behind, and Cream is able to roam up towards this top side, and now putting pressure on ZDZ. So even though the junglers are ending up with matching camps mostly, it's actually just the pressure that OMG are getting from those plays is working out well for them so far.
Yeah, and the plate does end up going down. ZDZ will be able to sweep up most of this. Luckily for him, there was a cannon available there. So realistically, the vast majority of these minions, he'll be able to CS for himself. And you can see only 3 CS down even after that play. Has a cult stacking up, has the Gangplank passive too with the parlay. So feels like in terms of gold, he'll still be all right off the back of this play.
Yeah, but I like what I'm seeing from OMG, right? Aki, as you say, being hyper-aggressive, now kind of leaning that in towards his laners as well, especially when you look towards people like Cream, who want to try and babysit themselves through the early stages. Now having the level 6, he's got a bit of more kill pressure on towards Forge, especially if Forge ever uses the Unraveled Earth to try and clear a wave. That's where Cream can try and go aggressive. The reverse is said, though, for Xiaohao. He's waiting on 6 for Chocho. He knows that Code has no flash. They would love to try and make a play, maybe even over the next over the next minute or so, because you want to try and make something happen for this Rift Herald on the top side.
Yeah, it's 40 seconds until that one's going to come up onto the map. We'll see if either team does. Oh, nice little knockback there onto Cream. I mean, it's Talia. It's not exactly got crazy upfront damage there, so will be a nice bit of harassment, not too much more. As Betty moves over to help Xiaohao on the Drake. Jojo gonna Spider-Man his way away from Aki, who flashes into the pit, looks for the smite here. It's a 50-50, it resets, but Aki gets it in the end. And now the rest of the team just brawling in the pit. It's an absolute bloodbath here, but it looks like OMG winning it out in the end. Abel in the middle of everyone, trying to finish these health bars off. Flashes over the wall as he looks for Xiaohao as well. One more auto would do the trick, but the smite from Xiaohao. Red buff, no, not even needed. Abel takes the kill.
A 3-for-1 in the end in favor of OMG, and they got the dragon. Great reaction from OMG for anyone's legend moving across, and crucially, you said we got to keep our eyes on those adoration stacks before this game started. That's a death for the Draven, and no cheers are coming his way.
Absolutely not. Half of his adoration stacks will be rinsed. And that means a huge wave at the bottom side as well goes in. Let's take another look as Chocho started off in a dicey fashion, getting slammed against the wall, but still gets his Q off on the Drake.
And the problem here is that you don't really pick a direction here as anyone's legend, right? They realize the dragon's so low, so they try to go into a 43 health there. But if you'd actually just committed on towards the bot side of the play, Code has no flash, maybe you can take the fight that way onto Abel, onto Code, get some kills back, and then return on towards the rest of the OMG. But because they're so focused on the dragon, they all end up getting caught out in the pit. No one's able to turn on to Abel, who's free hitting. Cream ends up on the opposite side of Forge's wall, so he's a massive nuisance in this fight. And we know what Cream is like when he gets ahead on these melee assassins. He is so good on these types of champions.
Yes, he is. 102. 102 for the Aphelios of Abel as well. And crucially, I just want to say, Aki is an absolute chad. The way that this guy jungles is like no other, honestly. Just flashes into the pit, blind, because he knows that Drake is happening. Xiaohao's caught here, Caliber being used. There's the stun channeled as Cream is moving over to the play as well. This is disaster for AL. They're going to fall behind because the side Mummy maybe can turn things around, but 2 down already. 2 more kills for the Aphelios as Betty tries to get it done. He finds 1, but it's after he dies. He doesn't get the stacks. And now Cream and Forge in a 1v1, and Cream happy to take it.
3-0-4 for this Akali. Cream is monstrous on this pick right now. Aphelios at 3 kills.
10
too.
stacks.
Like,
he's got a dog suit with 10 stacks.
It's insane. It's
That's a stack a
insane.
minute.
Cream is so damn big, and big mistake from Xiaohao. Like, where's the control that you have? Like, Abel and Coda right the way back. Cream is able to come in off the push that's in mid as well. And look, this is a 3 versus 4, for a large portion of this. But you've got the Infernum there for Abel, getting so much AoE damage off, and Cream just able to chase down Forge at the end of this. I mean, OMG, we wanted them with an early lead. Oh my god, they're getting leads everywhere.
Shanji, he's feeling a little bit left out up on the top side, so he's like, you know what, I'll grab a kill for myself as well. I don't need no team to make it happen, though. Just walks in and finds a solo kill onto ZDZ. Crucially, ZDZ had only just teleported as well. So I'm not sure how that happened. We can see a replay here as it's just the power of that needlework. Yeah. Oh, predicting the flash as well.
Beautifully done by Shanji, and now you're in a lot of trouble here as anyone's legend. Like, you have good scaling with the Gangplank, you have great scaling in the fact that you've got an Aphelios and a Gwen on the opposite side. Now, we did say downside is engages, but if you walk into them, they'll kill you.
Xiaohao is permanently caught out in this bottom side of the map. He's gonna go down again. Abel with a 4th kill. We're 11 minutes in, and OMG have 9 kills, 7 of which are on their biggest carries. And I'm saying biggest carries as if Gwen isn't a huge carry in of herself. This is nightmare situation for AL because this is a team that doesn't win through the early game. This is a team that wins through the late game, but not when they fall massively behind like this.
No, it's fine. Look, Xiaohao is just going full cosplay. He's completely trolling anyone's legend right now. It's all fine. But it may not be fine anymore because here comes Cream and the tower's dead.
Oh no, that's going to be first tower and a bonus kill as well onto Chocho. Abel dodges the kiss, the sad mummy as well. But Cream will finish him off with a 5-point strike. And he'll said 5 point, which would have been hilarious.
Yeah, look, at this stage, Cream just needs to forget about your mythic. Just upgrade the bloody Dark Seal. Get your value out of this. Because right now, the stock is there. You just need to invest in it right now. It's skyrocketing. Just give yourself the gold that you need. Shanji moving back up here to get this massive wave on the top side. Dragon in 15 seconds. Do you even glimpse at a dragon here as anyone's legend? Like, no, I don't know.
Not a hope.
OMG.
Not a hope.
Like, this was not the way I expected this game to go. I knew that anyone's legend, a little bit slow in the early stages, and I knew that OMG, when they were at their best, it was through these early advantages, but this is a stomp, and so much of it is coming through from Aki with great jungle pathing, great understanding of how he can help Cream have presence in this mid lane, leaning that into bot side pressure, like kind of just working through all the different systems that he needed to get these leads. And now we're sitting 13 minutes in, a 5k gold lead. I mean, that's absolutely insane at this stage.
Yeah, and so much of it has been down to Aki counter-jungling for the entire first quarter of the game, basically. And then controlling these objectives. He is every single place that Xiaohao goes to, answering the plays that are trying to come out from anyone's legend. It's just beautiful to witness, honestly. And you can see that, you know, on the side of AL, like you said, there is some scaling there in the Gangplank, but not comparatively to what OMG are bringing to the table. Shanji finding himself a solo kill up in that top side as well, which honestly, this matchup, I was kind of curious for, because, you know, while Shanji has been an absolute monster this split, ZDZ's had a pretty good split for himself as well, and I was sort of hoping that we'd have a banger matchup there, but I mean, Shanji's so far just rinsing.
And the thing is, ZDZ even said in interviews, this is his most comfortable champion. Like, he knows this champion inside and out. So the fact he's struggling this much on the Gangplank says a lot about what OMG have brought to the table. But it's not even just this top lane matchup. Like, across the board, these are matchups that anyone's legend should be winning. Like, Forge should have push and control over mid. You should have Betty and Chocho winning bot side. But because OMG have played this so well, you don't get a chance. And Betty, that...
Yeah, that's confident.
Not a
that's
huge amount of
damage.
damage.
he did have two teammates nearby, but yeah, I mean, it's just a level difference, right? It's 2 levels down on that Akali. So yes, it's a Draven with a Sheen and an Eclipse, but it does not matter when you're this far behind the enemy mid laner. I mean, obviously he should be behind an XP versus a mid laner, but it makes it difficult for him to really exact any significant vengeance on that Akali for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't have to as Cream to try and get any sort of damage off of mid lane. You're winning elsewhere. Abel gets top tier 1. Nice stuff. Now he's got 2 towers to his name. He's going to be very quickly accelerated. ZDZ very much trying to play sneaky, but I think they know where he is anyway, so he will just get the wave and clear it out. Now you reset, you put Abel in towards mid lane. Cream will move over towards the sides, although as I say that, looks like they're just going to go in straight over towards this Rift Herald before they look for those resets.
Going to be moving over to that Herald, as you say. So you see just trying to clear this wave in the top side. And like the Drake, there's just not a hope that we could see a contestant out from anyone's legend. I like that they are at least respecting that, though. They are saying, look, we can't fight right now. And Chocho is moving down to the bottom side. Maybe a 2v1 available here onto Shanji. Who's playing pretty aggressively, trying to clear the wave here. 100 gold from the minions. There's a kiss and Sad Mummy into a knockback. Damage from Forge, and easy as you like. Anyone's legend, great job there.
Yeah, the nerf towards the healing early on Shanji definitely coming into a factor there alongside the Ignite means he's not getting that insane healing off that we see every so often coming through from the Gwen. So nice job from anyone's legend to pick that one up. Rift Tower goes across though. We got the book completed now for Cream in that mid lane too. Like, it's a nice pick, but you kind of need several of these now if you're anyone's legend to try and bring this one back, because Crown of the Shattered Queen, incredibly defensive for Forge. Not going to be churning out anywhere near as much damage, or even the CC chain that could help dealing with someone like Cream. ZDZ is a long way from being relevant as well.
That was one of the most satisfying things I've ever seen. ZDZ just killed an entire wave with a barrel that also finished his cull. So he got all of the pop-ups for the CS, plus all of the bonus Gangplank pop-ups from the parlay, plus a 350 gold pop-up from the cull. That was, as an AD carry main, seeing that many gold flashes on the screen, I can't control my brain. That was just too much dope for me.
If only it was for your game rather than ZDZ. But Cream now on the flank. Here's this what we're saying. OMG popping in towards mid lane, getting that outer turret down as well now, looking for one more charge, but everyone's legends here, so they will just back it up.
Will they? Chocho, no ultimate available, remember, so it's a difficult one. I'd love to take a look at the adoration stacks, because it's a while since Betty died at this point. I feel like he's got to be pretty close to you know, a few hundred adoration once again. You get quite a lot from just CSing, and he has been doing a decent job of CSing, so he should have a reasonable amount. If he can do well in this next fight, Draven is one of those champions that can just suddenly become a danger once again.
The problem is, though, the dragon is in 30 seconds. This is the third dragon for OMG. So OMG now going to reset. You'll end up with, like, second item here for Abel. You'll very much be completing at least half your next item for Cream. Shanji going to be in a great spot, especially since they cracked open mid to tier 1 and the tier 2. That's a lot of extra gold that's gone over in their favor. Looks like the OMG sticking around a hell of a lot longer than I expected. So maybe just trying to make sure anyone's legend can't come across to this objective. As yeah, I just don't know how anyone's legend try and do anything in this game right now.
Yeah, I mean, they don't, is the answer, Dagda. Not for the time being. That's going to be a situation for later on in 5 minutes when that Dragon Soul comes alive, and it's going to be a question of perhaps one big final fight, but I don't think it's quite over, right? It's a 5,000 gold lead. It's definitely dire situation at 18 minutes. I don't want to underplay the lead that OMG have. They're definitely a massive favorite at this point. But it's not quite over, right? You've got an Akali on the enemy team with a Medjai's. 1 kill onto her will kind of ruin her day. 400 gold bounty there. 400 gold bounty on Abel as well. And Betty will have a bunch of those adoration stacks. So it is one of those situations where, yes, it's really bad for AL, but it's also, it just takes a singular fight, and suddenly everything could turn on its head.
I think the gold needs to end up on ZDZ though. If you can actually get ZDZ into a position where like these barrel combos are essentially just one-shotting people, that could be your way into this game. Like if he gets the double shutdowns, a bunch of gold in the fight as well, suddenly he completes like 2.5, 3 items. That could be the way. But it's just with the Essence Reaver not even having the Collector finish yet, it doesn't really feel like he's in a position to just massively take over a fight. The damage isn't quite there coming through from Forge, as we said already, not opting in towards either the more utility style build or like a Luden's Echo or Leandri's to try and be more of a threat. So it's hard for anyone's Legend right now to find damage dealers to get OMG into a position where they're uncomfortable.
Yeah, I will say, Betty is actually stronger than Abel despite the scoreline. When you look at their items, 2 items on Aphelios with the Bloodthirster, not going to be that much damage. The Essence Reaver Eclipse, though, for Draven at level 11. Like, Betty is going to hit like a truck if he ever gets the chance. The problem is, Cream also hits like a truck. Shanji also hits like a truck. And it's real hard for Betty to fight up against those kinds of carries. The odds of him 1v1ing Abel are pretty slim. Forge may be in trouble here as Aki just removes the reinforcement, slams him against the wall, and gifts one over to Abel. Great knock up onto ZDZ as well. The passive stacking on up. In goes Cream onto 4 here. Turns golden, waiting for the perfect execution. 5-point strike there. Look at this, just mincing them alive as Shanji as they cut AL to pieces.
Cream is a god on this Akali. That was disgusting. Goes in, baits out Chocho's ult, but has already hit the stopwatch, so Chocho gets nothing from the play, and ZDZ now might be in trouble.
Yeah, I don't think he wins this one against Cream, but then the barrel respected. Cream
Baron
just doubled his stacks on his bench eyes. He's on 20 stacks now on the Akali, and into the pit they go. Baron taken at 21 minutes. It's 14-4. This is beautiful from OMG.
I mean, great play from Aki here. Hits the Chocho out of the fight, and then they get the engage here. But watch Cream on the back of this. Like, so they're all focused on towards the tower. He dives onto Betty, stopwatch, as the ult from Chocho comes out, which means that you don't actually get to focus down Cream, and now he's still a massive threat as the rest of OMG show up, and they decimate anyone's Legends health bar. So well played by Cream.
And I just love that he's not greeding for kills there either, right? Has the perfect execution out of the Zhonya's, doesn't just try and maximize damage going for the Q first and trying to play around and then escape with the ult. He just goes away from the play with the ult immediately, gets what damage he can, but makes sure that he survives because he knows that Shanji's there, he knows that Abel is there to follow up. He's playing with his team with this Akali, and it's beautiful to see. And now, OMG in a phenomenal position. I will say, Aki, he's loving life right now. He did a great job in that early game of shutting Xiaohao down so that his laners could just do their thing, and now it is paying dividends. He doesn't have to do much in this game. All he has to do is ult someone every fight, and his team will do the rest.
And this is why Poppy's so good, right? Like, you're able to come in on flanks, force people into uncomfortable situations, and we thought that OMG would struggle with engages, but they're just doing a really good job of playing around towers. Like, okay, well, anyone's Legend have to try and commit on towards this tower to save it. Right, we get the flank, we force an uneven fight with the Poppy ult, and it's just a really good way of forcing these fights when OMG don't actually have a huge amount of ways of doing so. Now you've got Shanji massively ahead in his top side, he's pushing in, Cream is threatening the mid lane, and at 23 minutes into the game, anyone's Legend already forced into the base.
And might be even worse than that. There's still a minute of this Baron, and you see OMG moving over to the mid lane.
And Dragon.
The one issue that, Drake, I forgot Dragon exists. Yeah. 10 seconds until the soul. But OMG, AL know it. They want to try and make a play before the Drake is available. Betty moving forwards, but I think his axes are about to reset as well. Did use the Q there to get them rolling once again. Drake on the cards. Chocho moving in. Aki on the front line here. Needs to survive. Needs to keep himself going. Betty needs the resets, but he won't get it for now. He needs to cash in. Cream on the back line. One more axe, but Betty just can't find the autos. Everyone's invisible. Betty now. Big ult across the team, but he can't finish the kills off. And now he's alone in the world as the rest of his team crumbles around him. Aki the only one to go down, but Forge took the kill.
And it doesn't even matter. Abel just looks like he's about to try and end the game here. Shanji is chasing Draven to the ends of the earth. Betty will not be allowed to reset while Shanji's on duty. The Elder Dragon, the Mountain Soul here for OMG as well.
Betty accepts his fate as he goes for the cross.
I mean, honestly, they might be like level 3. With the way Aki has been playing, this may not be valuable at all. But the reset is eventually going to come through for Betty. ZDZ is going to respawn alongside Forge, but the damage is done. You'll see it here in the replay. Like, Aki, great engage onto Chocho once more. The knockup comes through, but Chocho does get the safety here on towards Cream. But again, watch how Cream plays it. Goes over into the Shroud, stands away from Betty, who's trying to maximize damage by hitting Cream and the rest of the squad with the ultimate, but he just doesn't have enough to finish off Cream. I mean, the 3-level difference coming in clutch there for Cream.
And I just want to say, Cream is playing so respectfully. Like, he has this Medjai's, and you can tell he is not doing anything too crazy. He realizes that Betty is there, and he doesn't have his cooldowns available, so he just distracts Betty. He's not actually trying to find that 1v1, he's just trying to buy space for the rest of his team. And it's the same as what we saw earlier, where he perfect executions out of the fight, makes sure that he's safe, and relies on his team to clean things up. It feels like Cream has really grown as a player over the course of this year, because when you think about when he first joined the LPL, it was like, yes, he's a really talented assassin, but sometimes he's going a bit too deep. Not anymore. Now he's playing with the team.
Yeah, I mean, you're just getting the best of both worlds now from Cream, and threat now from OMG onto this last, around the top tower here.
God.
So much
Even
damage
without
from
minions.
Abel.
Even
Yeah,
without
that's
minions.
insane.
That is disgusting right now. It's only 25 minutes in. It's already a Mountain Soul in case Draven needed a harder fight for himself. He now has to go against that Mountain Soul as well. 18 kills to 5 as the entire base is taken apart here by OMG. There is a wave at the bottom side, but it's about 1 million miles away. Cold is going to be dropping some wards here as he tries to escape. But it will be Cream going to set that wave up. And I feel like we are just doing the formalities here, Dagda, because this one is looking like a dub for OMG, and it's looking clean as well.
Yeah, we may have needed to include OMG on our Don't Say We Didn't Tell You graphic, because this is confident from OMG. This is absolutely incredible. Now, I know OMG have had some good games like this and can fall apart in the next one, but realistically, like, this is a confident start for OMG in this series.
Oh, Chocho, Curse the Sad Mummy going in here. Betty is low, though. Oh, my God, the Infernum damage. ZDZ falls as Cream is here as the cleanup crew, and he flashes out to safety as well. There is nothing AL can do about this one. This is OMG's base now. Their Nexus in tatters as Cold just buys space for the rest of his squad to end the game. We thought this was going to be close, but OMG, they don't like that idea.
Betty will never get to cash in. 8-1 on the Ophelio, 6-0 on the Akali. Poppy popping off. This is why I wanted to see it in the series number 1, because my word, that was a statement game from OMG.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, and so good to see them doing this, because OMG is a team that are battling for playoffs, and I mean capital B on the battling, because they did not have that great of a start to the split. This was a team that was struggling right down towards the bottom of the standings to start us off. But over the course of the split, they have been developing. They have been getting better. And statistically, honestly, when you look at this team's statistics, they don't look good. Like, we showed them at the start of the day. Realistically, the early game doesn't look good. The late game doesn't look good. But when you watch the play, they have a ton of unique picks that they all like to go for. They're very much happy to go for these like personal favorite picks, and it makes drafting against them harder. But then when you get into those team fights, it feels like the coordination for this team is just on another level.
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch how that has leveled up. Especially when, honestly, I'm not going to lie, I feel like banning Samira is a buff for OMG. That champion is not doing well for Abel. In a lot of scenarios, he's picked it in some terrible spots. So I'm actually delighted to see when Abel is on things like the Aphelios. He really likes these short-range carries. Same with things like the Zeri. Like, this is the style that I feel like he feels most comfortable on. And we compare with Cream on comfort. You look at Aki having the ability to control and dictate the pace in this early game. It's non-stop control for OMG. Shanji even getting the solo kill on the top side. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's puts him up into 3rd place, I want to say, for most solo kills in the league at the moment, because he is doing exceptional stuff in that top side.
Shanji is just a monster. And, you know, it wasn't even that big of an opportunity that ZDZ gave him. Just Shanji more than happy to walk under that tower. A 15,000 gold lead at the end of that as well. More than 500 gold lead per minute at the side of OMG. They certainly know how to finish things off, and able with a 19 KDA at the end of things. I mean, we can just reel stats off you guys, if you'd like us to. But, I mean, the long and short of it here is OMG looking good.
Yeah, and I want to correct that. Shanji is actually second in the league for solo kills. And adding that one will put him one step closer to getting up with the Shy there. He's on 15. So he's 1 kill away from taking the top spot. So really, really good stuff from Shanji. And this is why he's been such a menace. Like we talked about the Shyvana the whole way, essentially through the draft. He was able to bring out your meta stuff like the Gwen. He got a respect ban of the Rumble as well. Like Shanji has been so difficult for teams to deal with. And this is why, as you say, like I love a team like OMG. Where like we understand the meta. We can play the meta, but we don't have to play the meta. And they can bring out all these cool picks, these cool compositions that are very much set for them. Like even the Akali coming out for Cream here, and you have to respect it. Now coming into game 2, it's like anyone's legend, what are you going to do? Because you got dominated by Aki on the Poppy pick. Cream looked fantastic into your Talia in the mid lane as well. And Abel popping off on the Aphelios with the everything else that was going on. So where do you try and put your attention now? It feels so difficult as anyone's legend.
I think crucially that early game, Aki just ruining Xiao Hao.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say. And I will say, like you said, Shanji getting close to the Shy solo kills in his debut year. This is his rookie year in the LPL, and he's challenging big names like the Shy. Unbelievable from Shanji. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll see if they can keep that ball rolling right after.
Road to try and come across here. Xiaohu cutting them off from this. They're just going to burst it down.
The damage is so much. Scout needs a great little ult here as John just misses. Goes down the smite there. RNG now have the execution, but they need the kills to go through. Splinter is forced over the wall. Look at Xiaohu. Look at Gala. The target survives. Once again, Gala will not be dying today. RNG with the comeback of the split. Edward Gaming may be world champions, but RNG are 3 times MSI reps.
Brian on the side here too. He can give up his flank angle, and Ultimate Prime will just move in as a body unit here. All 5 of them trying to set up a front to back for Elf.
Oh, look
at Wayward.
Look at Wayward.
Yeah, they have no idea. No wards are over here. They're walking straight into Wayward, who Meganars into the wall, and Top B Sports. They're trying to move into Ultra Prime, and Ultra Prime have disappeared. Wayward shows Zoom who is who, and Top B Sports, the train keeps on chugging.
And this could well be another big fight coming up between them. JDG kind of be Kanavi.
A little bit rough, and Kanavi, he gets out of there barely. 369 about to have Meganar. He wants to go in, only gets 1. He needs to get out. He is taken. No, he flashes, and they're following. But Mole is caught now. Hope is just firing away, and they've got so much damage from Kanavi. Here comes Yakao on the side. Ultra Shock Laser from the heavens, and every hope that's ever existed for JDG exists in this game.
It's going to be hard for them to really make this one work. UCal looking to try and trade solo players, but they get themselves on the top of this one. This is ongoing in, but a curse of Sam Mummy into the explosive cast, and they're able to get the GA immediately. One Fong, though, still doing well. And the Shy with the slicing Maelstrom right onto the backside. Kepler knows he needs to do something. I will say that Baseron's doing some significant damage, but can they kite this one out? They cannot. SOFM's getting his reset. You can see the triple kill for the Shy.
Legend. They do bend and not break for anyone's legend. They're just trying to push this back out and take down this tower that WE are using as a home base at this point.
Yeah, that makes
That's a big engage though. But look, AL going back in here. Moonlight Vigil front to back. Xiao Hao getting taken out though. Kadaya now. Big Emperor's Divide from Forge himself. And now you got the slicing Maelstrom. Xiao Hao tries to come back in. Benny is full health. Benny's got the Inferno. Benny's got the damage. And Benny is the late game carry for anyone's legend.
我觉得上单花名家可能对我来说还过早吧，我只是就是把那种，可能排位里面就是别人不会去玩的英雄，然后玩一遍，然后发现就是实际上用出来效果还可以，然后就拿出来训练赛用，然后现在效果还可以的话，就会拿到比赛来用，就差不多这样子。LGD 选手的话，其实我和他也比较算是老对手了吧，也就是打过几次了，就在LDL的时候，然后我跟他的话对线，两个人各自精彩吧，就。我觉得下场对阵 AL 的话，打他们可能操作放第一位，然后脑子稍微往后面烧一烧。
Don't be too calm. That's what I like to hear there from Shanji against his old LDL rival, no less. It's always fun listening to players like Shanji in the interviews. My name is Wudgeballs. I'm joined by Dagda as we head towards our second game here between OMG and Anyone's Legend. And I'm going to be honest, Dagda, I thought game one was going to be a little bit closer than it was.
Yeah, OMG smashed them. And in definitive action, Cream smashed them. Absolutely looking fantastic on this Akali and picking up the MVP performance. Cream was a monster, and I love the way that we saw Aki kind of playing towards him in the early stages of the game with some really creative pathing, kind of matching a lot of what Shehu was trying to do off the failed invade. And then you end up having Aki run through mid, Cream gets priority, Cream starts to make magic happen down on this bottom side, and next thing you know, there's a 10 stack Dark Seal, like 10 minutes into the game. It was insane.
Yeah. Literally a stack a minute in the early game. It was disgusting. I mean, Cream just completely untouched during all of these fights, right? Just zipping around the play. And then Forge, you can see it in his eyes here that he knows this 1v1 is already over. Nothing he can do there as Cream finishes them off. But then later on, I mean, this was the fight I was talking about so many times during that game where Cream plays it so beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he just understands exactly how to get the resources out of Anyone's Legend is incredible. Like you can see there, right? Ends up getting the ultimate out from Cho, zooms across the two members of Anyone's Legend with the remaining ultimate as well, like getting so much damage off in these fights, threatening the backline continuously. And I think it kind of says a lot about OMG as a whole, how well they were able to snowball this advantage, because we said there's not a huge amount of engage tools. They're going to probably struggle to find these ways to keep the game going in their favor, but constantly finding these skirmishes, punishing Anyone's Legend, and then always taking the fights at Anyone's Legend's turret. So they always had those abilities to find the flanks, separate the team with Aki's ultimate, and just let Cream go nuts.
Yeah, I feel like it was one of those ones where it's like, yeah, we don't have great engage tools, but we'll just run them down. So what are they going to do about it? Certainly worked out for OMG in game number one. We'll have to see what AL have up their sleeves, because this is a team that so many people have been so hyped on this split. They have 4 series remaining after this one, and none of them look pretty. It's a brutal remaining schedule. They're against basically the top 4 teams. Not quite, but essentially. And you know what? We were talking in the break about the Samira pick, right? And I know you were saying it might be for the best if OMG don't take it. Well, Anyone's Legend doing them a favor, banning that Samira away from Abel.
Yeah, but this would, if OMG were to pick up a win here over Anyone's Legend, this could be such a good walk for them in towards playoffs. And as you say, like, banning the Samira definitely gives them an extra advantage going towards that. The Akali and the Poppy both going to be taken away by Anyone's Legend. They're saying game one, we are not letting this happen again.
No, absolutely not. The Akali, the Poppy, both gone. The Kalista also taken off the board with the Wukong. Someone like a Zeri could be a real good ban from the side of OMG. It will be the Lucian, though, taken off the board. So Zeri available. We've seen Sylas first picks as well, which we know Forge is more than happy to play the Sylas. But it looks like the Zeri might be the option. I feel like this is the safest of the first picks available.
Yeah, Cream, also a very good Sylas player in his right as well. So not surprised if this gets taken straight off the board, which it looks like it will. And then the question becomes, what do we get in the AD carry role potentially? Renata is up and available again if OMG want to try and take that, which Renata actually surprisingly works very well with the Sylas as well, just giving him more uptime in fights. But looks like it may just be the Nautilus to make sure they can lock down this area.
Nautilus locked in there, so bit of aggression on the bottom side, and certainly can set up Abel. I'd love to see a Kai'Sa from Abel. We haven't seen Kai'Sa really that much this year, but occasionally it slips on through. It's great with the Nautilus, and it's definitely a pick that Abel is an absolute monster on. We'll see over for the side of Anyone's Legend, though. The Talia for Forge, it didn't really work out super well in game number one.
But they're going to go with that one again, deciding that wasn't the issue.
I mean, a very similar draft if we end up seeing the GP come out here as well for anyone's legend. And pretty much taking their AD carry and everything else, very similar spots here, except it was on the red side last time. But they will actually go towards this Renata. So I'm glad to see this locked in here. I think you're more worried about the engage and the short range composition from OMG kind of running you over. So something like a Renata will work wonders, but actually it kind of bait me last second. I don't know. I think the Renata is just so good as this disengage tool against what OMG have, but maybe Chocho thinking, hey, look, I can still go towards Braum. I can still go towards Renata if it's not banned away. But after that, it starts to get a little bit weird.
You're misunderstanding. That's a Lee Sin support for Chocho. I'm ready.
Oh,
I'm so
true.
ready
AP Lee Sin, right? For
Interestingly,
the
though,
shields. Yeah.
Abel going with a Tristana. I was saying I wanted the Kai'Sa. We get an even more aggressive option here where you don't have to wait until level 6 to dive in. You can jump straight in from level 2. It's going to be with Braum banned away as well. So now denying escape tools from Betty and setting up for a really aggressive bottom side.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to what the game plan is going to be here for Chocho in that bottom lane. Maybe they just go fire with fire, right? You go towards the Amumu again. But against the Tristana's great in lane against the Zeri, pushing in continuously, able to look for these dives, especially because you can leap in, get a ton much damage off. You offer more CC as well if you want to try and punish the Zeri in those early stages, and especially when you've got the Nautilus in check as well. So, and just leaning heavily in towards the dive as well. The Renata still going to be open here if Chocho wants to go for it, though, to lock in with the Zeri. And again, I think if OMG are going for what is very much a dive composition, having something like this Renata could be clutch in those moments.
Definitely could. We'll see what the ban is going to be, whether they do take the Renata off the board here. Why would they take the Renata off the board? There's already support on the other team. It's a Vi ban away from Aki here, which does mean that Gwen is still available. Which, after how Shanji looked on Gwen in Game of 1, I wouldn't be too surprised to see that just blind picked.
This is such a good Shyvana game if he wants to go for it. I think that's why he's leaving the counter pick to later on. Because Shyvana there with the dive that's already existing on OMG is going to be so incredibly good. And English Legend have to be so careful though about what they pick here, because whatever you take here will go across to Cream on this Silas. So Nar, great for someone like Silas who's already jumping in on top of you. So I'm curious if CDZ wants to try and hit up something a little bit different here coming in. But I will say not a huge amount of those blind pickable champions still left and available, so it will be the Nar.
Yeah, the Renata that we've talked endlessly about. And as you say, the Nar for CDZ. Now over to the side of OMG. Over to the side of Shanji. Where is he going to go with this one? Obviously the Gangplank band, which is one of the classic ones. Jace. Jace is a good pick into Shyvana. There it is. What we're all hoping for deep down. The Shyvana being hovered. Is it going to be locked in? Come on, Shanji. Give us a show.
It's such a good, there it is. This is such a good Shyvana angle. The ability to dive in onto the short range composition. You got a ton of dive buddies with you. The Shyvana does really well in the lane against the Nar as well, because you can just chase the Nar down. And Shanji will bring it out. I'm smiling from ear to ear. I love seeing Shanji on this pick.
And I mean, just look at this OMG composition in terms of like identities for the players, right? Shanji gets his Shyvana, Cream gets his Silas, Abel gets his Tristana, which we've seen him play a few times already, where it's just pure aggression in the bottom side. And Aki gets a jungler that he can be aggressive on and play for these lanes, just like he did in the first game of this series. It's looking good for OMG based on their identity as a team. But anyone's Legend certainly not out of the mix just yet. They still have time to prove themselves here, and their composition does have some good tools too.
It definitely feels like, though, again, this is going to come down to the junglers. If Aki can get this early lead, abuse the matchup that he has once more, then he's going to be in a good spot, kind of facilitating Cream once more to have a little bit of an easier time in that mid lane, maybe even looking for ganks on towards this Talia. And then we can see OMG snowball that pressure into bot side, looking for dives like we talked about, especially post 6 with this Nautilus. But even if you don't, the extra push that you have from the Tristana in this bottom lane should help out in making sure that OMG can threaten things like the Rift Herald in the early stages and trying to abuse the fact you have great skirmishing coming through pretty much across the board with every one of these champions.
Yeah, feels like the early game is going to be terrifying for the side.
I'm so ready.
Of anyone's Legend. We've got the Elder Dragon flying about here as we head into the Rift.
We're ready to get into game number 2. And OMG starting things off just beautifully. And we'll see if anyone's legend have anything to say about it. Because honestly, after game number 1, I'm not super convinced. And I feel like OMG have comfort across the board. OMG have a style that they can work with. Moving into the tri-brush, Betty could be in big trouble here. Oh no, don't face check
that didn't spot them.
He didn't hit. He didn't hit.
They have no idea.
Further in. Betty doesn't know.
Oh my god, are they going to be able to catch Chocho here?
Neither Betty nor Scotty knows about Fiona and me.
Yeah.
Chocho moving away. It looks like nothing's actually going to happen in the end. They all walk away. The top hat from Cold as he waltzes on out. Well, that's kind of a disappointing end. As the surrender comes out from Shanji.
I thought they were going to like split up on both sides where like you end up with Code going one way, Aki goes the other and they kind of catch people off, but not going to be the case. Anyone's legend though, we'll actually move back onto the spot side. So the red buff start will be spotted here, which gives a lot of information for Aki about how he might want to path, especially because you imagine you're going to see the 3 camp start here for Xiaohu, like red, wolves into the Grump usually gives you your level 3, so may try and make something like that happen here. Wondering if Aki is going to try and match that, but looks like for the moment he's perfectly happy to just move in towards the spot side and try and play for Abel and Cream.
Yeah, Cream being quite aggressive trying to make that trade happen, but it's not going to work out. There's Abel with a cold start, not typical necessarily on this Tristana, but I think basically saying, look, I don't need the damage stats for this early lane. We're Nautilus Tristana. If you try and fight us, we are going to kill you regardless of what starting item I have. So why not get an extra bit of gold for yourself? As a hook comes out from Cold. The level 2 spike here onto Chocho. Big damage already. Is Abel, I don't think he's leveled his bomb up. No, he has. Oh, he used the bomb on the minions, I see.
Yeah, I think it was just on cooldown. Yeah. So, going to be totally fine here. Code and Abel will get the push. Good freeze from Betty and Chocho here, which is going to cause it be a little bit uncomfortable for Abel and Cold, but they already know Xiaohao is pathing up towards that top side, so they'll be fine to actually just fully commit to pushing in the spot wave. And again, I think the cold start is totally fine. As you say, the kill threat is already there for this bot side, and realistically when you're actually going to be looking for plays is going to be with Aki coming into that bot side, so the minuscule amount of damage not really going to mean too much in the grand scheme of things. As ZDZ will find out that Krugs are still up on this top side.
Curious what this replay is for in the mid lane.
Just a good trade.
Cream just taking a bit of damage here. All right. I thought it was going to be like a summoner burn or like an attempted dive or something. No, just a little bit of damage back and forth there. Is Aki clearing out this bottom scuttle. You can see Xiaohao moving into the top side of the jungle here. Could go for Krugs if he wants. But Forge is in trouble. No mana available. Has Flash, has Ghost. This is looking a lot like what happened in game number 1 where Forge had to burn his summons, but luckily moves out of the top side, will keep himself safe.
Yeah, we'll be able to give Cream a bit of a chance to push this wave in, though, which is going to be pretty big, especially since the Silas does have the TP and getting him a bit of early control. Shanji pushing Xiaohao out of this top side as well. Going to be pretty nice here for OMG. So at the moment, OMG are doing a good job of keeping things in check. Even looks like Cream got a little bit of a slow push happening in this mid lane as well. So curious to see what Cream would like to do with that now that he's going to be able to push that wave out fully.
That's going to be the question. He's picked up Dark Seal for himself, so feeling confident, as Cream always is. I feel like Cream is one of these players that always likes to go for the Dark Seal, similar to Knight, right, where you never see him not at least grab the Dark Seal. If it goes well, turn it into a Medjais later on. But Cream is a player that I feel like when you're watching him play, you know that he's going to try and be aggressive. You know he's going to try and find opportunities, but he's going to have to work with Aki here, because Silas won't necessarily have the easiest opportunities onto something like a Talia, because the worked ground comes out and just ruins everything.
Yeah, and that's why you're seeing like Cold and Aki trying to come up into this mid lane once more here. They know that if you're attacking from multiple different angles, definitely isn't going to be as easy. Will be spotted out here, so won't be trying to go overly aggressive. But as I say that, Forge still needs to be very careful here.
Luckily, Forge, pretty close to his tower, still has the flash available. Used the Ghost in the previous play, but now Cold. Back on Vision, clearing a ward in the back of the pit. So he's going to be fine. You can see Xiaohao moving over, but also spotted on a ward. So Cold should be okay on this one. Should be able to just waltz his way back into his own territory. But look at this, AL moving everybody up. they're going to try and go for the Drake themselves. It feels like a bit of a dicey Drake to go for.
I agree. I mean, you do have TP from ZDZ if you want to try and commit to a 5v5, but I really don't think that's what you want to, especially at this stage of the game where level 6 are just one wave away from being hit, so they will just back away. Able having push and bot side as well would have made that a little bit more difficult, but I feel like we're just waiting for that moment where Cream and Aki can get control over this mid lane and they can start to move down into this bottom side. Bot side, as we said, like push now there, so it looks like OMG will actually be the ones to start dragging as Xiaohao moves top side.
Move on over, grab the first Drake of the game, and it is a quiet start, especially comparatively to last game. You can tell, oh, hang on, Shanji's just going to go for a 1v1 with Xiaohao. Look at the damage that he's churning out here. Gromp helping him out as well as Shanji moves over, looking for another E here, but he's in a 1v3 at this point. He's
so
trying to get under
fast.
this tower. He's so quick. He's got Ghost. One more tower shot will land here, but Xiaohao should finish this one. Oh my days, nearly turns it. That is terrifying. That took 3 people to bring him down.
It was so close, but Shanji, a bit of a mistake there, right? You did not need to commit for that play on the top side when you knew that OMG were getting the dragon on the bottom side, but at least you can already see how scary this Shyvana is at the early stages of the game, and Xiaohao was lucky that he had the company there from Forge, because that could have gone very bad very quick if he didn't.
I will say, Shanji living up to the interview, right? Quite often we see players say things in interviews that it's nothing like the gameplay we see. Shanji said, I'm against AL, I've got to be aggressive, I've got to show off my mechanics. He's definitely trying to be aggressive, that's for sure.
The Shyvana mechanics are on a next level. But look, I mean, doesn't quite connect with the ultimate damage, which does suck, because I think that would have been enough to kill Xiaohao, although Xiaohao was doing a good job of holding onto his smite to get the double healing coming across here, but from both the Gromp and the smite damage, but that minion dying on the outset, I think may have saved Xiaohu, because a little bit more damage there from Shanji, and that could have been a very different story for Xiaohao.
Yeah. She said Xiaohu for a second there. I was like, wait a second. Broke my brain. Yeah, close one. Close
Sorry, not Xiaohu, not Xiaolao, not Xiao. It's Xiaohao, you know?
Definitely a little something. Which little? I don't know. Xiao, for anyone that doesn't know, is Chinese for little, or at least that's my understanding. That could be a minor
it's like a pet.
mistranslation.
It's like a pet name. It's like what you call
Yeah.
your kid. It's like, as in like little one. It's like Xiao. But yeah.
Yeah. It's like
Little Johnny.
I call Rob Little Daggy. You know, it's
What?
Xiao Daggy. Hey, I call you that all the time. What are you talking about, Rob? Hang on, we've got a bit of a fight. We've got a Xiao fight here, just a little fight. There's Cream trying to move over, but Xiaohao will be able to grab that for himself.
And absolutely nothing happened. So ZDZ going to TP to the bot side to stop Abel from being able to get a ton of these plates, but he still will pick up 2 for himself, as immediately it looks like this Rift Tower is going to be used topside by Xiaohao to get that gold answered back on towards Betty. And I like seeing these plays from Anyone's Legend. They do it a lot when they get Rift Herald, where they'll immediately just plonk it top to get stuff for the AD carry. You just have to be careful, OMG aren't going to respond, but it looks like you're safe for the moment, but now OMG starting to roam up.
Yeah. Bit of a close one there. Just to follow up on the translation conversation, Xiaohao turns out little good. Like, Xiaohao means it like it's good.
True.
So he's saying, you know, I'm a little good. I'm a little good. I like the confidence in the name right there. It's kind of like Fairness. Fearless was taken, basically. So he just replaced a consonant instead. It became Fairness. I love names like that where it's confident, you know. The wave's going to be cleared here. So 1k gold lead in favor of AL.
Oh,
as
Abel.
Abel trying to get onto ZDZ there.
I mean, I was actually a bit nervous for ZDZ there. Minion arm form, couple more autos, and the ult could have been it, but it does mean now ZDZ has to back, so Abel once more gets time alone with his turret, and there goes the charge as well. So Abel getting a lot of gold here, and the CS lead for himself. Cull about to pop. Like, this Tristana is starting to... Oh,
that's the worst
that's so
feeling in the
sad.
world.
So sad.
It doesn't actually matter, but it still feels bad.
Emotionally, it does.
Yeah. 350 gold, just a singular minion away, but he needs to go for that reset. So heads back to base, still gets the Kraken Slayer, so not a big deal for him. Can return to the lane. I feel like we need to kind of reset where we're at in the game here, Dagda, because we've got a minute until that Drake comes up. OMG with the first one. And right now, in my mind, I feel like they're the ones that could push for that next Drake with how strong Abel is and with Cream on the Silas, but I could be off kilter with that.
Yeah, I think what I want to see here is because Cole has been let loose from the bot side a little bit, and he will have to come back to help out Tristana in clearing out this wave, but start roaming then back up towards mid lane, so then you can help Cream get control over that. Then you can actually start to have Cream threaten bot side dive. Even if you don't get the dive on bot side, you get the tower, you can threaten Dragon. There's a lot that you can do with that pressure, and if anyone's Legend ever overcommit for either trying to protect the bot tower or the Dragon, you kind of trade back and forth across that. You can see there, Abel now getting that push on bot side, double reset. It's actually going to be Aki who's helping out Cream
Big damage
instead.
on Forge, forced a flash. Close one there. Cream nearly finishing the kill as Shanji. Oh no, ZDZ's in mini. Nah, he's in trouble. Ghost is burnt. ZDZ in all kinds of trouble because he's a tiny Yordle and he's up against the Dragon. Flashes the final E. I don't know if that would have killed him, but the respect comes out.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a lot of damage, especially as you can see E max there. We're about to find out if it will, though.
Oh my god, Shanji going again. Forces the hop this time. And CDC playing with fire on this one, quite literally.
Yeah, the Emax Shyvana does a lot of damage, but as we said, with Aki helping Cream get control in mid, OMG will move towards Dragon. And then I feel like, again here, look at where Code's position, right? He does not need to be... Oh, maybe he does need to be bot side as Abel fails the jump. But he can actually make a play mid here, and then you can always move back down towards this bottom side if needs be.
Yeah, you see Cream moving into the pit lane as well. That'll be a couple of plates taken there as well. All things looking pretty good for OMG. I just want to say, that's twice now we've seen Shanji try and find a solo kill on the top side. Both times while his team does Dragon. Most teams will cross-map while the enemy team plays the opposite side of the map. Whereas Shanji...
That's the problem.
He's a savant.
Shanji just hears Dragon and he goes, oh, that's me, and then goes in. That's the thing. It's just like, oh, I need my Dragon form, I go aggressive. That's it. But honestly, that is how you play this Shyvana. Like, you just go in every time your Dragon is up and available, and all you're about doing is just stacking Dragon over and over again and diving onto this mini-nar as soon as it's available. OMG, though, now trying to invade, but they don't have a huge amount of help here. Tristana is still coming in the wings.
Get blasted there. Xiaohao just narrowly dodging the hook from Cold as Cream actually gets the red buff in the end. Dashes over the wall. It's daylight robbery as now the re-engage comes across. The hostile takeover is massive, but Chocho ain't tanky enough. Cold goes down as well. Support for support as the retreat comes out from OMG and AL finally find themselves a foothold.
It wasn't the best of ultimate stolen from Cream. He takes the Zeri ult, and it means that there's not a huge amount that he can actually really bring to the table there. So OMG go in, get knocked out, and it means that it's a kill back over in favor of anyone's Legend. So nice job there from AL to respond to that play.
Really good stuff from AL, and I'm glad that we're seeing a good game here from Xiaohao after game number 1. Bit of redemption for him. As, we saw the re-engage from Cold, but Xiaohao more than willing to go deep here.
Yeah, I mean, Chocho getting that brilliant ult there saves so much. Code gets the kill. And here, I mean, Abel escapes, but there's nowhere for Aki to go. And as you say, Xiaohao getting that fantastic kick means that he's just completely out of sorts. But 2 dragons still for OMG. So in the grand scheme of things, they're still working very well around the fact that Abel has been strong in the spot lane to set him up. The problem is they haven't been able to get those last 2 turret plates, which are about to fade in 8 seconds. So will not be able to get a bit more gold into this Tristana, which would have been fantastic. But if they can find moments now to threaten onto this bottom side, they should be in a good spot. But they have to be mindful. Rift Herald is up, so Abel going to move in here towards this top side with, this mid lane with Cold. Late resets from OMG though, so they may not be in a position to set up properly with anyone's Legend already in the vicinity.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. As Abel moving over towards it, but there's a control ward there from anyone's Legend, so still vision control for them. The Scuttle Crab, though, in favor of OMG, so they'll at least be able to see what's going on regardless of what anyone's Legend do about it. Shanji's down to the bottom side now, continuing to pressure. Wants to go for a tier 1 down there instead. As Abel fights for vision control, fights for mid-priority, sorry, against Betty and Chocho. They'll have to back away and rejoin his team. I don't feel like either team could confidently just go for this one.
And that's why there's a lot of posturing right now, especially with Forge roaming down. Doesn't have the Reaver's Wall, so needs to manually walk his way down here. But if Betty can keep landing the poke, same with Forge, they should be in a relatively good spot. You don't really have that poke option here for OMG, so anyone's Legend now with control, feeling like they can move in here. TP available for both top laners. This could be a brawl.
Cream is a bit late to the play, though, but he's hit level 11 at this point. That was aggressive from Cold. Turns Golden to buy himself time. Aki in the middle of everyone, knocking them sideways as Shanji jumps on in. Abel untouched so far as he jumps onto ZDZ himself. Xiao Hao trying to do damage. Shanji the front line alongside Abel. They're trying to turn this one around, and it's a double for Cream in the meantime as Betty stacking up laser across the team here. But there's no vision. There's no way in for anyone's Legend.
Level 11 for Cream was massive there. Gets the Gnarled, destroys Chocho on the backside, and from that, with both supports down, OMG able to continue through the rest of the fight. Rift Tail secured now for OMG, and that's going to be huge for them if they even want to just immediately turn over towards mid lane, but they decide not to. We'll catch it here in the replay. Cold, great engage on towards Forge, which instantly means that Chocho is feeling pressure to get this Renata ult out. It doesn't really get a huge amount of folks here because Shanji ends up running across the top of it and getting knocked up instead of auto-attacking anyone. Cream kills Chocho on the backside, and Abel is just in a great spot to continue free hitting with Shanji putting that pressure on towards anyone's Legend backline and playing that gatekeeper.
And I feel like AL were just so scattered in that fight, right? Couldn't quite find the opportunity to play together. Whereas OMG were like playing in pairs. You had Shanji protecting Abel, you had Cream and Aki working as a duo, and then Cold, obviously, is that initial engage tool. Great little fight there from OMG, and now Drake onto the map, and this would be sole point for OMG if they could get it, and you don't want to deal with a Shyvana with a Cloud Soul.
Definitely not, and that might be the case because OMG in a really good spot here once more. Shanji gonna see if he can try and find the engage. They're waiting on the depth charge for Cold, which is still a couple of seconds out, so this could be a long one as Rift Tower gonna try and put pressure mid, so anyone's Legend have to back away.
Yeah, OMG gonna start this Drake on off, but feels like anyone's Legend want to fight for this one. They are not gonna respect the Herald. This will be a mid-tier one going down. In the meantime, Shanji has his Rage Bar. Cream has the Gnar ultimate available. Aki on the front line here as Dragon resets once again.
I mean, depth charge is now up. ZDZ needs to go.
Here we go into the fight as the hostile takeover is massive across absolutely everyone, and Aki's down. Dragon and a kill as Xiao Hao flashes out to safety. AL flashing forwards as Betty knocked back away as Shanji trying to protect his team. It's a good little fight for anyone's Legend.
Yeah, it will be 2 charges from the Rift out of the mid lane though, with the mid lane turret going down. But I have to try and watch because I was keeping my eyes on Shanji and Cream, who looked like they got into a great spot at the back of that fight. But the fact that Aki gets deleted on the backside means that OMG just can't keep up in that play. So anyone's Legend will come out with a little bit more of a lead for themselves with the gold and with that Dragon going their way as well.
Oh, Forge. Oh, no, 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 no. He wants to go for the wave. He thinks Shanji's there alone. He is not alone. The flash out from Forge, but I don't think it's going to save him. The reset from Abel and a bonus kill on the back. So everything that AL just got for themselves, yes, they got the Drake, but it's 1-for-1 in terms of kills in the last minute or so, and Shanji will grab a tower.
Yeah, nicely done by OMG there, but we're just going to catch the replay. So I always keep my eyes on Cream and Shanji because this looks terrifying with the engage that goes through there. But, I mean, great ultimate coming through from ZDZ to get Aki away. Cleanse is a bit late by Abel, and unfortunately, they just the kill onto... the kick by Xiao Hao was fantastic, even able to escape away from that. But Shanji and Cream just not getting as much done on the opposite side of the fight.
I'm pretty sure Abel just basically killed Cold by himself there during the hostile takeover. We got the Kraken Slayer proc. That was something from Abel and Cold. I mean, obviously, you know, Abel doesn't have any control over that one. That was Chocho's ult managed to make it
cleanse.
He did have cleanse. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't think he realized that he was about to one-shot his support. Kind of hilarious, honestly. But Gold is literally dead even in this game, Dagda, as we broach the 20-minute mark. And I'm glad, because game number 1 was an absolute stomp. And between these two teams, I want to see an even mid-game. I want to see a game where AL get to show us their team fighting prowess.
Well, we're going to have to see if they can manage it. Shanji going to go against ZDZ here. I was curious to see if Shanji was just going to go ham on ZDZ there. Just because he didn't, there's no terror there, but not knowing where anyone on anyone's Legend was, he's going to back away. Baron just about to spawn as we press the 20-minute mark, but honestly, there's not a huge amount kind of to write home about right now on either side. Both teams still trying to straggle back control, and at least for the moment, OMG are starting to get that deep vision. They just need to be so careful of Forge cutting them off with this Weaver's Wall as they do so.
Yeah, Forge just going to be clearing the
waves. Just look at this group up from OMG trying to clear vision and control this Baron area. But Xiaohao moving in. Betty finishing his Phantom Dancer now. That's 2 items on Berserri, but feels like he's pretty significantly behind, right? When you've already got 2.5 finish for, well, half. 2 and a third, maybe, finish for Abel with that pickaxe going towards his Infinity Edge. And it's a little while since Abel reset, so he might be getting quite close towards that 3rd item, especially if a big fight happens. Abel moving towards this bottom side. Spotted on a ward, though. He'll at least deny 3 crooks from CDC.
I like the idea from OMG, though, because they really want to try and use Abel's turret-taking prowess to actually get this top tower, try and put pressure on the bot side. But you can't really overextend in towards mid lane with Forge being able to protect top and potentially Weaver's Wall into the mid lane. So I like the fact that they're kind of half pushing mid and then rotating and leaning to either side of the map, because it's the only way you can actually get control over any of these lanes. Like, Forge can push out well against Cream. Shanji can't really push out against CDZ, so you have to use Abel's presence in the mid lane to do so, and at least for the moment, OMG are continuing to put that pressure down. Dragon, again, up in 55 seconds time though, so resets are going to start coming through. I want to see now if OMG can find a better fight this time, rather than kind of falling at the wayside towards Xiaohao's kicks.
Absolutely. Look at the CS difference in this mid lane as well, Dagda. Almost 40 CS up for Cream. Now going down to 30 as you see Forge catching the wave, but even still, fantastic performance on this Silas. And we know it's a pick that Cream absolutely loves to play. Izaki just clearing some vision. You mentioned it, the Cloud Drake coming up in 25 seconds. And I feel like OMG, again, slightly ahead. And it does feel like with that BF sword, you know, you have a significant 80 carry advantage, but it's down to burst damage for OMG.
Well, Cream has just picked up his Zonya's Hourglass and the Verdant Veil, so actually in a really good spot now to manage any sort of the damage options that are coming through here. Abel as well, in a good spot here. He can flank relatively well, but not if anyone's Legend just completely force OMG back.
Oh, Xiaohao's behind enemy lines as the Meganar comes on through. Shanji kicked into the middle of everyone needs to turn into a dragon, but he can't do it. He's just stunned up and taken down. Cream now, next on the chopping block, forced to flash. And anyone's Legend twice in a row, they will find the dragons.
I mean, OMG just super spread out. Abel in the mid lane, and he's not coming across fast enough, so OMG slowly but surely are losing ground to anyone's Legend. That's 2 dragons now over for AL, and how do you even get this bot tower off the back as well?
Technically 3 dragons.
That is true.
Shanji as well, so bonus dragon there. Cream, trying to find him. Actually, no, stealing the knot. I thought that was his E. That's the one problem with Silas, is it is impossible to tell the difference between his abilities.
Yeah. But look at where Abel is here. Like, great positioning from Xiaohao, don't get me wrong, but there is never any point in Abel being there if OMG are ceding as much ground as they had. Cream as well ends up trying to follow up on this, thinking he can maybe save the Shyvana, but not going to be able to because of the Unraveled Earth the Forge had already placed down. So just very messy and separated from OMG. Especially when Cream had the Gnar ultimate, had Flash, that could have been such a crucial game-defining moment.
Xiaohao and Abel playing table tennis with each other right now, but Abel, the flash at the last second. Big trouble for him, and he's gonna get chased down. ZDC gets onto him, but the cleanse actually keeps him alive now. Shanji there to protect him. Abel under the tower. 5 men strong from anyone's Legend. They are desperate to kill the Tristana, and they will pull it off. Shanji now trying to escape on the top side of the play, and ZDC steps too far. Almost gets punished for it. Betty trying to chase Shanji down. Look at the mid lane, though. Aki is pushing.
Aki's pushing mid. Top is being pushed by Cream. That's going to be 2 towers gone in favor of OMG, and that is massive for this composition. We already talked about how OMG are struggling to try and get these towers down because of the short range, but when anyone's Legend committing heavily towards this bottom side, it opens up the map now for OMG, especially with Baron a threat. The fact that they can now relatively easily establish vision control on this top side is going to be huge for OMG, but yeah, we see it here. Abel just gets caught out. Great play already from Xiaohao. I mean, the fact that he'd already put that ward there was fantastic. And this actually gets a little bit dicey for ZDZ. I wasn't sure if OMG would actually be able to cover this, if Abel was able to survive, but the Sonic Wave coming through there, just connecting onto Abel, means Shanji's left high and dry.
Well played by Xiaohao to finish it off. Good start from Xiaohao as well. And look at the scoreline. 5-0-2. Xiaohao having a great game for himself. And crucially, off the back of that last game, it's important that he has a good game for himself, right? It felt like he got kind of destroyed by Aki in the previous game. So good to see him doing well on his Lee Sin. It's a signature pick for him and every other jungler in the LPL. But it's good to see him having a good game for himself. CDZ just trying to get some pressure in the side lane. Shanji gonna go for a reset here. TP available. Baron started up by Aki and Abel. Spotted out though by anyone's legend.
They're trying to see if they could get the TP out from ZDZ, but Shanji wasn't really in a position to try and threaten that wave on bot side. So a bit of an early play from OMG to sneak that one away. Still with 3 items though on the Tristana, she is in a fantastic spot. And I think if OMG are able to find, again, just the right moment to fight, when it gets towards any of these objectives, they can win them out, especially just on the AD carry difference. The fact that Cream is like spiking incredibly hard right now, but they're just not giving themselves those moments. And Betty, as soon as he starts to crest into 3 items himself, that poke is going to become obnoxious. Same with Forge. ZDZ has been finding some great ultimates in fights. OMG need to play this one smarter than they have been.
Yeah, they definitely do. And it's been a bit of a struggle for OMG, honestly. And an uncharacteristically bad game from Shanji on this Shyvana as well. Like, a couple of times trying to be too aggressive, getting punished for it, and, you know, trying to play for Abel, trying to protect his AD carry, but Abel getting caught out of position as well. And these are the kind of issues where, you know, it's not the end of the world just yet, but if you consistently make these kinds of mistakes, you are going to be slowly but surely picked apart by anyone's legend. And we're getting to the point in the game where anyone's legend come into their own, right? This is a team that thrives in late game team fighting. Well, we're almost at the 30-minute mark. This is AL's specialty.
And OMG will have to try and bypass what has been their biggest weakness, which is their mid-game decision-making. This time, though, quick reset coming through from Abel means they can try and contest mid-priority first before they move across over into the Dragon area. Shyvana as well has push on bot side, so overall OMG just working better off of the map state as it exists at the moment. Cream TPing into the top side. They really want to try and keep priority here in these lanes.
Are we just doing Baron? Here, as they are going to start the Baron. You're absolutely right. They are just going to go for this one. Drake spawning on the bottom side. Shanchi just hit level 16 as Cream uses the Weaver's Wall to deny entry. Xiaohao can't even get around, trying to use the Sonic Wave, but Cole with the fancy feet. Baron is taken by OMG, and now a fight on top of it as everyone diving in. Shanji and Dragon on the front line as Xiaohao goes deep, but Abel is down. Shanji slammed against the wall. There's 2 for anyone's legend as the rest flee to the mountains. Cold trying to escape, but taken down by Betty. A fight for AL, a Baron for OMG.
A nice idea for OMG, but they needed to just clear out of the pit as soon as they take it. I mean, Haki could have flashed over the wall. Shanji, Abel, Cream all hop over the wall. Cole could have even flashed, but instead they tried to take the fight. Xiaohao again with a fantastic kick, and anyone's legend take the kills, and they'll take the Dragon.
This has been such an exciting game here, as it's 3 Drakes now for anyone's legend. The Baron, not even 1,000 gold lead for OMG off the back of that Baron as well, which is a dicey situation. I love this ult from Cream. So good as the TP came through from Shanji as well. But then, as you say, committing to the fight when they maybe should have just left.
I mean, if they all just hop out the back of the pit, they're in a great spot here, right? Everyone flashes out, they get to walk away, Cole can ult anyone who comes close, and you're actually going to be fine. But Xiaohao, because they all commit, is able to get directly in onto the back line, kicks onto Abel, and again, Xiaohao's been so clutch in these fights consistently with the Lee Sin to find those key members when it counts most.
Yeah. Abel with actually a very good ult onto Xiaohao to keep him out of the pit. But then Xiaohao finds another way back in and gets the kicks. So, you know, Abel and Xiaohao, they have eyes only for each other this game. They will only ult each other every single fight. As Abel will go for the Wolves here. Now, the Baron, still going to be crucial. Still going to be an opportunity for OMG to try and get some pressure down. Remember, there's only inhib towers remaining in the mid and top lane.
Still though, the cannon's going to start doing work. You're relatively short range on anyone's legend, but Forge at least can try and knock these cannon minions back into their squad. But again, you're not exactly the highest range on OMG either. Abel, the only one who can really threaten these towers, so wherever Abel is, anyone's legends are sure to follow as they try and keep them at bay. Only one more wave to go before this Baron falls off. So it looks like for the moment, AL will hold on to the base.
Yeah, difficult to pressure multiple lanes as well when you don't have enough Baron buffs to work with, right? Shanji doesn't have that, so he can't go pressure a separate lane for himself. To see how this one continues as Shanji trying to escape himself. Laser comes out onto Cold here. ZDZ is Meganar right now, and he's found a perfect opportunity. Aki down, and in they go for more as well. Knocked into the backside as Abel falls. Shanji over the wall will survive, but I don't know if the rest of his team will. Cold now hooks away. Cream trying to protect his support right here. Bit of damage coming on out. Weaver's Wall from Forge is a little dicey, as Cream can definitely win that 1v1. Will just be a 2-for-1.
I mean, still plays in favor of anyone's legend, and I just don't know why OMG keep trying to take these messy fights. Like, you don't need to be trying to fight in this bottom side. Look for resets. Spend the gold you picked up. Try and actually look to see if you can keep these waves in order, especially with 2.5 minutes until the next dragon. Like, having that tempo advantage can buy you so much over the next little while, but now giving this fight across to anyone's legend. And I mean, anyone's legend are 5-man strong here, whereas you look where Abel is, look where Cold is, even you've got Cream pushing mid, you're not going to be able to take this fight, but Aki and Shanji just seem determined. And again, Xiaohao, phenomenal kicks on this Lee Sin. The ult from Abel will take ZDZ out of the fight, but it just means that now Cream and Cold have to deal with ZDZ, and they're still got the numbers advantage on the rest of the fight.
I feel like Abel accidentally zoned the rest of his team away there with the Buster Shot, but in the meantime, Abel did manage to DPS down Xiaohao. Got a shutdown for himself as well. That was like 800 gold, I'm pretty sure. Abel picked up off of that shutdown. So big influx on the Tristana. You know, people think about Tristana for the lane pressure. This is also a late game team fighting AD carry. 4 items now on this crit AD carry. Gains attack range as well over the course of the game thanks to the draw the bead passive. So feels like Abel will be able to come into his own a little bit. And look at this. Waves being donated to Xiaohao in the mid lane must be getting very close to finishing that GA.
Yeah, and imagine that's exactly why they're trying to give as much across to Xiaohao. Like, if he can actually complete that, it means he can continue to go hyper aggressive in these fights with the kicks, and that's where anyone's legend have been finding their success. No real way to try and stop that unless it's Cold or Cream managing to catch him in the act. Maybe Aki with the ultimate, but a huge amount invested to try and keep anyone's legends jungler out of the picture. Dragon in 40 seconds though. You've got the Rabadon's death cap now completed for Cream. He can be a menace if he can get on towards Betty, but realistically we all know what the story is. If Abel stays alive, OMG win. If anyone's legend can get the front line gone or Abel out of the picture, anyone's legend can win this. And again, keep your eyes on Chocho, because this ultimate has been so crucial in these fights alongside Xiaohao.
It's been absolutely massive. Shanji moving forwards here as CDZ on the front line. Aki in a bit of trouble, has to back away. Cream behind enemy lines and has that Nara ultimate available. Shanji backing away. Abel could be caught against CDZ, goes for it, but Abel with a good little jump to get himself to safety. Cream still out of vision, but AL want to move in. 5 seconds on the Drake.
Cream now just moved into vision. This is it.
Cold's in trouble. Shanji goes in. Cream with the Mega Nah finds him against the wall. Aki goes in, and here are the resets. Here are the kills for the side of OMG. After it's been such a tough game, they start to shred anyone's legend. Abel trying to save their lives with the Buster Shot. It should have been an ace, and I'm not sure it will be at this point, but regardless, OMG get themselves the Drake, and now they can look for more.
Shanji not able to stop the reset there coming through from Forge as he gets out with the Weaver Wall. They just want to look for the end here, as Shanji once more playing keep away from Betty from the base.
Yeah, Shanji trying to stop Betty from resetting. He jumps over the wall, but Shanji should be able to beat that one if he wants to. OMG onto the base here. 25 seconds on the death timers as Cream gonna keep everyone away with the Weaver's Wall. Abel does so much damage to these towers. The Nexus is bare, and OMG, after being behind all game long, they find themselves the 2-0.
OMG actually taking down anyone's legend 2-0. It looked like this was going to be anyone's legend cementing themselves another victory, pushing themselves to 8th place, but OMG's early game in game 1 is too hot to handle. And look at that. Game 2 clearly putting some happy faces into OMG's lineup.
You can see just elation across the team there, and rightly so after a win like that, because that looked like it was going the way of AL. There was like 3 or 4 fights in a row that AL were winning, and then OMG, the flank coming out from Cream, Shanji in from the top, Cream in from the bottom, just the combination, and then able there to shred through the health bars. Really beautiful stuff from OMG, and a crucial fight in the end.
It's actually really interesting because as I was watching that fight, there's an old tip that like smugglers used to give, which is if you're trying to smuggle something in, give them the easy win. Let them spot the thing that you want. And they knew that the flank was coming, but they just spotted Xiaohao on the flank. And they were like, not Xiaohao, sorry. They spotted Aki on the flank. And then Aki gets knocked back. So they're like, okay, flank is now clear. Not expecting Cream to be there as well. And it was in my mind there as Cream kind of hovered just out of vision. They thought they'd already followed the flank. They didn't think another flank was coming. So they weren't ready for when Shanji and Cream closed that trap. So beautifully orchestrated there on OMG's side to find that victory where it was most needed and close out the game. So really, really, I think it speaks volumes to how OMG have grown over the course of this split because their team fighting was good, not great, but that last fight showed exactly what this team could do.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous stuff. You know, the Pirates code coming in huge for OMG in the final fight. And like you say, beautiful, the double flank coming on in, kind of baiting anyone's legend to go for the fight that they actually couldn't take because they all just get caught in the meat grinder, slammed against the wall. And I mean, I would love to see a replay of that final fight because I want to see the charge coming out from Abel, right? The Tristana bomb across the 4 people that were slammed into the wall. That must have done mega damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, even you've got the AoE damage coming through from Shanji as well. Aki's getting the wind becomes lightning across everyone. It's just a great setup. Even Code as well, the depth charge causing issues as well. So great stuff from OMG. And you can see that is a goal graph and a half as these two teams really did brawl their way through this game. But OMG are the ones that come out with the 2-0 over anyone's legend. And especially when we highlighted how strong the rest of the split is going to be for anyone's legend, this is going to be a rough loss that might come back to bite them.
Yeah, definitely will be. It's an exciting one for OMG, though, because, you know, anyone's legend now, they have a really, really tough schedule. It might be difficult for them to make it to 8 wins, but OMG crucially also fighting to make it to 8 wins, also fighting to make it into the top 10 because they were in 11th place. But with this win, they'll move themselves up to 9th place. They are in the top 10 as of right now.
And that's the thing. They, yes, have V5 as their next series, but then BLG, IG, very winnable series for OMG. And that could be the difference maker to push them across the line and get themselves in towards that playoff spot. And I mean, especially when they're competing with TT, FPX still being in the middle there. Anyone's legend now being part of that bracket that we're going to have to keep an eye out for. With how many people are contending for that, this was crucial. A big win over someone who is also fighting for those top 10 spots.
And crucially, I actually made a mistake there. They're actually in 8th place, not 9th, because LNG have a slightly worse game difference than OMG. Yeah. So OMG actually moving to just 1 place below anyone's legend off the back of this result and tying almost in the scoreline, or at least tying LNG in the scoreline. Really, really great stuff for OMG. And I'm excited to see this team making it to playoffs once again. I feel like, you know, in spring we saw OMG like using Cream, it was very exciting when Cream first joined, right? And we got to see him making it to the first round of playoffs. Couldn't really convert it into anything more. But I feel like this team has grown since then. I'd love to see this as a team that makes it to the second round of playoffs.
I agree. I think getting to see some of the cool picks that can bring out what they're going to be looking like when they are able to prepare for individual teams and how they'll bring their style to the next level. Because it was a team that obviously we've seen in playoffs before. I'm just trying to remember off the back of my head, or from my memory as I actually look it up because I've completely blanked on where they finished in spring. No, they didn't make it in spring. It was summer 2021 where they managed to hit playoffs, but they only got knocked out in that first round, going 0-3 to WE. And it felt like they'd kind of been figured out, right? Because one of the big things we talked about when they made playoffs back in summer was the fact that Cream only had a handful of champions. He wasn't really looking great in a lot of other picks. But this time around, Cream still has the Silas, it still has the Akali, but able to bring many other things to the equation as well. You got Shanji now who's stepping up massively, bringing the inventor, as he called himself, style to this team as well with a bunch of his crazy picks. And you've got a very wide open meta that has to be several of these key picks banned away. it feels so hard to try and keep OMG in check, even in a playoff scenario.
Honestly, it's so difficult to draft against this team because they can play a lot of the meta picks as well, but then they bring these kooky picks into the mix. Let's take a look at our MVP. It was Cream coming out of that one. That final flank really setting it all up. And I swear, Cream's starting to stack these MVPs up. If OMG goes on a bit of a win streak, expect that MVP count to double. 2-0-4, not the greatest scoreline at the end of the game, but it's not about how many kills you get. It's about your influence in the game.
It's the impact that Cream was able to have. The Gnar ultimate's incredibly strong for Cream. Being able to find these flank positions, set themselves up, and even the creative uses of the Talia wall as well, as we saw them trying to work this Baron down. But here, Gnar ultimate straight onto Jojo, gets a ton of damage off, starts to cause issues on anyone's legend side as ZDZ needs to then deal with him. And we start to see it more and more as these fights went off. Here's the pirate call, as you like to call it, with Cream being able to get that major smackdown on towards the key people of anyone legend side.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. And Abel's so aggressive. And then the Buster shot, they had saving 2 people's lives, but it doesn't matter. They ended the game. They won this series. And they got themselves a much needed win on the board. And now anyone's legend, it's a tough situation because honestly, I feel like their playoffs fate is almost out of their hands. Like they have RNG, JDG, EDG, and Top Esports. 4 teams that are going to be exceptionally difficult opponents for them. They're kind of going to be relying on how everyone else does leading towards playoffs. Now, let's take a look at our results as we round out today. We had 5 games today. I thought we were going to go to 6. I'm a little disappointed, honestly, that we don't get a bonus game in that final series. But LGD winning out 2-1 over WE to start us off. WE maintaining their perfect streak as our second series, OMG, showing that they were the better team.
Yeah, and I mean, the domination in game 1 was a well-deserving victory for them and a close-fought one in game 2, but I don't think it'll be the last time that, well, if anyone's legend gets through, we may end up easily seeing these 2 teams facing off against each other in playoffs, and we might get a bit more of the match at that stage. But I mean, again, LGD just about being able to take down WE means they will not be pushed down into that last place spot, will actually move up into 14th instead and get themselves into a nice spot of 2-8.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, it's still not an ideal spot in the standings, but look, silver linings at this point for LGD. Exciting to see our top 10 here because teams like TT, teams like OMG, teams like AL kind of disproving a lot of expectations, whereas we've got like IG, we've got BLG, we've got FPX, who are all teams that realistically should be in that top 10 based on their rosters, maybe even the Rare Atom and the Ultra Prime as well. So a lot to still be decided and a lot of expectations that are being sort of diminished at this point. Let's take a look at tomorrow, though, because we've got Ultra Prime up against IG. It's going to be an interesting matchup because I feel like they're relatively similar teams. And then BLG versus FPX, those 2 teams we just talked about being just outside the top 10.
And that's going to be such an important series again. I mean, if someone like anyone's legend wants to try and get in on the 7 mark, having these losses for BLG come through is going to be super important. I mean, FPX as well, hot on their heels, so it's kind of a question mark here for anyone's legend going to be rooting for, but these series have so much implications on our playoff bouts.
Yeah, beautiful stuff today. We've had some bangers, honestly. The first series as well, way better than I anticipated it being, especially that game number 3 was exciting as hell. Second game as well, and this one really, really close. I feel like we've had a little treat for ourselves here, Dagda. It's been a fun little day of casting. But that's about everything we've got for you, boys and girls. We're going to say good night. Make sure you have a nice day for yourselves. We'll see you tomorrow in Twitch chat. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.